Chapter 1. In the year 734. The Red Ribbon Legion, the most powerful and evil organization on the earth, not only has a military force that is comparable to that of all countries, but also has advanced technology beyond imagination. It can be said that it can easily destroy any country on the planet if it wants to. It's just that the ambition of the Red Ribbon Legion is not as simple as destruction. Its main purpose is to conquer the whole world, and in order to conquer the world, it is not enough to rely on military power alone. Therefore, in order to fulfill the dream of the Red Ribbon Legion to conquer the world, the commander of the Red Ribbon Legion began to look for the legendary Dragon Ball that can grant any wish, but compared to that kind of ethereal thing, in order to better achieve the purpose of their Red Ribbon Legion, a group of mad scientists led by Dr. Grow began the so-called Android Project. Driven by this crazy thought, Earth, somewhere in the desert underneath, Dr. Grow's research institute, a place that gives people an eerie place. It was in this place, in front of an old man with a pale face, a grey beard, and an emaciated body, that there were countless petri dishes, and among these petri dishes were children ranging in age from 10 to 18. And he's Dr. Gro of the Red Ribbon Legion, a mad scientist through and through. At this moment, his face was full of seriousness, his brows were furrowed, and he was staring at a petri dish in front of him. His eyes contained expectation and bitterness, especially when he saw the data on the paper in front of him. The look of expectation on his face instantly faded, and the expression of the whole person began to become more and more cold. Vomi. Dr. Grohl looked beside him, a woman with long messy brown hair over a shawl, black-rimmed glasses and huge earrings, with a hint of coldness in her words. "Since you can't be of any use to me, then I'll ruin you." Dr. Gro's eyes were a little cold, and the girl who was not there at all was looking at him with disgust, and after silently glancing at the young man in the petri dish, the girl couldn't help but recall the first time the two met, when he was still extremely immature compared to now. He took a deep breath and thought back to what the boy had told him. Instead of following Dr. Gro's command to increase the energy, Vomi opened the ceiling at the top and let in a flash of golden sunlight. After falling into the petri dish, the boy's closed eyes slowly opened, not like the pitch-black pupils of humans, but replaced by blood-red eyes. "Are you guys ready for death?" The young man's cold voice fell, and before everyone could react, two terrifying lasers erupted from the young man's eyes, and their powerful energy instantly swept through the entire underground base. As the blood-red laser dissipated, under the thick haze, the young man slowly fell from the air. "Are you waiting for the ants? Are you ready to be judged?" The young man's cold words carried absolute killing intent, and his dark eyes were like the gaze of a demon, examining everything. His name is Tiendeo, and he accidentally crossed over and became a young Superman in the DC world, who had just been sent out of Krypton, but, on the way to the Earth of the DC universe, he suffered from the turbulence of time and space, and was sent to the Dragon Ball world. Despite this, he didn't have any worries at first. After all, DC Superman. Just the name Superman is already synonymous with invincibility. Even if he is the weakest Superman, it is just that after coming to this world, after the spaceship was destroyed under the turbulence of time and space, he accidentally wandered out of the wilderness at night. As a result, he was brought to this underground base by the people of the Red Ribbon Legion, and from the discussion of these researchers, he learned that he had come to the Dragon Ball world, and was sent by Dr. Gro of the Red Ribbon Legion to conduct artificial human experiments. After learning about his situation, thanks to the fact that when he absorbed a small amount of the sun's energy when the earth fell, under the strong desire to survive, because of his small body and body instinct, he awakened the steel body that he needed most at this moment, and in this way, he didn't know how long it had passed. It wasn't until the appearance of Vomi, a girl who was tied up by the Red Ribbon Legion to assist Dr. Gro's research institute because she was too smart, and her appearance, from time to time, would use mirrors to help Tiendeo obtain the subtle sunlight in the basement, that he was able to persist until now under the destruction of Dr. Gro, and awakened the ability of telepathy. Just when he didn't know how long he could hold out, just yesterday, the strongest sign-in system awakened, and he signed into the Red Ribbon Legion Research Institute at the beginning, and he obtained the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Just when he lamented that Superman was also invincible, why should he borrow Saiyans again? His superhuman bloodline and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline fused. Yes, you heard it right, he can be invincible with just one bloodline, and the two bloodlines are fused together. And it was at that time that he learned that he was the Supreme Superman, but just when he wanted to break everything, the fusion of the two powerful bloodlines caused his strength to grow so slowly that he couldn't believe it. Just under his questioning, the system gave the answer: the fusion of the two bloodlines, not only fusion, but also will erase all the shortcomings and weaknesses, leaving only the perfect bloodline. At the same time, in order not to affect the life safety of the host, even if the strength growth is slow, he can still awaken the castrated version of other superpowers. And when he shines on the sun, his all-round will slowly grow, and it will not be until the bloodline is perfectly fused that his potential will truly explode. So, after his strength was restored to a certain level, he asked VOMI to help him open the ceiling through his awakened telepathic power, and the moment he shone the sun, he finally gained the power to leave here. Without the slightest hesitation, Heavenly Dao's eyes began to emit terrifying heat rays, and everywhere his eyes went, everything was split into two. After a wanton killing, Tiandao came to Dr. Gro, who was already frightened, and just as he was about to crush him directly to death, VOMI stopped him at this moment. Heavenly Dao, you can't kill him now, even if he dies, there are others, I need to know his android technology, the two sisters and brothers are at a critical moment, now you should leave here first, and after I help them complete the transformation, it is not too late for you to come. There is no need. Tiandao sneered. What VOMI was worried about, in his opinion, was simply nonsense. As long as he was given time, he could completely create a more powerful artificial human. A punch broke the chest of Dr. Gro, who was already frightened, and under VOMI's incredulous gaze, Tiandao flew straight to the location of the two siblings. Lazuli and Labes, puff, casually broke the petri dish, and took out the closest sister and brother Lazuli and Rubbies. Let's go. Grab me, let's get out of here first. Ooh. VOMI nodded. She didn't understand Bai Dao's thoughts. After obediently hugging Tiandao's waist, Tiandao had already flown into the air. And after leaving a sufficient range, Tiandao suddenly blew out a breath, even if his super breath should not be considered super now, but it was enough to turn everything in front of him into ruins. After blowing a small hurricane to bury everything, and watching as Dr. Gro's body was dragged away by other androids, Tiandao flew directly to the metropolis. Chapter 2. Time passed quietly. And in the western capital, in a luxurious hotel, there was still some disbelief. VOMI who looked at Tiandao who was taking a bath, and the two brothers and sisters Lazuli and Lapis who were still in a coma on the side, and she just escaped? Just when she didn't come back to her senses, she took a shower, changed into a casual hooded outfit and walked out of the bathroom. Don't think about it, I'll wait for the two of them to wake up, and if they want to turn back into humans, I'll help them. He tidied up his clothes casually, and looked at the appearance in his mirror that he hadn't seen for a long time, and Tiandao's eyes couldn't help but be a little trance. Do you have a way to turn back into a human? VOMI was stunned for a moment, then looked curiously at Tiandao, who was standing motionless in front of the mirror. Not yet, but I do have a solution. Tiandao shook his head, but at the same time nodded, shaking his head. That is because he really has no way now, his strength has just begun to awaken, everything is still in the recovery period, especially when his system tells him that his current combat strength is only 15 points, he knows how weak he is now. As for nodding, that's because, in this world, there are too many ways to restore them, such as Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball of the current period was created by the old gods, and its power is obviously not comparable to the dragon created by the new gods behind, although the Dragon Balls created by the old gods have limitations, but it does not affect his strength, especially in addition, the current Namek planet Dragon Ball, there are many opportunities. While Vomi and Tiandeo were talking, the comatose siblings Lashri and Lapis also woke up from their slumber. The two of them slowly opened their eyes and looked at everything in front of them, the luxurious lighting, which was like a dream to the dark and damp underground that the two siblings had seen before. Where am I, Rubbies, are we dreaming? Gently blocking the glare of the sunlight with her hand, Lashri suddenly felt as if everything in front of her was in a dream. I don't know, but I don't feel like I'm dreaming. Compared to the unreality of his sister Lazari, Lapis was noticeably more sober, rubbing his somewhat apprehensive eyes and straightening up from the soft bed. What catches your eye is Tendo and Vomi who are smiling at him. You're awake, the two of us were just talking about the two of you. Tiandeo smiled and handed over 2 glasses of water. At present, as half-artificial people, Lazari and Rubbies, even if they don't eat human food, they are fine, but it is just food, and now they only need to drink some water to relieve the hunger of similar humans like the Nameks. Our things. Lazali, who was still in a trance, took the water glass, and after taking a sip, the cold feeling instantly brought her back to reality. It's supposed to be something about us becoming androids, right? Lapis drank the water from the glass in his hand in one gulp, his words full of calm, but the hatred in his eyes could not be concealed. That's right, let Vomi explain the specific situation to you. After she tells you the current situation, I will give you the right to choose. Tiandeo nodded, and did not deny Labiz's words, but handed over the time to speak to Vomi beside him. After all, she was currently the professional here. It's Rajri, Lapis. I'm sorry because I don't have the right to refuse, so I will transform the plan of the artificial man in you, but because of time, I have only partially helped you transform it so far, and the most obvious thing is that your physical strength is almost unlimited. After a few seconds of silence, Vomi told the story of the previous incident. And after getting Vomi's explanation, Lazali and Lapis couldn't help but look at each other. At this moment, there seemed to be countless cowardice in their eyes. They were originally humans, but now they suddenly became artificial people. This kind of gap, or ordinary people's mentality, they can't bear it at all. Actually, if you want to restore a human body, I have a way, but it may take a lot of time. Tiandeo nodded, and under the expectant gaze of the two sisters and brothers, he explained, I have 2 methods. One is to find the legendary Dragon Ball. You are only semi-transformed, although you have almost unlimited physical strength, but the strength is not as strong as the formed android, so, the current Dragon Ball power should allow you to recover. Of course, this is just my guess. As for the second option, that is to wait, maybe a few years, maybe 10 years, when I am fully recovered, I can help you reshape your body. You can choose one of these 2 methods, but at the moment I don't really recommend that you revert back to becoming human. As soon as Tiandeo's words came out, Lazali and Lapis were a little confused, not only their sister and brother, but also Vomi on the side was also a little incomprehensible. Why did Tiandeo not recommend them to return to becoming human beings for the time being after saying the method? Because, in 30 years, the whole Earth will be on the cusp of the storm, like the sails of a ship in the ocean. Human beings will eventually have limits, and you, half-artificial humans, have almost unlimited physical strength, and are almost indistinguishable from human beings, but at least have the power to protect themselves and the potential to surpass human limits, of course, provided that you will believe me. Tiandeo smiled and simply told them the future he knew. After all, they were the first people he knew when he came to this world. Lashri was about to ask something, but before she could say anything, Lapis interrupted what she wanted to say. I believe you, but what about the Red Ribbon Legion? How to deal with it? Of course it's killing. Tiandao's face was full of smiles, but this smile was a little chilling in the eyes of Lashri and Vomi, although they also wanted to destroy the Red Ribbon Army, but Tiandao's appearance still scared them a lot. When the time comes, count me in. Tiandao nodded, and did not refuse Labiz's proposal. Turning around and walking to the window, he opened the curtains, and with the first rays of sunlight in the morning, Tiandao felt that his body was like nectar for a long time, frantically absorbing the energy from the sun. Is this what power feels like? Clenched his fists, feeling the growing power, and an inexplicable force surging through his body. Under the control of Heavenly Dao, the chi that belonged to the Dragon Ball world alone gathered in his palm, and a blood-red and golden-yellow ball of light appeared. What is this? The two siblings looked surprised, different from Vomi's simple curiosity. They could feel the powerful energy contained in the blood-red and golden-yellow doped ball of light even more. Chi, the core force of this world. Dissipating the chi in his hand, Tiandao smiled lightly, although he didn't know what his current combat strength was, but it should be enough at the moment. Ding! The latest check-in location is released, please summon the dragon, complete the plot check-in completed, reward, biological armor. Even if there is no sun, it can also provide a steady stream of solar rays for the host, and enhance the host's efficiency in absorbing the sun's energy, while evolving with the host's strength. Just when Tiandao sighed, the latest check-in task of the system in his mind was released, summoning the divine dragon. Then, he needs Boomer's Dragon Ball radar. Although he has super perception, it should be just ordinary perception now. Even if he is now absorbing the sun's energy continuously, the maximum range of his current perception is only a few tens of meters. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, alas Zidubeyazai mountain, when can your own bloodline be fused to complete it? The supreme little Superman born from the Silver Superman template, the upgraded version of my power of search, the strongest Superman in the single body plus the legendary Super Saiyan. What will it look like after the perfect fusion? Chapter 3. Tiandao shook his head, his mind moved slightly, and his personal attribute panel had already appeared in his mind. Host, Tiandao. Age, 12. Combat strength, 16, continuously enhanced. Bloodline, Supreme Little Superman and the legendary Super Saiyan, fusion progress 1%. Ability, flight, thermal vision, body of steel, mind. A general glance at his various data, which are basically castrated versions of superpowers. Even if he opened the steel body at the earliest, there is still a long way to go. Vomi, how much money do you have now? Tiandao looked at Vomi, although he didn't want to admit it, he could be said to be penniless when he just escaped, and this room was still the room that Vomi paid for. It should be enough for us to open the house for a week or so, and my money will basically stay in the institute, if not for someone, but if you give me a few minutes, my money will be enough for us to be unbridled for a few years. Vomi's tone was a little resentful, although she was forced by the Red Ribbon Legion, but the salary was still very sufficient. Of course, this was limited to scientific researchers. If you have been imprisoned since childhood, I think you will be even more excited than me, especially me, an existence that can easily destroy the earth as long as I am exposed to sunlight for one day, because the time is night, coupled with the dark environment underground. It should be good that I am not crazy now. Right. Tiandao smiled bitterly. He should be one of the most aggrieved traversers at the beginning, right? How many years have you been studied since childhood? Lazuli was stunned for a moment. Not only her, but also Lapis and Vomi were a little unbelievable. Under the Red Ribbon Legion, someone could be studied from childhood to adulthood. About 12 years, right? Thinking back to the age on his panel, Tiandao replied after a moment of thought. 12 years, how old are you now? Vomi's tone was inexplicably urgent, as if she was sure of something. I was brought to the laboratory by the Red Ribbon Army since I was a baby. How old do you think I am now? What? Lazuli and Labes were already stunned, looking at the height of about 1 meter 7 or 8 in front of them. This is really only 12. Not only their siblings, but the most confused should be Vomi. Originally she thought that Tiandeo was at least 16 years old now, but now she is only 12 years old? Don't be so surprised, even I, the client, haven't spoken yet. What are you to be surprised about? Waved his hand casually, and after stretching his whole body slightly. Vomi, do you know the Universal Capsule Company in Zidu? Vomi didn't speak, and she was a little incredulous, just nodded blankly. After receiving Vomi's reply, Tiandeo looked at the two siblings Lashri and Lapis on the side. You guys, can you feel your own chi now, or should I say energy? Chi, energy. Labes frowned, but he quickly understood what Heavenly Deo was talking about, and after thinking about the energy that Heavenly Deo had just gathered in his palm, within a few seconds, silver-white energy had already appeared in his palm. That's what you're talking about. Tiandeo nodded, didn't speak, just looked at Lazuli on the side. No surprise, after Lapsa controlled the chi, Lazuli also mastered. Looking at this scene, Tiandeo couldn't help but sigh at the qualifications of the two sisters and brothers. No wonder they could be transformed into androids by Dr. Gro. Recalling what Dr. Gro said in Dragon Ball GT Space-Time, if it weren't for the fact that Rapes's emotions couldn't be controlled by him, maybe Rapes was the most powerful android. Even the talent that Dr. Gro admitted, Heavenly Deo is now considered to be insightful. The younger brother is talented, and the sister's talent will not be weak. I have some simple ways to use chi here, which should help you learn to fly first. As for how to fight and use chi, I don't know about it for the time being. As he spoke, Tiandeo had already come to the front of the two sisters and brothers, and taught them the method of chi that he had learned with the help of his talent through his mind. You guys get used to it first, and by the way, take a good rest, and I'll go out and find a place to go for a walk, and see the world by the way. With that, after waving to Vomi, who had not yet reacted, Tiandeo turned around and walked out of the room. He said that he was going to take a look outside, but he flew directly to the top of the building, his hands slightly open, feeling the activity of the cells in his body, and he felt as if he had been reborn. In this way, time passed quietly. Half a day had passed, and when he returned to the heavenly path of the room, he looked at Lazuli and Rubbies, who were already free to levitate, and nodded silently. You guys, are you ready to go? Okay, but why are we going to the Universal Capsule Company in the Western capital? Lapis didn't speak, but Lashri was a little curious. Because, Dragon Ball, didn't I say that the current Dragon Ball should help you turn back into a human? Although I can't guarantee it, but, since you are the first person I knew, I can't change your mind because of some of my thoughts, so why not give it a try? Tiandeo smiled. Dragon Ball? Lazuri nodded, no more. As for Rubbies, he didn't speak, he just nodded silently. What about you? Tiandeo looked at Vomi on the side. Vomi didn't speak, and she also wanted to open it after accepting the facts, but after she glanced at Labes who was still floating in the air, she couldn't help but have some anticipation. Can I fly too? Yes, but it's not necessary. Why? Scientists. You have to look like researchers. What are you flying if you have nothing to do? In this way, under Vomi's resentful eyes, Tiandeo hugged Vomi and Lazuli and Labes and rushed towards the direction of Magnum Capsule Company under the guidance of Vomi. Under the rapid rush of the three of them, in less than an hour, the four of Tiandeo could already see the building of the Universal Capsule Company from a distance. Tiandeo, how are you going to get in? Vomi said subconsciously as she glanced at the building of the Universal Capsule Company. Of course it's up to you. Haven't you always boasted that you are one of the youngest genius doctors, so, we should have no problem visiting in your name, right? Of course there's no problem, it's just that the fact that I was caught by the Red Ribbon Legion should be well known, if Dr. Brive. Tiandeo interrupted Vomi's concerns, and as the four of them landed at the gate of Magnum Capsule, Vomi took the brunt of the walk, after indicating his intentions and showing his doctorate certificate. After a while, the door opened, and an old man with blue hair, short stature, and reading glasses walked out of the Universal Capsule Company. Dr. Vomi, are you in the name of the Red Ribbon Legion, or in your own name? Dr. Brive's tone was serious, and although he usually didn't seem serious, he was occasionally serious when it came to his family. Dr. Brive, let him explain. Vomi leaned back, and under Brive's puzzled gaze, Tiandeo stepped forward. As the mind activated, the words that would have been explained for half a day were transmitted to Dr. Brive's brain in less than a few seconds. You guys ran out of the Red Ribbon Legion's Research Institute, and, are androids real? Chapter 4. Dr. Brive was a little skeptical, although the methods of heaven surprised him, but it is undoubtedly human nature to be suspicious of the unknown, and in addition, Dr. Brive himself is a genius who created the age of capsules, so, even if he already has some belief in his heart, he still asks because of the scientist's desire to know. I don't have to lie to you, after all, I also have a request for you, and I will show the greatest sincerity with my heart. Tiandeo smiled, not angry because of Dr. Brive's suspicion and anger. And hearing Tiandeo's words, Dr. Brive didn't speak, but began to seriously look at the Tiandeo in front of him, a young man. I have to say that Tiandeo's appearance can be said to be a beautiful man, with dark pupils, and the somewhat unkempt hair, as well as a faint smile on his face. It can be said that Tiandeo's first impression on him was very good. After a moment of silence, Dr. Brive asked what he was most concerned about at the moment. You ran out of the Red Ribbon Legion's Research Institute, does the Red Ribbon Legion know your whereabouts? I don't think I know, but even if I did, it wouldn't hurt, because before they can find a few of us, I'll find them first and destroy them with my own hands. Tian Deo did not lie, but told his guess, and at the same time showed his attitude, self-confidence, that incomparable absolute confidence. This confidence couldn't help but surprise Dr. Brive a little, and he was even infected by Tiandeo's confident words. Haha, I see, then, please come in. Brive, who had already made a decision in his heart, smiled and warmly greeted the heavenly Deo and several people into the door. And with the arrival of a few people from Tiandeo, a woman with blonde hair walked over with a smile on her face. Oh, are there any guests at home? Hello, do you want a cup of coffee? The blonde woman said. She had already invited a few people from Tiandeo to the living room, and before she gave a few people from Tiandeo a chance to speak, she had already begun to make coffee by herself. Dr. Brive seemed to have been accustomed to this scene for a long time, and he didn't pay too much attention to it, but after beckoning a few people from Tiandeo to sit down, he smiled and said, You say, you need my help, may I ask, what is it? Tiandeo responded without hesitation. After hearing Tiandeo's response, Dr. Brive was obviously stunned for a moment. Dragon Ball radar? He remembered that he had never invented such a thing, and what was Dragon Ball radar? Dr. Brive's eyes were full of doubt, and for Dr. Brive's doubts, Tiandeo seemed to have expected them a long time ago, and then explained unhurriedly, Dragon Ball radar, to be exact, should be your daughter's research, so the purpose of my coming here today is to pick up your daughter's invention. My daughter, are you talking about Bulma? Dr. Brive was visibly stunned. Although her daughter Bulma had many strange inventions, he didn't know much about them. Maybe there really was, right? How do you know that she has the so-called Dragon Ball radar? I said I can predict the future, do you believe it? Predict the future? Dr. Brive was a little embarrassed. If he believed in the rest of the heavenly Deo, predicting the future, this is already metaphysics, right? Of course, not only him, but also the Lazuli and Labi's siblings and Vomi. It's okay if Tiandeo doesn't say it. They can't help but be shocked when they say it. If it's just like Tiandeo said, he was taken to the base of the Red Ribbon Legion for research when he was a young baby, how did he know about Dragon Ball? It's just that the three of them didn't speak. After all, if Dr. Brive knew that Tiandeo was only 12 years old, everything that Tiandeo had just done should have been in vain, right? That's right, I can predict the future to a certain extent, it's just that, for some special reasons, the future I predict is full of uncertainties. Of course, if you don't believe me, I can prove it. Tiandeo's face did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Of course he had his own confidence when he said this. After all, he had the power to think, even if all the awakened abilities were not super, but this does not mean that it is useless. For example, foreknowledge, everything that can be predicted to a certain extent, for example, lottery, etc. Of course, it is limited to this. And this is also the conclusion he came to after the experiment. Now he, in addition to being full of talent, can be self-taught, except for the steel body he awakened at the beginning. All the superpowers he awakened now can be said to be the level that human beings can reach. This, Dr. Brive was a little confused, and for a moment did not know what to say. Just as Dr. Brive didn't know how to answer, a girl's call was heard. Dad, Mommy, I'm back. Hee, Boomer is back, and it looks like you've got a friend looking for you over there. Mrs. Brive, who was holding her coffee, came out, covered her mouth and smiled. While speaking, he had already put the brewed coffee in front of the four Tiandeo. You enjoy it slowly, woo, little handsome guy, do you want to have a date with me? Tiandeo was silent, Lazuli and Lapis and Vomi, the four of them were a little sluggish for a while. Are you serious when you say this now? Tiandeo didn't speak, just silently glanced at Dr. Brive on the side, and the expected anger did not appear, but had long been accustomed to it. Dr. Brive, who didn't feel anything at all, was suddenly a little embarrassed in his heart after seeing Tiandeo's innocent gaze. Ahem, Boomer has come back, let's talk to you young people next. Little guy, although I believe you for the time being, but whether I can make Boomer believe it, it's up to you. With that, he took Mrs. Brive away from the living room, leaving alone the four of Tiandeo with an incredulous look and Boomer, who had just changed his clothes and walked out of his room. Really, Mom and Dad are still the same. Bulma couldn't help but cover her face with a slight complaint, but she quickly reacted, friend, when did she have friends? Because of her identity, there were almost no friends of the same age around her, and now she suddenly heard that her own friends came to her. Her first reaction was surprise. Yes, she was surprised. Not to mention that she had no friends. Even if she had friends, it could only be regarded as friends with interests, although she didn't need to. Just when she was still wondering, Tiandeo had already stood up from the sofa, turned around, and said with a chuckle, Hello, Miss Boomer, meet for the first time. Before Heavenly Deo could react, Boomer had already come to him. This. Tiandeo was stunned for a moment, and leaned back without a trace. Seeing this scene, Lazuli and Vomi nodded slightly. But Lapis didn't care, but silently drank the coffee in his hand and watched quietly. Handsome, where are you from, and what purpose did you come to me? Boomer blinked. Well, where are you? Let me think about it, I should be considered an alien, right? As for the purpose of my search for you, I need Miss Boomer to use your Dragon Ball radar. Alien, Dragon Ball radar. Tiandeo's words made Bulma's eyes widen in disbelief, and she circled Tiandeo curiously. Alien. Handsome guy, you find a reason, and also find a reliable reason. Also, if you are an alien, do you still need the Dragon Ball radar I made? Secondly, how did you know that I had a Dragon Ball radar? Boomer glanced at Tiandeo without a trace, and while appearing to be a nymphomaniac, she was also seriously looking at Tiandeo and the three of Lashley on the side, especially when she saw Lashri and Vomi, who were no less beautiful than herself. Her brows furrowed slightly, This person shouldn't be that kind of playboy, right? It's true that I'm from another planet, it's just that I look like you. As for Dragon Ball radar, do you believe me when I say I'm predicting the future? Tiandao smiled bitterly, and at the same time, he explained, just like Dr. Brive, he instilled all the memories into Boomer's mind, and after a while, a somewhat sluggish Boomer came back to his senses. Are you really an alien? 12 years, and you are the one who landed in the wreckage of the spaceship on Earth. Chapter 5. Boomer's eyes widened. She has been curious about everything since she was a child, and after accepting the memory sharing of Tiandao, the whole person was surprised. Although in her world, there seem to be many animals that can speak human language, and there are many other species, but, aliens, Tiandao should be the first, right? However, she was just curious for a while. After all, she began to create a woman who was looking for the legendary Dragon Ball radar in order to have a Prince Charming of her own, and soon, Boomer came back to her senses, and then looked at the Lazuli and Lapis siblings on the side with a slightly complicated gaze. The purpose of you asking me to borrow the Dragon Ball radar is to help them. Tiandao nodded without hesitation. This is one of his purposes. Of course, his main purpose is for his own system tasks, but unfortunately, he won't tell anyone about these things. Why? They're the first friends I've ever made in this world, right? We, who have gone through the same hardships, should help if I can, of course. Tiandao smiled, with a hint of ease in his words. Hearing the sound, Boomer was a little relieved. She didn't feel malicious in Tiandao's body, and she still didn't believe in Tiandao's memory in her mind. After all, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? However, aliens, do you really have the superpower of predicting the future? Frowning slightly, Boomer said in a somewhat disbelieving tone, you said that you would predict the future, then, can you tell me that I will find the Dragon Ball and fulfill my wish? Hehe, you will find the Dragon Ball, but your wish is not after making a wish, but during your journey to find the Dragon Ball, but your real wish will come true after many years. In the middle of the journey, after many years. Boomer was visibly stunned, but she quickly reacted and collected the Dragon Balls herself, as if her wish had not been fulfilled. Forget it, I don't want to. You guys can live in my house these days. My Dragon Ball radar is in the experimental stage. If you can, handsome guy, you shouldn't mind waiting a few more days, right? Boomer smiled, and she roughly believed in Tiandao's words, and gave a reply. It doesn't matter, I have a lot of time. Tiandao shook his head, not paying too much attention to it. In this way, time passed quietly. And a few days passed in a blink of an eye, and a few days, in addition to basking in the sun and eating a lot of food, Tiandao was almost still basking in the sun, but, compared to Tiandao, Lazuri and Vomi got along well with Bulma and her parents. Well, to be exact, it should be Vomi. As for Labis, it was under the persuasion of Tiandao that he began to learn various combat skills and how to use chi. Hey, Tiandao, is there really no problem with you basking in the sun and eating like this every day? Lapis looked at Tiandao, who was motionless under the sun, and said in a cold tone. Haha, I'm different from you. 12 years, if I hadn't absorbed some of the sun's energy at the beginning, I would have died by now. Death. Lapis frowned. This was the first time he had heard the word death in the mouth of the heavenly Dao. Not only him, but Bulma and Lazuli, who were chatting on the side, were also stunned by Vomi, but it was only for a short moment. After all, Tiandao did not hide the fact that he was taken to the experimental base of the Red Ribbon Legion when he was a baby. That's right, didn't I say that? Originally, as long as I was given a day, no, I should say half a day, as long as I was allowed to bask in the sun for half a day, I could easily destroy a planet. And this is not my limit, but it is still all the power I can burst out when I was a baby, but unfortunately, I came at a bad time. It happened to be night, and it was all the solar energy before I came to Earth, and I decided to awaken the steel body that was immune to all Earth technology, and I barely insisted on reaching the top floor of VOMI's underground base. And after I absorbed some of the sun, my anger temporarily pushed me beyond my limits, but that's all. After 12 years of physical loss, now my body's thirst for energy has reached the extreme. It can be said that if I hadn't met a few of you halfway, I felt that I would have been a madman, or should I say a blackened person. When the time comes, the consequences, I can only say, as long as I am given time, I can easily destroy the entire world and even the universe. Tiandao's tone was a little indifferent, or should it be taken for granted? After all, even if he didn't have the idea of destroying everything, but, for a whole 12 years, as long as there was one other person, I think, this world should have been ruined by now, right? Especially if he is still an upgraded version of the Supreme Little Superman born with the Silver Superman template, the strongest Superman in the single body. Even if there is no Super Saiyan bloodline given to him by the system later, he can be invincible in the world, even if the whole king behind him, he dares to touch it. The rules, the power of my thinking is the biggest rule. There is no one, is there a more powerful power in the world than idealism? If it weren't for the fusion of bloodlines, his current sun absorption ability was so weak that he couldn't even look at it directly. However, it wasn't without benefits. He had been relying on nutrient solutions, and his body could be said to be strong on the outside, although it was not to the extent that he was skinny, but it was only on the outside. It can be said that the blood of the legend Saiyan made his body return to the level of a normal person. Okay, you don't need to worry about my business. Compared to me, you better come on. I just need to recover now, and when I recover, I can crush you with one hand. Stretching. Slightly, Tiandao began to change angles and continue to absorb the sun's energy. In this regard, in addition to being speechless, Labes was still speechless, but he, who knew the situation of the heavenly Dao, did not speak. After all, the two of them were 1/2 pound and a half. Because of the degree of transformation, although he has strength, he has no skills, and his strength cannot be exerted at all, so he can only hide in his body. And just like that, day after day, a month passed quickly. After completing the last part of the test of the Dragon Ball radar, Tiandao and Boomer set off to start their journey to find the Dragon Balls, starting with the Dragon Balls obtained by chance, and the first stop, without accident, is the nearest Baizai mountain to the western capital, which is where the Dragon Ball story begins. So, after Tiandao promised Dr. Brive that he would protect Boomer during this time, the two set off. But unlike Boomer at the beginning of the plot, he drove his own car. In order to speed up, he awakened his only heavenly Dao who did not have the ability to castrate the position of a creature, and directly hugged Boomer and began to fly towards Baizai mountain. Along the way, Boomer, who was curious about the way of heaven and could fly by herself, was like a curious baby. Originally even if she was a genius girl, human beings could fly on their own. If it was the beginning, she would never believe it. If it weren't for the fact that she had seen the siblings Lapis and Lashri fly freely into the air in violation of the rules of physics more than once during this time, she would have been even more surprised than she was now. Tiandao, can you teach me how to fly? Boomer's tone was a little expectant, but unfortunately, her expectation was quickly broken, and without hesitation, she was directly rejected by Tiandao with the words of resuming VOMI. A scientific researcher, what to learn to fly? Do you still want to go to the front line? I'm curious, you scientific researchers, do you all like to go to the front line so much? Chapter 6. After refusing for reasons that Boomer couldn't answer, Tiandao had already taken Boomer to the area where Baizai mountain was located. Looking at the forest with countless vegetation in front of him, Boomer jumped from Tiandao's arms. Took out the Dragon Ball radar in his shoulder bag, determined the location of the Dragon Ball, and directly took out his small box containing the universal capsule, took it out casually, pressed the start button on the capsule, and threw it forward, and a pink car came into view. Tiandao, Get in the car quickly, let you take a look at Miss Ben's driving skills. Running into the cab in high spirits, Boomer began to call out to the heavens, who were motionless in place. In this regard, Tiendeo did not speak, silently walked into the co-pilot, as Tiendeo just took his seat, and when he just fastened his seat belt, Boomer had already stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Woo-woo Tiendeo, my driving skills are okay, right? Yes, it's just that I think it's better for you to drive slower, after all, it's not good to drive too fast. Tiendeo smiled, his right hand had already stretched out of the window, silently absorbing the sun's energy, but, even with Tiendeo's reminder, Boomer's speed did not mean to slow down, and even, on the way to drive, he did not forget to take a look at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. In this way, after about half an hour of walking through the mountains and forests, after passing through the dense jungle in front of me, a muddy forest path appeared. Woohoo, there is finally a normal road. Boomer was overjoyed, stumbling along the way, and looking at a path in front of her that looked like someone had repaired it, she was excited. As her accelerator accelerated, the car could be described as a peerless ride, and just when Boomer was in high spirits, Tiendeo, who had not spoken for a long time, opened his eyes at this moment. Boomer, slow down, there seems to be someone in front, you are so. Before Tiendeo's words could be finished, at the corner of a hillside, Boomer, who didn't have time to brake, directly crashed into the oncoming boy, a teenager carrying a large fish that was seriously inconsistent with his size. Ouch, it hurts. The boy who was knocked over turned over on the spot directly, and Boomer was also frightened when he saw that he had hit someone. Looking at the boy who was knocked away, Boomer trembled a little. God, did I hit someone? What do you say? Tiendeo smiled bitterly, he didn't expect that even if he had reminded him, little Wukong was actually hit, but thanks to his biological force field that had been wrapped around the entire car, so, even if it hit, the power should not be as great as before. Unbuckling his seat belt, Tiendeo stepped out, looking at the familiar appearance and explosive head in front of him, as well as the slender tail behind him. Son Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, one of his childhood, now, it should be their first meeting. Before Tiendeo spoke, Boomer ran out of the cab with a worried face, his eyes were full of fear. Little brother, are you okay? As Boomer spoke, little Wukong also recovered from the impact just now, stood up, and he was obviously a little angry at the moment. Damn, what kind of monster are you? Are you here to take my food? The angry little Wukong directly took out the golden hoop stick behind him, and looked at Boomer and Tiendeo in front of him with fierce eyes. Monster food. Looking at Xiao Wukong's vigilant look, Tiendeo was a little helpless. Xiao Wukong is really just too much now. Was hit by a car, the first thing was not to ask for compensation, but to worry about whether they would rob him of his food, if it was a previous life, if this was not hundreds of thousands. If you want me to get up, it is absolutely impossible. Ha ha ha, don't worry, we're not interested in your fish. Although he is also a Saiyan now, and has a great need for food, don't forget that he is also a Superman, absorbing the sun's energy, which can offset his consumption of food to a certain extent. As for Boomer, as a daughter, she is a daughter, let alone a fish, as long as she wants to eat, there is nothing that money can't solve, let alone this weird big fish that hasn't been cooked. Really? Tiendeo's words made little Wukong breathe a sigh of relief, but while breathing a sigh of relief, he also looked at Boomer, who was already hiding behind Tiendeo with a suspicious face. Really, little brother, don't you know that it is very rude to suspect a cute and beautiful girl? Besides, if you want, I can give you lots and lots of fish. Boomer hurriedly made up the package ticket. Anyway, money is a number for her. It's a pity that little Wukong didn't care about Boomer's words. At this moment, after he heard what Boomer said, he scratched his head with some familiarity, and suddenly remembered something. His eyes lit up, and after punching Boomer, who was holding Tiandao's arms, his tone was a little curious. "Girl? You are a girl? My grandfather said that if you meet a girl, you must be gentle." As soon as these words came out, Boomer was a little incredulous. "Wouldn't you? You don't even know about girls? However, now it seems that your grandfather is a gentleman." "Gentleman?" Boomer's words made Tiandao stunned. In the Turtle Immortal School, in addition to Sun Wukong, there are also gentlemen? Xieti, obviously almost all of them are old critics. Of course, these words Tiandao did not say. "Ku." At this moment, there was a crisp sound from little Wukong's stomach, and he was hungry, his face was bitter, and his hands couldn't help covering his stomach. "Since you're not the monster who robs me of my food, and you're a girl, then, I invite you to my house for dinner." "We're still." Boomer subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the words of refusal were not yet spoken. Tiandao interrupted Boomer's words lightly without a trace, and said with a smile, "Then, thank you very much." After nodding slightly to little Wukong. After a loud laugh, little Wukong dragged the tail of the big fish on the side of the road, walked to the front and began to lead the way. With the departure of little Wukong, Boomer, who broke free from the right hand of Tiandao, looked a little shy. Looking at little Wukong, who had already walked away, Boomer was a little puzzled. "Tiandao, why should we go with it? Could it be that you are hungry? If you are hungry, I still have food here." "Haha, I'm not hungry. Have you forgotten what I said about predicting the future? If I said that the Dragon Ball we are looking for is in his house, do you believe it?" "Really?" Boomer's eyes lit up, especially after getting Tiandao's affirmative gaze. He quickly put away his car and pulled Tiandao to follow. In this way, along the way, with a simple conversation, the three of them informed each other of their names, and after learning about little Wukong's past, Boomer became more relieved about Wukong, who was as pure as a piece of paper. It didn't take long for the three of them to come to a small house, and after Xiao Wukong threw the fish in his hand aside, he directly walked into the house with Tiandao and Boomer. Then, he began to look for the seasoning, and after finding the seasoning he needed, he smiled at Tiandao and Boomer. "Wait a minute, I will be able to bake the fish soon." Tiandao did not speak, but silently looked at the 4 planets that were carefully worshipped on the side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the search for the Dragon Ball for the first time, completing the check-in, and the task reward, 9% of the progress of blood fusion, and the foundation of Qi is perfectly controlled. The voice of the system, which had been silent for a long time, sounded, and just when Tiandao was surprised by the system's reward, Boomer's eyes were already on the 4-star Dragon Ball that was carefully enshrined. "Great, I didn't expect the 4-star Dragon Ball to really be here." Boomer stepped forward quickly, holding the Dragon Ball in both hands, and said with an excited expression, just when Boomer was happy. Little Wukong dodged the Dragon Ball in Boomer's hand, and said angrily, "Don't touch my grandfather." Chapter 7. This is the only relic of my grandfather. Relic. Boomer was a little stunned. She couldn't say anything if she wanted to speak, she was already guilty of it. She looked at the silent Tiandao on the side. "Tiandao." Boomer called in a low voice. The heavenly Dao, who was still under the control of the perfect Qi provided by the system, rolled his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he chuckled and said, "I'm fine, I'm just thinking about something. Since this Dragon Ball is a relic of his grandfather, and it is important to Goku, let's not force it. However, we can invite Goku to go with us in search of the Dragon Ball. Invite Goku to look for the Dragon Balls together." Boomer was a little puzzled, but when she saw little Goku holding the 4-star Dragon Ball tightly like a calf, she understood the idea of Heavenly Dao and officially invited little Goku. "Goku, do you want to go with us to find the Dragon Balls? I heard that finding 7 Dragon Balls can grant any wish." A Dragon Ball that can grant any wish? Isn't that the food that can be conjured up that you can't eat? Food? Do you still need Dragon Balls for this desire? As long as you travel with me, I guarantee you will have endless food and can fight all kinds of powerful people. Boomer began to tempt like a child. And hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up instantly. Can you fight with a lot of powerful people? Of course. Boomer nodded affirmatively. Seeing that little Wukong had been persuaded by her, Boomer did not hesitate to push out the silent Tiandao on the side. Oh, Tiandao is very powerful. If you agree to travel with us, I can let Tiandao accompany you. Really? I promise. Before Boomer could finish speaking, Tiandao, who had perfectly controlled the use of Qi, chuckled, of course, but you are not my opponent right now. Not necessarily. Little Wukong's face was full of war, and after putting the 4-star Dragon Ball in his hand aside from the place where it was originally enshrined, he posed with the familiar starting style of little Wukong full of anticipation. Hee hee. Then let's make a move. Tian Dao's words were full of confidence. Just now, he who originally only had 16 points of combat power, but now he has skyrocketed to 500 points, which is just the result of the increase in blood fusion to 10%, and his body is still in a state of loss. Most of the solar energy he absorbed was used to repair his lost body, and this was also the reason for the slow increase in his combat power, and he had a hunch that when his body loss was replenished and his bloodlines were perfectly fused, his combat power would usher in an unparalleled explosion. As he spoke, little Goku had already attacked. It's just that this is an extremely fast attack in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Tiandao, it is like a snail, with Xiao Wukong's punch. The moment his fist touched Tiandao's body, Tiandao's figure instantly disappeared in place. Just when little Wukong's attack failed and the whole person's body fell forward uncontrollably, Tiandao had already grabbed little Wukong's right calf and turned it upside down. You lost. Tiandao's words sounded, and the little Wukong who wanted to break free also freely admitted that he had lost after trying to break free to no avail. I lost. After hearing little Wukong's reply, Tiandao's right hand was gently loosened. And little Wukong landed firmly on the ground after a jump. After bowing slightly to the heavenly Dao, he picked up the spices he had placed not far away, ran outside the house, and skillfully cooked the big fish he had hunted. In this regard, Tiandao did not care. Boomer looked at Tiandao with bright eyes. His eyes were full of surprise. Tiandao, how did you suddenly get behind Wukong just now? Speed, powerful martial artist, speed will only be faster than mine. With that, Tiandao walked out of the house, and after taking the big fish that little Wukong had just put on the stick, he turned around and shouted, Boomer, do you have a knife in your universal capsule? Pinching his chin, Boomer, who was still thinking about what Tiandao said, took out his universal capsule box, and after finding the capsule of his small villa, he threw it into the distance, and with a burst of haze, a small villa appeared. Seeing this scene, little Wukong was instantly startled, clenched the golden hoop stick behind him with both hands, and said in surprise to Boomer, you are really a monster who can do magic. It's just a universal capsule, okay. Forget it, it's useless to tell you. Boomer rolled her eyes, her tone a little unpleasant. Then she walked into the villa, and after some searching, she took out a knife and some gloves for eating Western food. Is this okay? Forget it, I'll do it myself. Tiandao shook his head, glanced at the knife in Boomer's hand to eat Western food, and then looked at little Wukong's big fish, and directly gave up the plan to use the knife, after putting on the gloves that Boomer handed him. As the eyes bloomed a blood red, a hot gaze shot out of the eyes, and the powerful cutting force instantly disemboweled the big fish in front of him, after spending a lot of effort. A grilled fish was grilled to a golden color, but the grilled fish, which was several times larger than little Wukong's body, was eaten by little Wukong before Tiandao and Boomer had eaten a few bites. It's Tiandao, are you and his stomach bottomless? Boomer was a little puzzled. Could this little Wukong and Tiandao be the same kind of people? Thinking back to the astonishing amount of food when Tiandao left her house, could it be that both of them had different stomachs? Ahem, it's pretty much it. After all, the two of us are of the same race. Tiandao smiled noncommittally, and after waiting for little Wukong to eat the last bite of grilled fish, Boomer, who didn't think much about it, put away his small villa and turned it back into a capsule, and then took out the car capsule he had recovered not long ago, and threw it into the distance. The car appeared and skillfully walked to the cab, but this time Tiandao did not enter the co-pilot, threw little Wukong into the back seat, and used the dancing technique to follow all the way. In this way, along the way, little Wukong was shouting, and he couldn't help but touch the east and west in the back seat, and asked Tiandao how to fly from time to time. Tiandao didn't speak, just silently absorbed the energy of the sun, feeling the satisfaction in his body, and he obviously felt that his body had become more relaxed. In this way, after driving for 5 or 6 hours, as the solar energy gradually dissipated, the sky gradually dimmed, and at this moment, little Wukong no longer had the energy of the day, and had begun to fall asleep in the back seat. Grunt! A strange voice suddenly sounded, and Tiandao, who was flying outside the car using the sky dance technique, didn't have to guess, and knew that little Wukong's dinner bell had already rang. Because not only little Wukong, but even half of the Saiyan Heavenly Dao also has a sense of hunger, although because he has absorbed a lot of solar energy, it is not as strong as little Wukong. Boomer, let's rest here tonight. It's time for dinner. Are you going to have dinner? I'm hungry too. Before Boomer could speak, when he heard that he was going to have dinner, little Wukong said to Boomer, who was driving seriously with a serious face. We have only been eating for a short time. You too, do aliens eat so much? Boomer complained softly, and after glancing at the sky, he directly parked the car to the side, and said helplessly, okay. Anyway, the sky is getting dark, so we'll rest here tonight. Chapter 8. As Boomer stopped the car, Sun Wukong jumped out of the car first, but after he looked at the surrounding environment, he asked in surprise, there is no house here, can we sleep here at night? Humph, how is it possible? I am a delicate girl, how can I sleep on the grass by the side of the road? Boomer snorted lightly, took out his box containing a large number of universal capsules, took out the capsule of the small villa, and threw it at the grass in the distance. With a bang, the small villa reappeared. It's just that after seeing Boomer use the universal capsule before, little Wukong was not surprised, and as Boomer opened the door and walked in, the Heavenly Dao also fell from the sky. Smiling slightly, after patting little Wukong's head gently, Tiandao smiled and said, let's go in quickly. As soon as the two of them walked into the house, Boomer came over with 2 sets of men's clothes. You two go take a bath, your body is full of sweat smell. What is a bath? Little Gaku looked puzzled, his face full of curiosity. Hearing this, Boomer's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, you don't even know about taking a bath, you haven't never taken a bath, right? Haha, I'll take Wukong to take a bath. Tiandao shook his head, took the 2 sets of men's clothes from Boomer's hand, and walked to the bathroom with little Wukong in one hand and began to take a bath. Tiandao, why don't you and Boomer have tails? Little Wukong wiped his back with a brush that curled up his tail and rubbed the bath, while looking curiously at Tiandao, who was soaking in the bathtub with his eyes slightly closed. Under normal circumstances, humans don't have tails, and as for me, I should have had a tail like you, but there were some accidents in my body. As for why you have a tail, it's because you, like me, are both Saiyans from an alien planet. Saiyan. Tiandao nodded, without too much explanation. Just when he was about to be quiet for a while, little Wukong said with a cute face, Tiandao, Boomer is a girl, is there any difference between her and us? Different. Hearing the sound, Tiandao slowly opened his eyes, looked at the dazed little Wukong, and said helplessly, "First of all, apart from the difference in gender between men and women, you just need to remember not to touch a woman's body casually, and not to peek at will." "Oh, that's it. Little." Wukong nodded as if he didn't understand. Looking at his half-incomprehensible eyes, Tiandao smiled bitterly, and used his psychic perception to instill all the differences between girls and boys. "If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me again." After speaking, Tiandao also had no desire to continue soaking, slowly exhaled, walked out of the bath, cleaned the foam on his body, and in a thought, Tiandao's whole body exuded a hot air. After drying his whole body and the little Wukong on the side, putting on his pajamas, and using the heat sight to change the other piece of clothing to a small size for the little Wukong, the two walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, Boomer, who was holding his clothes, walked in. While waiting for Boomer to take a bath, Tiandao had already begun to prepare dinner for the three of them, saying that it was preparation, but in fact, most of it was a variety of prepared food specially prepared by Dr. Brive, and he knew the amount of Tiandao's meal. So he had prepared it in advance. While preparing dinner, Tiandao also consciously emitted the qi in his body to deter the beasts around him, and after preparing Wukong and his dinner, the two began to feast. As the two of them feasted, jingle bell ding bell. Boomer, who was in the bathroom, also picked up the mobile phone he put on the side of the bathroom, and just pressed the connect button. "Boomer, how are you and the handsome little guy of Tiandao traveling outside? He didn't do anything to you, did he?" "It's okay, do you do it? I heard Vomi say that Tiandao is only 12 years old, Mom, your mind is very dangerous. What's wrong with being 12? Men have to start from a young age, don't you go out on a trip to find some Dragon Ball, isn't it just to find a boyfriend? I said if you don't start, I think Vomi and Lashri have been looking forward to it for a long time." "Cut Vosi and Lashley, how could they be? Yo, people are close to the water and get the moon first, and they have been living for several years. I think the way of heaven is still okay, at least people will look for Dragon Balls for people who have nothing to do with it." Yes, Mom, you're right, what you said, with your daughter's youthful and beautiful appearance and young and golden identity, are you still afraid that I won't find a boyfriend? Okay, Mom, I'll hang up first." As the phone was forcibly cut off, Tiandao, who had everything in his ears, did not speak, as if he had long been accustomed to it. After all, Boomer's mother is notoriously eloquent. If you want to take it seriously, then you will lose. Do you really think that people can become the chairman of the Universal Capsule Company Mrs. by her looks? Just like that, time passed quietly. While Tendo and Gaku are destroying the food, Boomer, who has finished taking a bath, walks out of the bathroom. Boomer looked at the messy dining table on the side. She didn't care about it, but, even so, Boomer, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but complain, "You two, I'm curious, will you two starve to death in the future? This amount of food, who can support the two of you?" Sighed lightly, went to his refrigerator and took out a sandwich, and began to chew and swallow slowly. "Ahem, don't worry, I'll pay it back when I find the Dragon Balls." Tiandao said softly. He had eaten and drunk for nothing for so long, no matter how thick-skinned he was, it was not thick to that extent. "Forget it, it's just money, and the last thing Miss Ben lacks is money." Hearing this, Boomer waved his hand. His tone did not care in the slightest, and while speaking, Boomer's eyes also consciously looked at the little Wukong and Tiandao on the side, and said in a tone, "After you find the Dragon Ball, do you have any plans?" "Plans?" Boomer's words, Tiandao was obviously stunned for a moment, but he quickly replied, "It should be to find the Red Ribbon Legion for revenge first, right? As for the revenge, I may most likely go to the sun for a while." "Revenge, outside the sun, stay for a while?" Boma looked at the heavenly Dao curiously. The idea of not knowing the heavenly Dao seemed so different. She could understand the former. After all, the relationship between the Red Ribbon Legion and the heavenly Dao was indeed incompatible. As for the later ones to go outside the sun, I don't know if it was the kind she understood. That's right. Tiandao nodded. And didn't explain too much. And Boomer, after seeing that Tiandao didn't have the desire to say much, she didn't ask too much. She just took a small bite of her sandwich, but her eyes flashed slightly, and her eyes looked at Tiandao next to Xiao Wukong, who was already asleep, from time to time. That's it, all night, silent. Early in the morning, as the first rays of sunlight rose, Tiandao, who got up early, walked out of the room, took out the clothes he had changed yesterday, and after changing them, he walked out of the small villa. Just when he thought he had gotten up early enough, as soon as he got out of the villa, he saw little Wukong holding a huge stone on the ground. Ah! With his low shout, his tense arms suddenly exerted force, and the boulder several times larger than his body was instantly thrown into the sky. At the moment when the boulder fell, little Wukong slammed his feet on the ground, and then the ground under his feet instantly cracked, and the next second, little Wukong had clenched his fists, and his body suddenly chased towards the boulder in the air. Looking at this scene, Tiandao began to seriously observe little Wukong's training method. Half-weight training? At first, he didn't think about training, but with the superhuman body and the legendary Saiyan bloodline, ordinary training didn't have any effect on him at all. Although he did not propose weight training to Dr. Brive, after Dr. Brive tested his physical data, he was rejected by him on the basis of the current state of severe physical loss of the heavenly Dao. However, after he saw little Wukong's training, he had some expectations, because he could clearly feel that little Wukong's exercise method not only exercised his speed, strength, bounce, and even reflexes, although even the degree of improvement was minimal. He was looking forward to what the system was talking about for the biological armor, and he didn't believe in the mere fact that it was just providing him with the yellow energy of the sun all the time, and getting stronger as he got stronger. At the moment when heavenly Dao silently absorbed the yellow energy of the sun, little Wukong lifted a boulder and slammed it towards heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao, who had already sensed everything, didn't care, but raised his right hand slightly, and a golden shock wave shot out, and the boulder of the human size instantly turned into dust. Your training method is not suitable for me, you can practice by yourself. Xiao Wukong nodded and silently walked to the side, but at this moment, he did not exercise according to his own training method, but learned the way of heaven to release the shock wave with one hand. Tiandao, who noticed this scene, didn't care, but was a little curious. The first time Xiao Wukong used the air wave, it should be when the turtle immortal used the turtle school Qigong, right? Now because of his appearance, the little Wukong saw the air wave for the first time. With his talent, it shouldn't take long, right? In fact, just like he thought, the little Wukong who looked like him really released the air wave, but compared to him, the power can be said to be insignificant. Bang! With the sound of an explosion, Boomer, who originally wanted to sleep for a while, angrily pushed open the door, and was just about to scold the two of Tiandao. The scene in front of her made her eyes widen directly. And at this moment she was shocked by the blue air wave in Xiao Wukong's hand. Did your right hand just release a laser cannon? Chapter 9. Boomer's gaze was a little incredulous, and the chi wave in little Wukong's hand once again subverted her cognition, even though she had already seen the heavenly Dao and the Lashri siblings use it. However, this does not mean that she has accepted it. Is this really a destructive power that humans can accomplish? Looking at the path in front of her that is nearly 10 meters or so, she can't imagine that this is not something that can be caused by relying on technology. Taking a deep breath, and after silently telling him that this was commonplace, Boomer turned and walked into the villa. Washing, eating, putting on makeup, all in one go. Just after Boomer packed everything, the three of Tiandao set off again, and not long after the three of them set off, On a small road, I saw a scene that ordinary people could hardly see. A large turtle actually appeared in the middle of the path. Is this the turtle of the turtle immortal? Tiandeo muttered softly, looking at the turtle not far away. His eyes subconsciously looked at the sea that was extremely far away from here, and sure enough, in this world, no matter how strange things are, they can happen. Just when the heavens were right, Boomer, who was driving, stopped, and before Boomer could say anything in surprise, "Human!" saw the big turtle parked next to him suddenly exclaimed, and his body subconsciously shrank, but unfortunately, as a turtle, he couldn't retract into his turtle shell, so he could only cover his head with his forelimbs. Is this a turtle? How can there be a turtle in such a place? Boomer was a little surprised. She clearly remembered that turtles didn't live in the sea. Why did turtles appear in such a place where there was almost no water? Surprised, little Wukong had already jumped out of the co-pilot, looked curiously at the turtle that was covering his ears on the ground, and said as he walked, "Turtle? Is this the turtle that Boomer said? Turtle living in the sea? Stupid! A turtle is a turtle, a turtle is a turtle. When did I say that a turtle is a turtle that lives in the sea?" Little Wukong's words made Boma can't help but roll his eyes, and just as she replied, the heavenly Dao that used the sky dance technique fell. Looking at the turtle who was covering his ears and stealing the bell, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't you think you're stupid like this? Do you think that if you block your head, others won't be able to see it?" As soon as these words came out, the turtle may feel a little embarrassed like this, and after seeing that the three of them didn't have any other ideas, they carefully took away the forelimbs covering their heads, and after thinking for a while, they said cautiously, "Kind human, can you ask me to drink a bucket of salt water?" Salt water? Boomer was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Just as she got out of the car and was about to take out her all-purpose capsule, Tiandeo smiled lightly, "Leave it to me." "Ah! Heavenly Dao, you won't be going to the sea for 120 miles, right? No matter how fast you fly, I don't think it will last that long." He pointed to the turtle beside him. "Haha! Don't worry. Although I am still very weak now, my strength has recovered somewhat, although it is not much, but it is enough." Tiandeo chuckled, "I started with the power of thinking, although the superpowers he awakened at present are all castrated versions. But it does not mean that his superpowers are useless." The idea was activated, and a stream of water the size of a bucket rose out of thin air in the sea 120 kilometers away. After reaching his current limit, the water the size of a bucket turned into a ball of water and instantly came to the hands of Heavenly Dao. With a wave of his right hand, the water balloon instantly flew into the atmosphere, and in an instant, a torrential rain covering dozens of meters fell. And at the moment when the rainstorm fell, Tiandeo had already pulled little Wukong into the car. Crackling! Looking at the weather that was still clear and the sky was still clear, and it began to rain in the blink of an eye, Boomer couldn't help but look curiously at the heavenly path behind him. "Is this water? Is it all sea water?" "That's right, but this heavy rain will only last for a few minutes." Tiandeo nodded, and as he spoke, his eyes also looked out the window. His current superpower, is the scope of influence only so large? However, his combat power seems to be able to explode stars, right? I don't know when the loss of my body will be recovered. After sighing lightly, the rain stopped suddenly, and the complexion of the large sea turtle was obviously much better after getting enough seawater. And Boomer glanced at his watch and found that the time was not early, and said goodbye to the big turtle. "Turtle, we are leaving, see you soon." With that, Boomer drove on. Seeing that the three of them were about to leave, the big sea turtle immediately showed a pitiful attitude. "Can you send me back to the sea?" "No, we still have to hurry." Boomer denied it without thinking about it. "Woo!" The big sea turtle that heard the sound suddenly let out a low roar, his big eyes were filled with mist, and his eyes looked helplessly at the three of Tiandeo. Seeing this scene, Boomer's heart suddenly softened, but thinking of what he had said before, he could only pretend not to see it and twisted his head to the side. I'll send you to the sea. Looking at the miserable big sea turtle, the kind-natured little Wukong agreed without thinking about it. But this is more than 120 kilometers away from the sea. Boomer wanted to say something. Tiandeo waved his hand and interrupted Boomer's words. Forget it, Boomer, anyway, we don't have such a little time, let's just go to see the sea. Since I was a child, I haven't seen the sea yet. Humph. Boomer's tone was a little dissatisfied, but when she heard the words behind Tiandeo, her tone was obviously lowered. Let's go, the good people have let you do it, I'm a bad person. That's it. After little Gaku put the big turtle on the roof of the car, and Boomer took out a rope to fix it. The three of them set off in the direction of the sea. After driving for an hour, I don't know if it was because of the repair of the world, the car was unexpectedly blocked by a bear with a big knife more than 4 meters in hand. As in the original plot, the giant bear was attracted by the large turtle on the roof of the car, and he wanted to have a full meal, so he stopped the car without the slightest hesitation. What are we going to do? Are we going to hand over the big turtle to this bear? Boomer was visibly frightened. Such a big bear didn't know how many bullets it would take to kill. Just when Boomer was at a loss, the little Wukong who was the co-pilot on the side was eager to try. Boomer, you said that you can fight powerful beings, and it's true. With that, little Wukong walked out of the co-pilot, comforted the frightened giant turtle, and walked towards the big bear in front of him with excitement. Seeing this scene, Boomer couldn't help but shout with some worry, Wukong, you have to be careful. If you can't beat it, then get in the car quickly, we can still escape. Oh, I don't know where the heavenly Dao is, it's really. Just when Boomer was complaining, before she could finish her words, I saw that little Wukong was just about to make a move with the big bear, and a golden air wave fell directly from the sky. In the next second, the big bear disappeared in an instant. Tiandeo also came to Boomer's side in an instant. Okay, it's settled, let's continue to go. Saying that, Tiandeo had already flown into the sky again, and Xiao Wukong, who was cut off by Tiandeo, was a little in a bad mood, and got into the car sullenly. Looking at the huge bear that had turned into dust, Boomer's heart breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he was more and more glad that he was traveling with Tiandeo. After glancing at the heavenly Dao not far from the sky through the rear mirror, Boomer couldn't help but smile softly after looking at some little Wukong with poor properties on the side. Especially when she thought back to little Wukong's destructive power this morning, there was a heavenly Dao beside her that was even more powerful than Wukong. What else did she need to worry about? Just like that, half an hour passed quietly. Soon Tiandeo and several people came to the beach. Looking at the endless sea, the salty sea breeze blowing, Tiandeo felt refreshed, just when Tiandeo enjoyed the sea breeze blowing in his face. The big sea turtle that returned to the sea was a little excited. Thank you very much for your help, please wait a while, I will bring my master, he will repay you for me. Saying that, the big turtle didn't wait for a few people from Tiandeo to speak, and changed its posture of taking a single step before, and rushed towards the sea like a wind. Seeing this scene, Boomer was stunned, and after seeing that the big sea turtle had rushed into the waves, he hurriedly shouted loudly, "Hey, you don't have to come back, we are in a hurry." Boomer shouted loudly, but, looking at the big sea turtle that had disappeared into the waves, as for whether it could hear it, or whether he didn't want to pay attention to it, everything was unknown. Really, I don't know how long it will take. Looking at the big turtle that didn't respond to herself, Boomer pouted in a dissatisfied tone, but when she saw Tiandeo with her hands open in the sky, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her tone said with a hint of expectation, "Tiandeo, how does the sea feel?" Hearing the sound, Tiandeo fell, looked at the endless sea, and said from the bottom of his heart, "It feels good, if it weren't for this time, I don't think I would be like this in the future. So, thank you Boomer. After sending his sincere thanks to Boomer, Tiandeo silently walked to the beach and sat down, put his hands behind your head, looked at the blue sky, and slowly closed his eyes. Looking at this scene, Boomer's eyes couldn't help but be a little trance-like, and after reacting to it, she glanced at the heavenly path by the sea, and silently walked to the side and sat down under the coconut tree. Holding his chin with both hands, he watched quietly like this, and at this moment, it looked so beautiful. Of course, if it weren't for little Gaku frolicking on the beach. Soon, 2 hours passed, the scorching sun was still high in the sky, and just when Boomer was a little impatient, 2 figures finally appeared on the sea in the distance. An old man who looked like he was carrying a turtle from the heavenly Dao that they had saved. And Tiandeo, who was always paying attention to everything around him, also stood up at this moment, and said to Boomer, who seemed bored on the side, and little Wukong, who was playing on the beach, "The big turtle and his master are here. Are you coming?" Tiandeo's words made Boomer's eyes light up, and she couldn't wait for a long time, and she hurriedly looked in the direction of the sea. "It's finally here, really, wasting our time for so long." In this regard, Tiandeo did not speak, but Xiao Wukong looked at the turtle immortal standing on the turtle, and his body did not shake in the slightest and showed excitement. "That old man feels so powerful. Isn't it amazing?" Tiandeo smiled, his tone was a little non-committal. "Turtle immortal, he is currently the ceiling of the Earth's human beings, but unfortunately, now he has a combat power of at least 5,000, and this is still the premise that most of his solar ability is used to supplement the loss of his body." Just when Tiandeo and little Wukong were talking and laughing, the turtle immortal who was originally standing on the back of the turtle carelessly, until he was about to approach, suddenly felt a breath beyond his cognition appear. The whole person began to tremble. "This breath should be more terrifying than my master and the gods, right?" Chapter 10. Originally, when the turtle of the turtle fairy told him that someone could summon rain with salt, he still didn't believe it. After all, on the earth, there was no second person who could control the rain except for the gods in the temple of heaven. However, after feeling the powerful aura on heavenly Tao's body at such a close distance, even if it could be hidden, the turtle immortal couldn't help but grow his head for a while. Originally, he thought that he was the peak of human beings, Teacher Wushan, but he didn't expect that the back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves, and a mountain was even higher than a mountain. Just when the turtle immortal was pondering, before he could reach the shore, the big turtle shouted loudly to the 3 people of the heavenly Dao. "Sorry guys, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." "You really are, big turtle, you're slow enough, I said it, we don't need your thanks." Hearing the sound of the giant turtle, Boomer complained angrily to the large turtle near the shore. Hearing this, after the big sea turtle approached the shore, the turtle immortal coughed lightly, walked down from the back of the big sea turtle, and looked at the Tiandeo who was smiling at little Wukong. His eyes narrowed slightly, and at the same time, he also took this opportunity to attract the eyes of Boomer and little Wukong. "Did you save my turtles? And if you ask for anything, I'll do my best to accommodate you." Tiandeo didn't speak, and Boomer didn't say anything more after seeing that Tiandeo didn't speak. However, Xiao Wukong looked at the turtle immortal who suddenly appeared, and he didn't know why, he felt that the turtle immortal's seemingly thin old body gave him a very powerful feeling. Although this powerful heavenly Dao on his side was not as strong as the heavenly Dao felt to him. "Grandpa, I feel that you are very strong, I don't know what to call you," said little Wukong politely. "Haha, I'm just an ordinary bad old man, as for how to call me, you can call me a turtle immortal." The turtle immortal smiled faintly, and while speaking, his eyes glanced at the silent heavenly Dao on the side from time to time, but for some reason, the heavenly Dao was like a spring breeze, but he was frightened. In this way, the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. After being silent for a few seconds, after seeing that the 3 heavenly Dao people didn't make any requests, The turtle immortal also said with interest, "Since none of you have anything I want, then I'll give each of you one of the things." As he spoke, the turtle immortal raised the cane in his hand, and after taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly with a solemn face, "Come out! Immortal bird!" As soon as these words came out, even the corners of Tiandao's mouth, who knew what would happen, couldn't help twitching slightly. Immortal bird? Is there really an immortal existence in this world? Even if there is, are you sure that it will really be something that can appear on the earth? Just as Tiandao sighed lightly, Boomer exclaimed, "Immortal bird? What is an immortal bird?" Little Wukong looked puzzled, and looked at the turtle immortal curiously, his eyes full of curiosity. "An immortal bird is a bird that never dies." The turtle immortal gave the answer, and his opening also made Boomer and little Wukong's expectations instantly full, and in an instant, the eyes of the two looked at the sky together. And their eyes were full of anticipation. Looking at this scene, Tiandao couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Immortal bird, is there really an immortal existence in the world?" As soon as these words came out, Boomer's eyes were filled with a hint of curiosity, and just as she was looking forward to Tiandao's next words, Tiandao did not continue. For a long time, there was no figure flying in the sky, and now it became a little strange again. After discovering that the immortal bird did not appear at all, Boomer and little Wukong's eyes also looked at the turtle immortal, who raised his hand on the side, and under the suspicious gaze of the two, the turtle immortal was also embarrassed, and he didn't know if he should put down his hand for a while. Just when the turtle immortal was at a loss, looking at the appearance of the turtle immortal, who seemed to be summoning some great divine beast, the big turtle felt embarrassed and ashamed for the turtle immortal, and the time was right to help him solve the siege, and said, "Have you forgotten? Didn't that kid of the immortal bird die of food poisoning last year?" As soon as the big turtle spoke, the turtle immortal, who found a chance to step down, quickly put down his right hand holding a cane, pinched his chin with his left hand, and pretended to say in a deep voice, "That's it. I'm sorry, I forgot." As soon as the extremely irresponsible remarks came out, Boomer, who was still a little expectant, instantly widened his eyes, and said in a tone of disbelief, "Will the immortal bird also die?" Boomer's words made the turtle immortal unconsciously a little embarrassed, coughed lightly, and sighed lightly. "I thought that as long as I called it an immortal bird, I thought that in this way it could never die. However, since the immortal bird is dead, it is better to replace it with it." As he spoke, the turtle immortal once again made almost the same gesture as before. "Come out! Somersault clouds!" With the call of the turtle immortal, it was not the same as before, and it didn't take long for a yellow cloud to rush over from the distant sky, and in less than a few seconds, it came to the front of the heavenly Dao people. With the appearance of the somersault cloud, Tiandao's thoughts became a little active, and he remembered that unless he was a person with a pure heart, he would not be able to sit on the somersault cloud. Just as Tiandao was about to try it, the somersault cloud had already quietly come to him. In this scene, not only Boomer and little Wukong, but even the turtle immortals and the big sea turtles were all surprised. Of course it's not just them, even the heavenly Dao is already stunned at this moment. He is also a person with a pure heart? Just when he couldn't believe it. "Host, your affinity, even if it is a castrated version at the moment, but for all creatures that can't speak, at first glance, their favorability towards the host will have extra points." System. The sudden opening of the system made Tiandao a little surprised, because since he awakened the system to the present, except for completing the check-in task twice, he had hardly seen his system speak. Don't be surprised, because of system reasons, the host's body has suffered a serious loss, and the sign-in branch task is now released. Ding! The latest sign-in branch task. Every time you participate in the Dragon Ball search process, every time you look for it, the system will restore 20% of the host's body loss, and at the same time increase the bloodline fusion by 18%. Do you want to take it? The cold words of the system are like the sound of heaven at this moment, and they fall heavily on the ears of Tiandao. Restore the body loss, increase the degree of blood fusion? Isn't that what he needs most at the moment? With the heavenly Tao's response, the system disappeared again, as if it had never appeared. Heavenly Tao didn't care about this, just as he remembered where the next Dragon Ball was. Bulma's slightly worried voice sounded in Tiandao's ears. Tiandao, what's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? I'm fine, it's just that I have a way to recover my body. While recovering from the chaos of thoughts, while explaining with a chuckle on his face, Tiandao also looked at the somersault cloud that was motionless in front of him. Little one, your master is there. As he spoke, Tiandao pointed to the little Wukong on the side, and when he heard Tiandao's words, the somersault cloud nodded humanely, and flew to the feet of the little Wukong obediently, taking it directly to the sky. This scene made the turtle immortal, who had always paid attention to the way of heaven, subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief, and he was also relieved at this moment when he was still afraid of the way of heaven. The somersault cloud, that is only a person with a pure heart can sit on. The somersault cloud did not find the seemingly simple Wukong for the first time, but went to the front of the heavenly Tao, which can show that the heavenly Tao is not a person with bad intentions. In this way, the somersault cloud still belongs to little Wukong. Originally Boomer still wanted to try it, but after learning from the turtle fairy that only people with pure hearts can sit on the somersault cloud, Boomer also leaned back stupidly. And in order to hide his embarrassment, Boomer's eyes also looked at the turtle immortal, and said in a curious tone, "Grandpa, can you sit on it?" As soon as these words came out, the turtle immortal's pretended serious face almost couldn't hold back, and he sat down. Therefore, the turtle immortal didn't speak, but his non-speech just confirmed the fact that he couldn't sit on the somersault cloud at all. Of course, Boomer didn't care about these at all. At this moment she was thinking about the words of the turtle immortal. Was her heart pure? Thinking of something, Boomer looked at Tiandao, who was obviously much taller than herself, but much younger than herself. Originally, she was still a little surprised, but after she thought of what happened to Tiandao, that surprise had turned into throbbing. Strong in strength and pure in heart, Boomer didn't think about it, but after looking at the side of Tiandao's face, his cheeks were already slightly flushed. It's just that no one paid attention to this scene. Turtle immortal, I remember, you said that you promised each of us one thing, right? Tiandao's gaze was a little hot. Of course, this scorching heat was extremely vague. Even so, especially when he knew that he could recover his losses, he was now impatient to find the Dragon Balls. Of course. The turtle immortal nodded, not in denial. And after getting the affirmation of the turtle immortal, Tiandao did not hesitate to point to the 3-star Dragon Ball on the neck of the turtle immortal. I only need that. How? This. The turtle immortal was stunned, but he didn't think much about it, and after taking the 3-star Dragon Ball from his neck, he handed it to Tiandao. And with the moment that the heavenly Tao took over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the collection of 3-star Dragon Balls. The degree of body loss is restored by 20%, and the bloodline fusion degree is increased by 18%. Chapter 11. The moment the mechanical sound of the system fell, Tiandao felt that he had never felt so comfortable, and felt the sense of relief in his body that was difficult to describe in words. He clearly felt that everything about himself was changing drastically. Thank you, Wukong. Boomer, let's get ready to leave. Throwing the 3-star Dragon Ball in his hand to Boomer, Tiandao turned around without hesitation, caught the Dragon Ball that Tiandao threw to her, and after seeing that Tiandao was the same as his own thoughts, Boomer, who was a little happy, did not speak, and followed Tiandao behind him obediently to the location of his car. Seeing this scene, after seeing that Tiandao and Boomer were leaving, little Wukong obediently waved his hand to the turtle immortal. Goodbye, old man. With that, Wukong followed in a somersault cloud. And with the departure of the three of Tiandao without the slightest pause, even the most stupid people understood the importance of the 3-star Dragon Ball, but even if the turtle immortal had discovered the importance of the 3-star Dragon Ball at the moment, he did not regret it. On the contrary, because of other things, his originally slightly hunched body seemed more rickety, accompanied by the sound of waves. The tone of the turtle fairy had a hint of unwillingness. "Turtle, are you sure? Did that girl really save you?" "Of course I did, she drove me in a car, and she didn't abandon me when the bear man wanted to kill me." "I see, alas. I could have traded the beads for a chance to see her figure." "You're really too embarrassed, you're a turtle immortal. I finally know now why you can't ride the somersault cloud, and even if you are given a chance, did you dare to speak just now?" The big turtle said mercilessly. Even if he didn't have combat power, he also felt that the heavenly Deo was not easy to mess with. "It's... ahem, turtles. Let's go home." Coughing lightly, the turtle immortal who was talked about the sore spot also changed the topic, but his efforts to change the topic were too blunt. At the same time, the 3 Tiandeo people who had left, Boomer, who was driving a car, glanced at Sun Wukong, who was flying in front of him in a somersault cloud, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. And this trace of envy also made the heavenly Deo, who was flying silently in front of him, always paying attention to everything around him, and being familiar with his current strength, noticed it, and chuckled slightly, and the heavenly Deo that used the sky dancing technique slowly fell on the side of Boomer's car. "Why, our family has a lot of money, and there are too many private jets to count. Will Miss Boomer be envious?" Is there a big difference between flying by plane and flying by yourself?" Boomer snorted, with a slight dissatisfaction in her tone, and after seeing that her careful thoughts were seen through, the whole person did not pretend. And her voice was also heard by the little Wukong riding the somersault cloud in front of him. After knowing that Boomer also wanted to ride the somersault cloud, the little Wukong said with a cute face, "Boomer, do you also want to ride the somersault cloud? If you want to, I can let it be given to you." "Poof, thank you Wukong, somersault cloud, just like the way of heaven said, it suits you very well." Little Wukong's simple words made Boomer's heart warm. At the same time as she refused, a touch of disappointment quietly rose in her heart. Wukong simply knew that she was a good boy who warmed people's hearts. "What about you?" Just when Boomer was playing a little temper, Tiandeo, who was quietly watching all this, chuckled, "Let's stop first." "Stop?" Boomer was obviously stunned, not knowing why Tiandeo asked her to stop. She still obediently parked on the side of the road. Just when she wanted to ask, Tiandeo didn't give her a chance to speak, but smiled like a spring breeze. "Put the car away. Put it away." Boomer didn't continue, but a slight hint of joy rose in his heart, and he took back his car and turned it into a universal capsule and put it in his universal capsule box. During this period of time, Tiandeo gave Bulma the feeling that he was a person who always had a smile on his face, although he was not very old and his childhood was very dark, but, even so, Tiandeo gave people a feeling of alienation. It wasn't until the past few days of traveling with Tiandeo that she suddenly felt that Tiandeo seemed to have changed a lot, and this feeling also gave Boomer a very comfortable atmosphere. "Let's go." Tiandeo smiled, with a warm smile on his face, and hugged the Boomer in front of him directly in his arms, just like they did when they first went to Bayazai Mountain. "Remember to keep an eye on the location." Boomer nodded, and for a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. In this regard, Tiandeo did not take it to heart, but turned to look at the little Wukong who was riding a somersault cloud on the side. "Do you want to compare?" "Of course." Little Wukong nodded excitedly. In this way, Tiandeo hugged Boomer and Xiao Wukong in the somersault cloud to have a friendly race. Even so, Tiandeo still restrained most of his speed. With the combination of his dancing skills and flying ability, his flight speed has reached a terrifying level, and this is also part of the ability to further integrate his bloodline. It's just that, even so, the speed of the two of them, holding Boomer's Tiandeo and riding the somersault cloud, has surpassed most of the world's jets. If it is an ordinary person, at this speed, without any protection, it is enough to be easily torn, and this is also reflected in the later stage of Dragon Ball, and Boomer, who is eager to rush to the battlefield, is led by others, and the carrier does not dare to fly with all his strength, as well as Bidalai in the back. Even if Bidalai learned the Void Dance, but in the face of Son Gohan and other powerful people, without strength, even if they can dance the Void technique, their speed cannot be comparable to that of the powerful, otherwise, with the physical fitness of Boomer and Bidalai, they will not be able to withstand the strong pressure at all. As long as the speed is fast enough, if there are no accidents, they will be directly shredded. However, this can be completely compensated here in the Heavenly Deo. With his biological position, he completely ignores these risks, even if he now bursts out faster than the speed of light. With his biological position, Boomer will not suffer any harm at all, even as if he was flying. As for how fast Tiandeo is now, the scene on both sides of the three of them is like a flash in the pan, falling backwards at a dazzling speed. This scene makes Bulma, who has experienced flying in Tiandeo's arms, a little surprised, because, when she and Tiandeo set off for Bayazai Mountain, Tiandeo's speed was obviously not so fast. So, Boomer wasn't worried that her body would not be able to withstand the air pressure, but now? She clearly felt that the speed of Tiandeo had already exceeded the limit speed of the latest jet planes. Especially when she saw that little Wukong, who was riding a somersault cloud on the side, couldn't open his eyes. Even so, Boomer didn't feel anything unusual about herself, but felt as if she was flying. Heavenly Deo, what's going on? Boomer was a little puzzled, even though she was a genius scientist girl. My special strength allows me to get special coverage for people or objects I come into contact with, so that I will not be harmed by my great strength. Special powers. Bulma, who was leaning on Tiandeo's arms, said in a somewhat curious tone. That's right, I'm used to calling his special power a biological force field, that is, this power, which can allow me to not cause some unnecessary trouble because of my strength in normal times, such as eating, drinking, and even flying with you now. I don't need to worry about you being hurt. Tiandeo silently explained. Even if he was only half aware of the biological force field now, he didn't shy away from it at all. After all, in this world, there was a high probability that no one would care about this kind of power. Chapter 12. As for why Heavenly Deo dares to believe so, after all, in the Dragon Ball world, Chi is the core of everything, and they don't have the worries that Heavenly Deo is increasing its strength all the time. Dragon Ball world, a collapsed world, the powerful can destroy the heavens and the earth, and even destroy a galaxy and even the universe with a snap of their fingers. However, such an existence would actually die of a heart attack or even be injured by a sniper rifle. Of course, these will definitely not happen to Tiandeo. After all, he is the supreme little Superman, the strongest Superman in the single body, and there is no one of them. Especially now that he still has the blood of the legendary Super Saiyan, even if he doesn't fight, as long as there is the sun, his strength will become stronger in all directions all the time. Moreover, this kind of strengthening is not just like 1+1, the superhuman body gives him unparalleled defense and strength, and even those superpowers that can't be imagined terrifying, even the recovery power and upper limit without limits, and the most terrifying power of idealism and imagination. The legendary Super Saiyan, whether it is the old version or the new version, as long as it grows up without accidents, is almost the most talented existence in the genuine world of the Dragon Ball world. As long as the power continues to skyrocket over time, and with the strength of the opponent, if you find that you can't fight at the moment, your own strength will be further improved, so as to strengthen your own strength endlessly. If this is the disadvantage of the legendary Super Saiyan, then it is also its strength. But here in the Heavenly Deo, these are completely achievable. The incomparable defense and strength of the superhuman body, as long as he basks in the sun, the ability to absorb the sun can become infinitely stronger, and even, in the later stage, he can completely integrate the sun into his own body, and when the time comes, with the fact that the legendary Super Saiyan is getting stronger and stronger, he can become stronger endlessly, and there is no weakness, even if it is the loss of reason shared by the legendary Super Saiyan, in his place. Definitely not going to show up. After all, he has no weaknesses, even kryptonite, even superhuman natural enemies, magic, he can ignore it all. He can confidently say that when the time comes, he will be the chosen and the only one. Of course, these are just fantasies at present, and everything will only begin when he recovers to its original state. Back to reality, because it wasn't the original Boomer driving, the speed of the 3 of Tiandeo could be said to be countless times faster, even if it was halfway, because little Wukong couldn't withstand the rapid flight of the somersault cloud for a long time. After Tiandeo deliberately slowed down again, the speed of the 3 of them still crushed the speed of the car. In this way, under the prompt of Boomer's Dragon Ball radar, the original 2-day journey took less than a day, and according to the prompt of the Dragon Ball radar, the 3 of Tiandeo soon came to the location of the next Dragon Ball. It should be the small village in front of you. Looking at the direction of the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, Boomer pointed to a small village not far away, but when she saw that the Dragon Ball was actually moving in a small area, she immediately said, "There is good news, that Dragon Ball seems to have been picked up. Isn't that good?" Tiandeo smiled, and memories of this place flashed in his mind at the same time. If he remembered correctly, this should be the place where he met that pig Oolong. Right? Licking dogs every year, this Oolong should be regarded as the first, right? Abducted and sold other people's daughters, but they didn't get anything, and even directly abducted back to a group of fathers. Just as Tiandeo was recalling, Xiao Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up, and it was already lunchtime, and now he smelled the fragrance, and the whole person was already excited. "It's so fragrant, Tiandeo, Boomer, when are we going to eat?" Gollum touched his empty belly, and little Wukong's stomach was already screaming. "Wait a minute, when we find the Dragon Balls, we'll eat." Boomer, who was always paying attention to the Dragon Ball in his hand, responded, just as Boomer was sure of the exact location. "Is that a pig?" "Pig?" Boomer, who thought little Gaku was fainting from hunger, looked over. "I saw a fairly familiar figure appear in front of Tiandeo. Sure enough, is this the village where Sao Pig Oolong is located?" Under the silent gaze of the 3 people of Tiandeo, with a burst of green smoke wafting up, Sao Pig Oolong instantly turned into a monster 3 or 4 meters high. And there was an extra bouquet of flowers in his hand, and after confirming that his figure was indeed hideous and terrifying, he strode towards the small village, and with each step, the ground cracked, making people look extremely heavy. "It's kind of interesting, is this the transfiguration technique?" Tian Deo glanced at Oolong's transfiguration technique, and his face showed a hint of interest, even if he didn't have strength, and even had flaws, but after his body became larger, his weight did increase. As his curious thoughts sounded, before Heavenly Deo could react, he mastered the superpower of the transfiguration technique. Heavenly Deo didn't care about this, after all, a simple transformation technique was dispensable. "That's..." The pig turned into a monster. Boomer's eyes were a little surprised, of course, only surprised, not at all frightened by the fact that Oolong had become a monster, only curiosity. A simple transfiguration technique is just a superficial thing, and there is almost no change in strength. Tiandeo shook his head, and as he spoke, his eyes looked at the little Wukong who didn't care on the side. "Wukong, it's up to you, as long as you don't beat him to death, whatever you want." "Hey? But... he looks so weak." Little Wukong was a little uninterested, but when he heard the words behind Tiandeo, he followed without the slightest hesitation. "It's definitely weak for us, but it at least looks strong in the eyes of ordinary people. You can solve it first, and Boomer and I will prepare lunch." Boomer, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Tiandao, is it really okay for you to deceive children like this? Deception? It seems that I am also a child. Tiandao shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much, but carried Boomer and galloped away in the direction of the small village in front of him. As soon as they entered the small village, the three of Tiandao heard a cry, "Woo, Dad, I don't want to marry a monster, Dad save me." I saw that a middle-aged man who fell to the ground was supporting his struggling body with trembling hands, and shouted with a pleading expression, "Oolong King, please don't take my daughter, she is still so young." The middle-aged man's words were full of pleading, but his prayer did not get Oolong's mercy. On the contrary, after hearing the middle-aged man's words, the movement of the monster that Oolong had turned into was obviously much faster. "Hee, is the time coming up?" Just as Tiandao chuckled, little Wukong had already rushed towards the monster that the Oolong had turned into in a somersault cloud. What's it?" Oolong didn't react when he felt a yellow light flash in front of him, and then he saw a red wooden stick pound on his head. Bang! Oolong, who was hit hard by little Wukong's golden hoop stick, didn't hold on for even a second, and after twitching in place for a few seconds, he changed back to his original appearance. "Wow, woo woo woo!" And the little girl who was caught by the Oolong fell to the ground. Looking at the heavenly path of this scene, her mind moved, and the invisible mental power lifted the little girl who was about to fall to the ground, and put it down safely. The little girl was still frightened, and sat down on the ground and began to cry loudly. Seeing that his daughter was safe and sound, the middle-aged man with a pale face and a little limp walked over nervously. "Child, my child! Dad, woo woo!" The frightened little girl watched her father walk towards her, hugged the middle-aged man's right leg tightly, and sobbed in a low voice. "Don't be afraid, Daddy is here." The middle-aged man threw a grateful look at son Wukong, squatted down hard, and carefully comforted his crying daughter. "Caw caw caw." As the movement became smaller and smaller, the surrounding houses also opened their doors at this moment, and the villagers secretly poked their heads out with solemn expressions. When they saw that the crisis caused by the Oolong seemed to have really passed, the villagers cautiously walked out of the house and surrounded them. Seeing this scene, Tiandao didn't care, glanced at Xiao Wukong, who was surrounded by a group of excited villagers, and confirmed the location of the Dragon Ball after using super perception. "Now that Goku has solved the big problem in this village, I guess they won't refuse to hand over the Dragon Balls to us." Having said that, "But are we sure we can squeeze in now?" Boomer frowned, looking at the little Wukong who was squeezed in the middle by the villagers. She couldn't help but feel a little difficult. Just when she was worried, she saw that the villagers who were originally surrounding the little Wukong actually spread out uncontrollably. "Isn't this okay?" Tiandao smiled, his expression was full of excitement. "Now it's the 5th Dragon Ball, right? At that time, not only will the loss of his body be restored, but his 2 bloodlines can also be fused, so his plan can also be implemented. Of course, revenge should be the primary goal, and there is no one." Just when Tiandao's mind was active, Boomer also found the Dragon Ball she needed as she wished, just when she was ecstatic. Oolong also woke up at this moment, and he wanted to run away secretly, but before he could run far, he was thrown over with his mind by the heavenly Dao who had returned from his thoughts. "Do you want to run away?" said with a smile on his face. How could it be?" Oolong shook his head without hesitation, and seeing that Oolong had woken up, the villagers on the side also discovered Oolong and began to denounce it loudly. In this regard, Tiandao did not have the idea of getting involved, and threw the Oolong to Xiao Wukong casually. "Wukong, you help them solve the rest of the things first, and Boomer and I will go to prepare food." With that, Tiandao looked at the Dragon Ball in Boomer's hand. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the search for the remaining Dragon Balls, increasing the bloodline fusion by 18% and recovering the body loss by 20%. Chapter 13. As the cold voice of the system fell, Tiandao felt that his body had changed further, and he obviously felt that his body had become more relaxed, and his strength had also been significantly improved. Just as he was about to take a look at his current combat strength. Host, until you complete all branch check-in tasks, the dashboard will not be displayed for the time being. The cold words of the system sounded in Tiandao's mind again, and he didn't care too much when he knew that he couldn't query the combat power. Anyway, he will definitely not pose any threat on Earth now. At the same time, under the guidance of Oolong, little Wukong successfully found the other little girls in the village. Originally, the three of Tiandao were going to leave directly, and then find a restaurant in a nearby city, but as a result, they couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the villagers, and the three of them were forced to stay in the village for one night. Early the next morning, just as the three of them were about to leave to look for the Dragon Balls, Oolong farts followed up. Tiandao didn't care about this. Boma originally wanted to refuse, but Oolong had no skin and no face. Tiandao was so frightened that he almost peed his pants with a heat ray, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't hurt those girls, and now Tiandao knew that he was about to recover perfectly, so he didn't care about him. And after soaking Boomer hard, Boomer also agreed that he would follow. It's just that this time, Tiandao rarely didn't use the sky dancing technique, but closed his eyes slightly, and sat quietly in the co-pilot, not for anything else, just to familiarize himself with his own strength and various superpowers that gradually evolved towards superpowers. The most obvious, super perception. Originally he could only perceive the size of a city, but now he can perceive the entire Earth, but the disadvantage is that he can only perceive everything on the ground. Super breathing, now his casual exhalation, is enough to turn a city into a city of ice. The Man of Steel, he could feel that he could resist any technology on Earth when he first woke up, and now, he felt that he would not be harmed even if he resisted his full strength. Even he doesn't know how strong he is now. In this way, after determining the location of the next Dragon Ball, Boomer began to drive leisurely, and even, after meeting the mall halfway. Boomer, who hadn't shopped for a long time, stopped at a large mall. God, shall we go shopping? Boomer's eyes were a little expectant. As a daughter, although she lacked nothing, it didn't mean that she didn't like shopping. Tiandao nodded, and did not refuse. Anyway, there were only 2 last stops on the next journey. After getting the consent of Tiandao, Boma pulled Tiandao and ran into a big shopping mall in front of him. As for Oolong and little Wukong, after Boomer arrogantly gave them a gold card that could be swiped infinitely for them to play casually, sent away little Wukong and Oolong, and then Boomer took Tiandao and began to shop wildly. However, what Tiandao didn't expect was that Boomer actually bought the same bunny girl costume as her original plot. Tiandao, how am I so beautiful? After Boomer posed a cute pose, he looked at Tiandao expectantly. Beautiful. Tiandao nodded with a smile on his face, and gave affirmation without hesitation. Really? Really? In this way, Tiandao almost became a connoisseur of Boomer, and everything seemed so harmonious until some rabbit appeared in the city. In the heavenly Dao, an air wave was crushed into powder, and it happened that this scene was seen by Oolong. Boomer's shopping trip is just over. It's just that unlike Tiandao's memory, Boomer at this moment is not wearing the bunny girl costume she tried on at the beginning. And as the 3 of them and a pig continued their journey, after passing through a desert area, the 3 of Tiandao and a pig did not meet Yamcha unexpectedly, but Boomer did not become nymphosic because of Yamcha's appearance, and even a little disgusted. After Goku easily killed it in seconds. In order to leave the desert early, Tiandao directly used the sky dance technique to fly out of the desert area with Boomer at an extremely fast speed. In less than half an hour, the combination of the 3 Tiandao and a pig left the desert area. With a touch of green, a vast expanse of meadow emerges. Boomer looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, and after determining the location, Boomer stretched out his slender jade finger, Heavenly Dao, the Dragon Ball is in this direction. I see. After determining the direction, the speed of the Heavenly Dao also increased, but his speed has always remained within the range that Xiao Wukong can bear. As for whether the oolong can live or not, it depends on the creation of this pig. Soon, the Heavenly Dao people came to their destination, and from a distance, a high mountain burning with raging flames appeared in front of them. Seeing this scene, Boomer's brows furrowed slightly. It should be here, but it's okay, leave it to me. Tiandao smiled, not taking the flame in front of him to heart. On the contrary, everything here came to his memories at this moment. No accident, this is the home of the Bull Demon King and Kiki, right? Ah! Boomer was startled, especially when he saw the angry expression on the face. Boomer was obviously a little frightened, and subconsciously grabbed Tiandao's arm tightly. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Tiandao smiled and pulled the frightened Boomer behind him. Who are you? What are you doing here? The Bull Demon King brandished his big axe and shouted at Tiandao and Boomer in a vicious tone. I have no intention of stirring up a dispute. I have come here just to find such beads, and if you agree to give them to me, I can help you extinguish these flames. What? You? Before the Bull Demon King's words were finished, Xiao Wukong landed beside him on a somersault cloud with an oolong, his eyes full of warlike intent. Uncle, you are so strong, although there is no pressure on me from the Heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao, great pressure. The Bull Demon King was obviously stunned, but when he saw the somersault cloud that little Wukong was riding, he seemed to think of something, and he was overjoyed. This is the somersault cloud. Who gave it to you? Do you know Teacher Wu Tian? Teacher Wu Tian? I gave it to me from Grandpa Turtle Immortal. Tiandao, Boomer, do you know who Teacher Wu Tian is? Tiandao gave an explanation, but he didn't want to waste any more time. Like I said, if you agree to give us such beads, I can help you extinguish these flames. As long as you can help me put out the fire, why not give you that bead? The Bull Demon King waved his hand. His tone was extremely casual, and after knowing that Tiandao and his teacher knew each other, the Bull Demon King also began to become easygoing. Seeing this, the Heavenly Dao also said no more. The body slowly levitated into the air, looking at the raging flames in front of him. After taking a light breath and exhaling suddenly, in an instant, a powerful cold air instantly swept around, and a cold wind erupted from Tiandao's mouth. The cold air and the flames collided, and the originally burning flames did not have the slightest power to resist. In less than a few seconds, the raging flames were extinguished, and in its place, a huge block of ice appeared that enveloped the entire mountain. Bang! As the flames were extinguished, Tiandao punched out, and the huge ice cube shattered instantly, and for a while, a powerful cold air swept across the entire earth, and the originally blazing area instantly became like an ice cellar. Dad they! As countless hailstones fell, a little girl's call came, but before her words fell, Tiandao's figure disappeared instantly, and in the next second, the little girl who had not yet reacted was thrown into the arms of the Bull Demon King. The chi wave in his right hand shot out suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, countless hailstones melted instantly. Everything is just a blink of an eye. I've already put out the fire for you, and I'll take the Dragon Balls. Well. Good. The Bull Demon King swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment he was already shocked by the power displayed by the Heavenly Dao. Even if he heard the words of the Heavenly Dao, he had not yet recovered from the shock and nodded with a dull expression. In this regard, Tiandao didn't care, but after glancing at him silently, his figure disappeared in an instant, and he came to the castle. Super perception activated. After finding the location of the Dragon Ball, he began to move quickly in the castle with the sky dancing technique, and along the way, countless gates were shattered. However, compared to the entire home of the Bull Demon King, it was destroyed. Destroying a few doors is nothing short of a small thing. A few minutes later, without accident, Tiandeo found the penultimate Dragon Ball. As the Dragon Balls were in hand, the system's cold mechanical prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding the remaining Dragon Balls. The bloodline fusion increased by 18%, and the recovery of body loss increased by 30%. At this moment, Tiandeo almost couldn't hold back his shout. He felt his body scorch, and a sense of comfort that he had never felt before swept through his body. Only the last one is missing, and he can fully recover and come into this world in a true form. However, he is about to recover as before, then, he himself also needs to adapt to his various strengths. Originally extinguishing the flames was enough, he didn't expect that a huge ice block was blown out. If his power had been perfectly controlled, there would have been no such situation. Just when Tiandeo sighed lightly. Outside the castle, seeing that her home was restored to its original state, the cute little girl who had just been rescued by Tiandeo was excited. "Dad! Can we go home now?" "Haha, of course, Kikai, from today onwards, we can go home." Chapter 14. The Bull Demon King's emotions were a little excited, what he had been wanting to accomplish for so many years, but when the things he wanted to accomplish were completed, especially when he saw the happy look on his daughter Kikai's face, the past experience came to mind, thinking back to what he had done over the years. He felt as if he was wrong. Did it really matter that he had the heartfelt happiness of his daughter in order to protect his so-called treasures all these years? At this moment, he was finally ashamed, if he coveted those so-called treasures, but instead sought out someone who could extinguish these flames. As this thought kept popping up in his mind, yes, the Bull Demon King cried. Giving people the image of an iron-clad man, he cried at this moment. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Did Kiki make you angry?" Kiki's tone had a hint of crying. The Bull Demon King didn't speak, but silently held his daughter Kiki in his arms. This scene made Boomer a little puzzled, and just as she was thinking about what was happening, the almost useless Oolong spoke at this moment. The Bull Demon King, it can be said that he has been famous for his murder over the years. In order to protect his treasure, he has killed many people who want his treasure over the years, and he has been waiting here day and night. Originally, I thought about reminding you to be careful, but after I thought about the strength of Tiandeo and Wukong, I suddenly felt that the Bull Demon King seemed to be like this. With Oolong's explanation, Boomer was also a little stunned. Was it because of guilt? I just destroyed a few of your gates, and you won't cry, right? Tiandeo looked at the Bull Demon King and Kikai, who hugged each other and cried. He was a little confused. He clearly remembered that in the original plot, all the treasures of the Bull Demon King didn't even have a house, and it wasn't like now. "Thank you for making me understand what is the most important thing. From today onwards, you are the benefactor of my Bull Demon King." The Bull Demon King swore to the Heavenly Dao, but his assurance not only did not make the Heavenly Dao react, but was even more confused. Just when Tiandeo didn't know what was going on, Boomer had already cautiously leaned into Tiandeo's ear and explained in a whisper. And with Boomer's explanation, Heavenly Dao also understood what was happening. After learning what happened, Tiandeo's expression could be said to be quite exciting. "Ahem, keep your treasure for yourself. Money means almost nothing to me, although I'm still a little confused, but I still congratulate you on finally seeing it. As for thanks, this Dragon Ball is the best thank you for me, there is no one." He gently waved his right hand holding the Dragon Ball, and after throwing the Dragon Ball to Boomer, he turned to look at the Bull Demon King, who had recovered his mood, and said, "I wish you father and daughter a happy day. We will go first, and we will meet again." With that, Heavenly Dao was about to turn around and leave. It's just that when he just opened his legs and left, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. Kikai had already left the arms of the Bull Demon King, and trotted to Tiandeo's legs. Two small hands hugged tightly. Not like her age, the tone was shy. "Big brother, you Do you have someone you like? Hey! As soon as these words came out, Tiandao was stunned, and Boomer, who was beside her, was also stunned. It's just that Tiandao was stunned because he finally remembered where he had forgotten, and he took action to extinguish the flames. Isn't Wukong and Kiki's private agreement for life gone? And Kiki's words also made him react, but he didn't expect Kiki to ask him. As for Boomer, she was surprised that a girl as young as Kiki would be so precocious. On the other hand, she was also curious about how Tiandao would answer, although her purpose in looking for Dragon Ball was to find a perfect lover. Even if she had already given up on this idea, after all, she still remembered that Tiandao told her that your lover would be found during the journey, and as for the lover, it would be in the future. Although she didn't take it seriously, after hearing Kiki's words, Boomer didn't speak, but just looked at Tiandao with a light in her eyes, as if she was expecting his answer. This. Kiki's words and Boomer's hot gaze made Tiandao a little overwhelmed. Did he have someone he liked? Since he was a child, he was used as an experimental subject in the Red Ribbon Legion. Until now, his purpose, in addition to escaping from the Red Ribbon Legion, should be revenge and becoming stronger, right? As for the person he likes, Tiandao is a little troubled. He really doesn't seem to have a favorite person now, just when he doesn't know how to speak. Little Wukong, who was on the side, asked curiously, Heavenly Dao, Boomer, what does it mean to like it? I said, I don't know, do you believe it? Wukong's words were like an initiation, so that Tiandao instantly knew how to explain it. As he spoke, Boomer's eyes darkened slightly, but when she remembered that Tiandao had been in the Red Ribbon Legion since he was a baby, even though he had the talent to remember everything at a glance. During his time at her house, he also asked himself to prepare a lot of books for him, many of which were about love, but even if he remembered them all, it didn't mean that he knew. As soon as this idea came out, Boomer's originally gloomy gaze became brighter and brighter at this moment. It's just that, compared to what Boomer thinks so much, Kiki has a much simpler idea, even though she has the precociousness of a little girl who doesn't belong to her age. Therefore, after learning that Tiandao didn't know what it meant to like, she subconsciously thought that Tiandao didn't have anyone she liked, and then said in an expectant tone, Big brother, can Kiki marry you and be your wife in the future? Let me think about it. I remember, the book said that getting married is to be with the person you like forever, to be with each other, to support each other, to understand each other, and to go through the rest of your life together. I remember, it should be like this, right? Tiandao pinched his chin and explained after thinking for a moment. Oh, I see. I thought marriage was all about eating. Wukong nodded a little incomprehensibly, but when he said the rest of the words, Heavenly Dao, except for Heavenly Dao, everyone was shocked. Marriage is food, what kind of fairy understanding is this? Boomer was a little surprised, and looked at Gaku with a face full of disbelief. How did you know these two people? Gaku, how old are you? How old are you? I think about it, 1 year old, 2 years old, 11 years old, 14 years old. After counting his fingers, little Wukong reported his age, yes, 11 followed by 14. And seeing that little Wukong was still counting with his fingers, Boomer was no longer hopeful, sighed lightly. Boomer glanced at Tiandao, his eyes flashed slightly, is this what you understand to be married? Or, is this what you learned from books? Just as Boomer was muttering softly, seeing that Tiandao was still thinking about it, Oolong was already about to cry. Woo, why, is there such a big gap between people? Oolong's words of resentment and jealousy directly attracted Kiki and Boomer's loud questioning, human to human, are you human? The two said in unison. Oolong closed himself, and the humble-it silently walked to the corner of the side, picked up a branch and began to draw circles on the spot. This scene also made the Bull Demon King laugh out loud, and seeing that the Heavenly Dao was embarrassed, he also walked over with huge steps. Holding Kikai, who was tightly hugging Tiandao's right leg in his arms, his tone was not as murderous and kind as just now. Haha, okay, you should be tired too, right? Why don't you rest here first, and then leave after eating? Eat? The words of the Bull Demon King made little Wukong's eyes light up. Tiandao, Boomer, are we going to eat here? Well, it's okay, anyway, there's only the last Dragon Ball, what about you? Tiandao didn't refuse, and when he nodded slightly to the Bull Demon King to express his gratitude, his eyes also looked at Boomer on his side. Listen to you. Boomer didn't say much, just nodded obediently. And when he heard that the three of Tiandao agreed, the Bull Demon King also smiled heartily. Haha, you wait a minute, I'll contact someone. As he spoke, the Bull Demon King took out a strange-shaped pistol and raised it as he held it high. Bang! A gunshot rang out, sparks similar to flare guns shot straight into the sky, and in the next second, a huge bull head portrait appeared. Haha, someone will come later, before they come, let's go to the castle first. Laughing. The Bull Demon King walked in front of him with Kiki, who was not in a high mood. In this regard, the three of Tiandao and Oolong did not speak. On the other hand, the Bull Demon King talked a lot, especially when he saw the golden hoop stick behind Xiao Wukong and knew his name. He was even more excited. The grandson of his senior brother also has an intersection with teacher Wu Tian, and there is a somersault cloud that can test his character, but when he heard that his senior brother had passed away, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. It was only after Kikai wiped his tears that he barely calmed down, and then looked at Tiandao intentionally or unintentionally, and asked in a kind tone, "Your name is Tiandao, right?" Tiandao nodded. "That's it, Tiandao, I want to ask, how old are you this year?" 12 years old. Tiandao replied without hesitation, but when he spoke, he felt a little strange, especially when he heard the words of the Bull Demon King. The whole person was a little surprised. Is your old man serious in asking the man's attitude? Chapter 15. Oh God, do you have any relatives at home now? I'm the only one. That's it, where do you live now? The Bull Demon King's series of questions made Tiandao a little tired, pointed to Boomer on the side, and said helplessly, "I temporarily live in Boomer's house, the villa of the Universal Capsule Group." As soon as these words came out, the Bull Demon King was a little surprised, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the well-behaved Boomer behind Tiandao. Is this girl the richest daughter of the Universal Capsule Company? Although Boomer doesn't have much information outside, it is only limited to ordinary people. Although the Bull Demon King is not a super rich man, but he still has a lot of assets, otherwise no one would want to steal his treasure. It's just that, compared with the Universal Capsule Company, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is already the richest man in the world. After all, almost the entire Earth is using Universal Capsules, and his wealth is nothing in front of other Universal Capsule companies. Originally, he thought that Tiandao was 12 years old and had a height of 172, and he was already surprised, but he didn't expect that Tiandao would live in the villa of the Universal Capsule Group. Subsequently, under his careful questioning, the Bull Demon King, who roughly understood everything, didn't think much about it anymore. Especially when he knew from Wukong's mouth that Somersault Cloud had chosen the Heavenly Dao at the beginning, he directly relaxed. In this way, at the kind invitation of the Bull Demon King, after enjoying a sumptuous food banquet, the three of Tiandao and Oolong left. However, it is worth mentioning that during the banquet, I don't know what to say to the Bull Demon King, but Kiki did not pester the Heavenly Dao. It wasn't until Tiandao and the others were about to leave that Kiki ran over and recalled what her father said to her. "Kiki, people are the same age as you, so they may not know what liking is, and if you really like it, Dad has already helped you find out where he lives. Anyway, love is free, if you like it, you can wait for him to grow up and then look for him." Thinking back to what her father told her, Kiki hugged Tiandao's right leg tightly, Big brother, when Kikai grows up, I will definitely go to you. After saying that, he ran back as if he had fled. Tiandao was a little helpless. This. Did you snatch away little Wukong's future wife? Why didn't you just let off your breath? At that time? Why did you have to use the superpower that was increasing all the time and that you couldn't control? In this way, under Boomer's smiling gaze, several people set off again. In this way, as the night approached, Tiandao and the others found a place to rest. After confirming the location of the last Dragon Ball, Boomer marked the seat of the last Dragon Ball, and while throwing out the small villa capsule, Boomer looked at the heavenly path behind him. Heavenly Dao, should we notify Lazuri and Lapis now? Indeed, it's the last Dragon Ball, but, what about your wishes? My wish? Humph, do you think this beautiful girl will still have no boyfriend? Haha, that's what I'm saying. Then, I'll leave it to you to contact them, but, having said that, thank you, Boomer. Poof, okay, what are you and me polite? Boomer smiled, then ran into the house, and after finding the pajamas he wanted to change, he ran straight to the bathroom. And watching Boomer's movements, Tiandao didn't care, and after a simple wash of his hands, he began to prepare dinner for him and Gaku. As for Gaku, he was scurrying around the room with an excited face. Even though he had been there for a long time, he was still full of curiosity about everything. And Oolong, it is completely a follower, or a colored heart without a thief. Originally he still had a little idea, until after the heavenly Dao ruthlessly wiped out everything, its mind was completely correct. After buying a few girls' magazines in the previous city, it became almost all of it, and there was nothing to look at, and life was boundless. That's it, while the three of them are taking care of their own affairs. At the same time, inside the bathroom, while adjusting the water temperature, Boomer picked up the video phone that was placed aside, and after dialing VOMI's number, Dada sounded with the sound of the call. A moment later, VOMI, who was also enjoying a bubble bath, answered the phone. Boomer, how are you traveling with the little man? It's okay, at least, not boring. Anyway, is Vomi lazily next to you? Ignoring VOMI's flirtatious words, Boomer said directly. Lashri. Are you only the last Dragon Ball left? Of course, are you questioning Miss Ben's Dragon Ball radar? I have already sent you the location of the last Dragon Ball. You remember to tell Lashri and ask them to go to that location to find us. Don't worry, I'll let Lashri know, but won't you make your wish come true? VOMI didn't say it, but deliberately dragged out a long tone. Boomer, who heard the meaning of VOMI's words, blushed slightly. What? Do you think Miss Ben won't find a boyfriend? Okay, I'll hang up first. You remember to tell Lashri them, the specific location, you should know it with radar. Okay, I'll just say this, hang up first. Ha, okay, I wish you a happy journey. You don't want to get the moon before you get near the water. In this way, under VOMI's laughing words, Boomer hung up the phone, and under a burst of shame in his heart, the whole person became uncomfortable. As Boomer hung up, VOMI, who was about to leave the bathroom, was making a call she hadn't made in nearly a year. With the sound of Dada, a shrewd and capable voice came out of the phone. Hello, excuse me, who are? Violet, it's me, VOMI. Vomi? How are you doing now? I heard that Dr. Gro's lab was destroyed, and you and Zero and Lashri and a few of them defected, and now that the Red Ribbon Legion is the #1 target, are you okay now? Violet on the other side of the phone said with a hint of concern. We're okay for the time being, what about you? Our affairs shouldn't have any effect on you, right? I'm okay, you know, my boss Blue is a pervert, and we haven't been in touch for almost a year, so they didn't bother me. Is that so? That's good. By the way, you remember Zero, right? Zero, is that the handsome little guy?" Violet's tone was thoughtful. "That's right, if there are no accidents, I think in a few days, he may be able to take revenge on the Red Ribbon Legion." "Revenge?" Violet was stunned. Vomi's words made her feel a little incredible. "The Red Ribbon Legion, the strongest evil organization on the planet, the others have too late to hide. As for revenge? It's not that there is no organization that wants to rebel against the Red Ribbon Legion over the years, but what is the result? The Red Ribbon Legion is still the only one, and all the organizations that resist him have almost all been wiped out. If it weren't for the leaders of the current Red Ribbon Legion slowing down their plans for world domination, there would be few forces in the world that could resist the Red Ribbon Legion." "That's right, I know you may think this is a bit fanciful, but in the eyes of the current Heavenly Dao, it should be very simple. Besides, there are Lashri and Lapis." Vomi has a hint of self-confidence. As for how she got her confidence, everything has to start from the first time when Tiandao showed the airwave and flying, as well as the powerful talent that Tiandao showed all the time and what Tiandao said to her. In front of the real powerhouse, there is no difference between the Red Ribbon Legion and the ants. Even without me, in a few years, the Red Ribbon Legion will be destroyed. As for the Red Ribbon Legion, the only thing that is truly powerful is Dr. Gro's android technology, his crazy thoughts and ideas, which are the most powerful force of the Red Ribbon Legion. She had always remembered these words, especially as she gradually realized that this world was the world of warriors, especially when she continued to show the power of Lashri and Lapis, and at the same time knew how crazy Dr. Gro's research was. "Violet, if you believe my sister, go to the address I sent you, and when the time comes, you will know what I mean." "Hey! I know, I'll be there tomorrow, and if I can, that's fine, then I'll hang up first, and we'll see you again when the Red Ribbon Legion is really gone." Vomi responded, and as Violet hung up the phone, Vomi got up and just walked out of the bathroom, and before she could speak, Lazuli, who had already heard everything clearly, said in a cold tone, "I heard it just now, has Tiandao already found the Dragon Ball?" "Of course, if there is no accident, you and Labis should be able to return to human beings again." Vomi's tone was light-hearted. After all, Lashri and Lapis were mostly the ones she had done with her own hands, but they were all forced to do so. So now, when she heard that the two siblings, Lashri and Lapis, could recover, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. "Human." Lashri didn't speak, just lay on the bed and murmured softly, as if thinking. Chapter 16. Vomi looked at Lazuli's confusion and didn't speak, just silently lay beside her, just watched quietly because she knew. At present, it doesn't seem to be so important for the two siblings to become humans, especially when they have almost accepted the fact that they have become androids with the help and guidance of the Heavenly Dao. Especially when Dr. Brive examined their bodies with the help of scientific instruments, his shocked expression at that time shows how unbelievable he was. Because, he couldn't imagine that a half-transformed human being had a terrifying power beyond humans at the same time, as well as the powerful talent of the two siblings, if the two siblings were still in the hands of the Red Ribbon Legion. And if the Red Ribbon Legion is completely controlled, what will be the future of humanity? Dr. Brive didn't hide these speculations, especially when he said them. He felt that the transformation of the two Lashri siblings had been perfected, except that some of their organs had become machines, and the two siblings were no different from ordinary humans. If there is a difference, it is that the two barely age, and the potential of the siblings is beyond imagination, and now, the siblings are almost perfect except for a small part of their ability to fight. Of course, this was just Dr. Brive's speculation, until the siblings looked at Vomi and told them what she had hidden about them. Lashri and Lapis, the two of them are the only two transformers, and compared to pure machines, the two can be said to be perfectly combined. The two of them have a greater advantage than simple androids, that is, the strength of the siblings can continue to get stronger, but, because they are worried that the siblings will not be able to accept it and be discovered by Dr. Gro. VOMI destroys all of these and does not set up combat capabilities for the siblings. Recalling these words, Lazuli seemed to understand something, looked at herself quietly looking at her VOMI, and said in a cold tone, VOMI, if I Labius can't become a human, can we still accept the transformation? If you and Labies really want to return to human beings, even if Dragon Ball can't achieve it, I think Heavenly Deo will definitely find a way to help you. VOMI chuckled, stretched out her right hand and slightly straightened up Lazuli's somewhat messy broken hair, her eyes full of pampering. Really? Lazuli's tone was as cold as ever, but her eyes changed at this moment, and she was no longer confused at this moment, but as if she had made some decision at this moment. VOMI, I've decided, I'm not ready to revert back to being human. Not ready to revert to becoming a human. VOMI was obviously stunned, she didn't understand Lazuli's thoughts at the moment. Isn't it the biggest wish of the two siblings to return to becoming a human? Do you like to fight? Lazuli, you have to think about it, the purpose of androids is to fight, although these are just the original intentions, you and Rubith can choose their own future paths, but... Before VOMI could finish her words, her mouth was gently covered by Lazuli's hand. Of course I don't like fighting, but with Dr. Brive's speculation and the future that Heavenly Deo said, as well as the growing strength of me and Lashley, I think that maybe it is really true that in the future, we who are artificial humans may have an advantage. Besides, I think that in the future, there shouldn't be a need for me to fight, and what about me? I think that in the future, even if I don't fight, it's good to have some strength. After all, if they go to fight in the Heavenly Deo, with me, he can also fight with confidence, and he won't have any worries because of us. Lashley's words made VOMI a little silent, but more stingy. She didn't speak at the moment, but silently hugged Lashley in her arms. At the same time, while the two were silent, Labies, who was outside the door, listened to his sister's words, and a chuckle appeared on his cold face. Sure enough, just like the Heavenly Deo said, I will definitely be the last one to know. Lapis smiled, recalling the words of Heavenly Deo that he had just heard in the room. Rapies, we have found 6 Dragon Balls, and we are about to go to the location of the last Dragon Ball. At that time, he still didn't react, just when he asked suspiciously. Tiendeo. After Tiendeo replied lightly with AHMM. Although extremely surprised, Labies didn't think much about it, but said with a puzzled face, have you informed my sister? And them? Notice? Do you think you need me to notify them? Boomer and the 3 of them are almost a united front. Besides, Boomer has already contacted them, but even if Boomer notifies VOMI and Lashley, when you know the news, it will definitely be the last. Heavenly Dao's words, Lapis did not refute. After all, this is all true. So after Tiendeo told him something, as Tiendeo's voice disappeared, Lapis also walked to the door of her sister Lazuri and VOMI's room, just as she was about to knock on the door and ask some of her sister's thoughts. He happened to hear what his sister Lashri was saying. I didn't feel sad or even angry because I was the last to know, but I was happy because of my sister's words. Sister, is this your choice? Lapis smiled with relief, not angry at his sister, but feeling a little glad that his sister had the same thoughts as him. Because if he said he didn't want to be human again, his sister Lashri would definitely make the same choice as him, even if she wanted to be human again. Now, though, it seems that his worries are unfounded. Hehe, it seems that after seeing the Heavenly Deo tomorrow, I should almost change my mind. However, isn't it a little wrong for me to call him brother-in-law? After all, I should be older than him, right? Forget it, it doesn't matter what age or anything. Anyway, my sister likes it. It's just that although my brother-in-law is young, his mind seems to be very mature. I really don't know how he was so mature. However, thinking of this, Labies shook his head. he realized that he was thinking a little too much. Anyway, the way of heaven is good to him and his sister, this should not need to be proven. For the sake of two people who have almost nothing to do with each other to find the so-called Dragon Ball, even after they have endured 12 years of pain, they will silently enlighten the two and give them hope. It seems that it is quite good to have such a brother-in-law. As for the consequences of him calling his brother-in-law, Tisk, does that have anything to do with him? No, and even if he could, he didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. After all, isn't his brother-in-law used to pit? That's it. When everyone has different ideas. Time passed quietly, night fell, and dawn arrived. The three of Tiandao and the Oolong and one pig set off towards their final destination. An hour later, several people came to a castle, and just as they arrived. Inside the castle, the Pirav trio was excitedly watching the 6 points of light on the radar that were getting closer and closer. As the camera outside the castle turned on, several people from Tiandao appeared on the big screen in front of them. King Pirav, did they all fly over? So what? As long as we take them down, won't the Dragon Balls be ours? Although Xiao Wu was equally shocked, she couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. Xiao Wu's words made Pirav nod with satisfaction, but despite this, his eyes were also full of irrepressible excitement. You two drive fighters to intercept, I will open the defense system, and I must snatch the Dragon Ball back. Yes. With the departure of the ninja dog Ashu and Xiao Wu, the smile on Pirav's lips grew at the thought that he would be able to collect all the Dragon Balls to make a wish right away. Thinking of this, Pirav's hand movement did not hesitate. After seeing that the Heavenly Dao people had already come to the attack range of the defensive weapons, they opened all the weapons without hesitation. In an instant, the three Tiandao people who had just come to the castle just happened to see the roof of the castle open, and two planes roared out, attacking them violently. Countless gun barrels also stretched out from all over the castle, and the black muzzles of the guns were instantly aimed at the Heavenly Dao people. That's too much muzzle, isn't it? Not only that, but Boomer was also shocked. Heavenly Dao, we should be now. Shiu shiu shiu. 2 fiery missiles had already struck, and at the same time, tongues of fire appeared from the barrels of guns all over the castle, and a large number of bullets poured towards the three people. Da-da-da-da. Countless bullets poured out. Seeing this scene, Tiandao did not speak, but waved his right hand lightly, and in an instant, the super telekinesis was activated. Countless bullets and fiery missiles stopped in midair in an instant, and with another wave of Heavenly Dao's right hand, countless missiles struck behind him, carrying a more powerful force than just now. I didn't intend to stir up a dispute. As Heavenly Dao's cold words fell, I saw Heavenly Dao's right hand raised high, and in a few seconds, a huge ball of energy continued to gather in his palm. Do you choose to live or die? Either leave the Dragon Balls and get out, or I'll pick them up myself. Heavenly Dao's cold words, like a god of death descending. Pirav, who had long been frightened stupidly by Heavenly Dao's methods just now, was already a little frightened at this moment. Especially when they saw that their bullets and shells not only did not get close to the Heavenly Dao people, but instead attacked their castle at an even more terrifying speed. Seeing that the castle was almost in ruins, Ashu and Xiao Wu had also begun to be afraid. Looking at the energy ball in Tiandao's hand that was bigger than their castle, King Pirav, what should we do? Pirav's whole body trembled uncontrollably, even though they were so bold in the original book. It's a pity that in the face of death, it is false to say that you are not afraid. After all, you have a life to take money and no life to spend. It can be said that the three of them are the best embodiment, however, the luck of the three of them is sometimes really good. So what about this time? So far, Pirav has not replied, and Tiandao is too lazy to speak, and with a flick of his right hand, the huge energy ball flies towards the castle in a swift manner. Seeing the terrifying energy ball attacking, even if the energy ball had not yet fallen, the powerful force made the huge castle begin to gradually fall apart. This scene made the three of Pirav desperate, but unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. As the huge ball of energy fell, the castle turned into dust at a visible speed, and Ashiu and Xiaowu saw that the castle was about to disappear, and while flying the plane to escape, they also looked back at the castle from time to time. I'm willing to call out the Dragon Balls. Pilaf's trembling voice came from the megaphone. It's just that his words were like wind in Tiandao's ears, and after Pirav's trembling voice came out, the speed at which the huge energy ball fell even faster. And, death is your destination, go to hell, remember to pay for your ignorance. Chapter 17. Tiandao's indifferent words made Boomer in her arms a little uncomfortable, especially his disregarding eyes, which made her feel a little strange. Is this still the boy who always smiles? Tiandao. Boomer's tone was a little cautious, not only her, but also the little Wukong on the side was also a little dazed. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Tiandao seemed to be different, but, where is the difference? He has a simple personality, but he can't say it. As for the oolong, it was already trembling with fear, and at this moment it had only one thought in its heart, that is, how far it could run, it must be away from this man. As I said, I have no intention of stirring up disputes. Heavenly Dao's tone was a little indifferent, but despite this, as the huge castle was close to annihilation, the huge ball of energy instantly dissipated. As the huge ball of energy dissipates. At this moment, Pirav was already paralyzed in fright, and at this moment, he felt that death was only one step away from him, especially when he saw that the height left of the castle happened to be the same height as the dragon ball he was holding. A terrifying thought rose in his heart, if it weren't for the dragon ball in his hand, he would definitely die. I'm willing to hand over the dragon balls. As the thought continued to ferment in Pirav's mind, Pirav's eyes grew more and more frightened. And as he spoke, the dragon ball in his hand flew up quickly at a terrifying speed, and after falling intact into the hands of Heavenly Dao. I'll give you 5 minutes to disappear from my sight. Get out! As the dragon ball came to his hand, Tiandao's tone was not the slightest polite, and after Tiandao's words, Ashu and Xiao Wu, who had originally escaped from the castle range, also flew back. Pulling the frightened Pirav behind the spaceship, they fled into the distance at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at this moment, if it weren't for the limits of their plane, they would have used their legs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the collection of the last Dragon Ball, the bloodline fusion increased by 18%, and the body loss was restored by 20%. Ding! Since the host completes the side quest for the first time, additional rewards, perfect recovery of physical loss, perfect control of superpowers. The cold mechanical sound of the system sounded again. And in an instant, Tiandao felt as if some kind of shackle had been opened in his body, and the super abilities that originally had various defects were instantly sublimated at this moment. He felt like he had been given a new lease of life. Is this the way you feel like you were now? Tiandao landed smoothly on the ground, carefully putting Boomer down, clenching his fists under the curious gaze of Boomer and little Gaku. Ah! The whole momentum rose rapidly in an indescribable posture at the same time, his pupils also changed rapidly at this moment, and the pitch-black pupils quickly disappeared, but they were replaced by a golden left pupil and a blood-red right pupil. In an instant, the whole earth seemed to tremble, dark clouds covered the sun, mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and countless animals fled into the distance. This terrifying aura directly shook the gods who were far away in the divine realm. It's this force. The body of the god couldn't help but tremble. And the old face was full of disbelief at the moment. When did there be such a terrifying existence on the earth? Celestials, this. What's going on? Bobo, who was like black charcoal, had been paralyzed to the ground with fright, as one of the few beings on earth who could currently sense breath. Their perception is arguably the most obvious. At this moment, just as the gods were about to find out where the terrifying aura came from, the terrifying aura came and went quickly. How could it be? Is it already gone? Feeling. The aura released by the heavenly Deo disappearing, although I don't know for what reason, it made the heavenly god breathe a sigh of relief. It's just that when he sensed that all the Dragon Balls had been collected again after a long time, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Decades later, have the Dragon Balls been successfully collected again? Dragon Balls? Yes, it's just that I don't know what this wish will be. The old god's gaze looked into the distance, and for some reason, he had a premonition that this wish would affect the future pattern. With the idea of the old gods, everything was just as he thought. At the same time, as Heavenly Deo perfectly withdrew his breath, he opened his personal panel for the first time in a long time. Host, Heavenly Deo. Age, 12. Combat Power, 120,000. Bloodline, Super Saiyan Superman, Supreme Little Superman and Legendary Super Saiyan. Super Ability, Super Flight, Super Hot Vision, Super Steel Body, Super Healing Ability, Super Speed, Super Strength, Super Idea. Skill, Perfect Control of the Foundation of Chi, Perfect Control of Super Ability. Is this my personal panel now? Tiandeo was a little excited. Did he finally recover now? But he didn't wait for him to get excited. The cold mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Host, please complete the mainline check-in task. The system will be upgraded, other functions will be opened. During the upgrade, only the personal panel will be opened. I guess I understand. Tiandeo didn't care. After all, what does it matter if he doesn't have a system now? Even if there is no system at the beginning, he can be invincible with the world, let alone now. Tiandeo. Just as Tiandeo was thinking, Bulma's somewhat puzzled voice came. Bang! Before Tiandeo could speak, Xiao Wukong had already thrown the oolong holding him tightly on the somersault cloud, but there was no accident, he fell heavily to the ground with an impure heart. When Tiandeo turned around, Xiao Wukong came to Tiandeo's face with a flutter, and saw that Xiao Wukong was looking at him with two big eyes. His eyes were full of curiosity. "Are you the way of heaven?" said Xiao Wukong, and leaned his nose over. "Could it be that there is anyone else besides me?" pulled the little Wukong hanging around his neck, and Tiandeo's tone was a little incomprehensible. "Really?" said little Gaku blinking his eyes. "Really, I just regained my strength, don't you just recognize me?" Tiandeo shook his head, his eyes a little uncertain. "But, Heavenly Deo, you better take a look for yourself." Boomer took out his small mirror and handed it to Heavenly Deo. Casually took Boomer's pink vanity mirror, and the moment he looked at it, Tiandeo was stunned. My eyes, looked at the different pupils in the mirror that Boomer handed him. Was this still him, although the hairstyle had not changed? It was still the same broken hair as always. However, compared with his original temperament, he is completely two people. If he was just a gentle teenager in the original, then now he gives people a feeling that no one should enter. Could it be that fusing bloodlines still has this effect? Chapter 18. Tiandeo returned the dressing mirror in his hand to Boomer, and after calming down his somewhat excited emotions, he smiled and said, "I'm just back to my original appearance now, so can you understand?" Boomer nodded and took his dressing mirror. Even though Tiandeo had already given an explanation, she still came to Tiandeo without believing in evil, and gently pinched Tiandeo's whiter cheeks with both hands. Thoughtfully whispered, "Sure enough, the feel is still the same." As soon as these words came out, Tiandeo couldn't help laughing, and after stopping the equally curious little Wukong, Tiandeo's eyes looked in the direction of Zidu. "Lazuli and Rubith have come." Is Lashri here?" Boomer's tone was a little agitated. Soon, though, it seemed that it wasn't just the two of them, but an acquaintance had arrived. Acquaintance, do I know each other? Tiandao's words made Boma stunned for a moment. Tiandao shook his head and didn't explain, because he didn't know how to explain. After all, it was said that he was an acquaintance, and he and her didn't seem to be so familiar. Just as Heavenly Dao was thinking. At the same time, the two Lazuli sisters and brothers, who were rushing in the direction of the Heavenly Dao people, sister, do you feel it? The aura of the Heavenly Dao just became very terrifying in an instant. Lapis spoke with a hint of surprise. Lashri nodded, not speaking, but flying noticeably faster. Just when the two of them were very close to their destination, they were in opposite directions. Violet, who was riding in the aircraft, also noticed something unusual. What happened just now? The coordinates. Violet glanced at the coordinates given to her by VOMI on her own aircraft, and after carefully confirming it, she came up with a reason that she didn't believe in herself. Could it be? Is this the little handsome guy who caused it? Violet was in disbelief, though VOMI had told him a long time ago that Zero, Dr. Gro's proudest subject, a subject who could not be harmed by any human technology. However, after VOMI took her to see it, Violet just felt that Tiandao didn't look any different from ordinary people except for the handsomeness he looked. However, the scene that had just happened made her wonder, could it be that Vomi meant that situation just now? Although she was not a martial artist, the terrifying sense of oppression in the sky just now, as an ordinary person, she could feel that the atmosphere had changed. Perhaps, the Red Ribbon Legion can really be annihilated. Exhaled lightly, and the Violet with hope also increased the speed of the aircraft to the extreme. It's just that, even so, she is significantly slower than the two siblings, Lashri and Rapes. A few minutes later, the two siblings, Lazuli and Labes, came to the direction of the Heavenly Dao people. As soon as the two fell, Boomer excitedly pounced on Lashley. Lashley, you're finally here. Without you two, do you know how boring I was along the way? Boomer's tone carried a hint of excitement. I know, thank you, Boomer. Lazuli nodded slightly, and while expressing her gratitude in a cold tone, she also nodded slightly to the Tiandao on the side. Hey, don't forget, we're sisters. Boomer smiled, not angry at Lazuli's tone, but pulled her to the 7 Dragon Balls that were flashing with yellow light. Chiang, this is Dragon Ball. Just as Boomer showed off to Lazuli. Labes had already come to the front of Tiandao. Brother-in-law, was it because of you just now? As soon as these words came out, Tiandao was a little confused, not only her, but also Boomer and Lazuli on the side. Brother-in-law. Xiao Wukong's tone was a little puzzled, and just when he didn't understand the meaning of what Lapis said, he noticed the playful Heavenly Dao in Lapis's eyes, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. Is this kid joking? Too? Although it was a little unbelievable, Tiandao didn't think much about it and didn't explain it to little Wukong, under the strange eyes of Boomer and Lazuli. Heavenly Dao had already come to the front of the 7 Dragon Balls, looked at the 7 Dragon Balls that were emitting yellow light, and said loudly, "Come out! Divine Dragon!" As Heavenly Dao's words fell, I don't know when. The clear blue sky darkened again, and just as the dark clouds rolled, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly shot out a golden light towards the sky, and in that golden light, a phantom of a divine dragon could be vaguely seen in the golden light. Looking at the slowly falling green dragon, the familiar memories in his mind emerged at this moment, and Tiandao's mouth murmured, finally, still, is it out? With the appearance of the divine dragon, far away in the Heavenly God Temple, the old Heavenly God and Bobo were standing on the edge of the Heavenly God Temple. And the gaze of the old god seemed to pass countless distances and landed on the divine dragon suspended in the sky. However, in just a moment, the moment the gaze of the old god inadvertently fell on Tiandao's body, his pupils shrank suddenly. This feeling, divinity, no, this feeling. Tenjin, what's wrong with you? Bobo, who was beside the old god, said with a puzzled look on his face. It's nothing, it's just that it feels like he's a little different. The old god shook his head, and looked at Lin Yuntiandeo with a dead gaze. Who is he? Why does it give me a contradictory feeling? In the midst of that endless destruction, but with redemption? He is obviously a human being, why does he have divinity in him? Just when the gods were puzzled. At this moment, after seeing the huge Shenlong for the first time, Boomer's heart was a little frightened, not only her, but also the two sisters and brothers, Lazuli and Labes. The legend of the dragon, is it actually true? Just when Boomer and the three were still surprised, the dragon had already poked his huge head down, and said in a majestic tone, "Is it you, summoned me?" "Well, that's right, it's me." Tiandeo nodded, not too surprised by the appearance of the divine dragon. Hearing the sound, Shenlong's gaze swept over several people in Tiandeo, but at the moment he saw Tiandeo, Shenlong's huge body was obviously stunned, although it was only for a moment, but Tiandeo, who had supervision, still captured this detail, but he didn't say it. Shenlong also immediately continued, "Say your wishes, no matter what wishes, I can fulfill them, but only one. Shenlong, can you help the two of them regain their ability to become humans?" Tiandeo didn't think about it, and pointed to Lashri and Lapis on the side. And his words also made Latsili and Lapis a little shocked. In the world, is there really anyone who is looking for a dragon ball that can fulfill any wish just for two people who have almost nothing to do with each other? Although the two siblings were very moved, but Lazuli and Labes did not forget their decision. Lashri spoke, "No, Shenlong, this is not our wish, hope." Before Lazuli could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Shenlong's words. "I'm sorry, your wish, I can't make it happen." The two of them, although they are transformed people, their life level has come to a new level, which is already a unique evolution. So, I can't make that wish come true. As soon as these words came out, the mood of Lazuli and Lapis was obviously a little gloomy, and this gloom, although it was only for a moment, still made Tiandeo keenly capture. "I'm sorry, but your wishes may not be fulfilled for the time being, and although I don't know why you would give up on resuming your return to humanity, I will think of other options if you need to." Tiandeo's tone was apologetic. He didn't expect that even the first-generation divine dragon would not be able to restore the two. "Brother-in-law, my sister and I have given up on restoring humanity, and now this result reflects the two of us." Labes smiled with relief. "Is that so?" A rare smile appeared on Lazuli's cold face. "Lashri, if only you had a smile on your part." Boomer looked at Lazuri, who was smiling for the first time, and looked a little excited. "Have you thought of any other wishes?" "I'm running out of time," Shenlong urged at this moment. Seeing that time was pressing, Tiandeo also came back to his senses. "Boomer, what about your wish? Don't you want to make a wish for a Prince Charming?" "I don't need it." Boomer shook her head. "Is that so? What about you, Wukong?" Tiandeo looked at the little Wukong on the side. "I don't need to." Little Wukong shook his head. He had a simple personality, and he didn't have a wish to realize it. "In that case, Boomer, take out your biggest all-purpose capsule at the moment." Heavenly Deo looked at Boomer. "The biggest universal capsule?" Boomer was obviously stunned, but still obediently took out her largest universal capsule at present. "The biggest one on my body at the moment is only a small villa capsule." As Boomer threw out the capsule of the small villa, Tiandeo said to Shenlong without hesitation, "Shenlong, I need enough to accommodate the volume of this villa, the immortal beings that the Karantat immortals have. Is this wish okay?" As soon as these words came out, the scene was obviously quiet, and just when Tiandeo thought it could not be realized, Shenlong glanced at Tiandeo with deep meaning, and said after being silent for a long time, "Yes." With Shenlong's reply, Tiandeo was slightly happy in his heart. "Xiandu, the most buggy existence in the Dragon Ball world, there is no one, as long as he does not die, one can be resurrected with full blood. Just when Tiandao was expecting Shenlong to realize his wish, he couldn't help but look at Shenlong with some confusion after not seeing Dragon Ball's next move for a long time. I don't know what you need to do with the fairy beans, but, hopefully, you'll make good use of them. With Shenlong's inexplicable words, after he said this, the red light in Shenlong's eyes was great. This wish can only be fulfilled this once. Your wish has come true, and we are destined to meet again. After saying this, the divine dragon turned into 7 Dragon Balls again, and just as it shot away in all directions, at the moment when the location of the 4 planets was confirmed, the heavenly Dao had disappeared in place, and the 4 planets that had turned into stones were taken into their hands. How can it actually be realized, however, with so many immortal beings? It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise, right? Tiandao took a heavy breath. He didn't expect that his wish could actually be realized. Now he should be regarded as realizing the freedom of Xiandu, right? Chapter 19. Fairy Bean, Dragon Ball series, and even surpass Dragon Ball to a certain extent, and there is no one of the most buggy items. Eaters, who only need to eat 1 pill, will not feel hungry for 10 days, which should be regarded as the most extravagant use of fairy beans. Of course, Tiandao will not be like a Kilobe in the original plot. He cares more about the other effect of the fairy bean, that is, the fairy bean has a strong recovery power, as long as the person is not dead, even if he can recover all the physical strength and energy of the eater in an almost instant under extreme fatigue and near death, and readjust the eater's body to the best state, and there is no limit to strength. And this also defends the foundation that Fairy Bean is one of the most buggy existences in Dragon Ball. As for the low yield, the annual output value is not high, and the cultivation time cost is extremely high. These are meaningless in the eyes of Tiandao, and his current immortal beans will not be used up even if he tries his best to die. As for the disadvantages such as ineffectiveness against diseases, it is simply not worth mentioning in comparison with the efficacy of restoring the injuries and energy of the person who eats it. After all, he is not a simple Saiyan, but also a Superman with a super brain, as long as he is given time. Just talking about Sun Wukong's future heart disease, which will be treated by special drugs in the more distant future. But so what? As long as he was given time, he had absolute confidence that he would develop it faster. Even if before he researched it, Goku Gala? Sorry, super speed, and even the rules of time and space that he would definitely master in the future, would be a big deal to reverse time. Of course, on the premise of achieving a time reversal, he will first awaken a super ability that he will definitely awaken, the only dimension. Without the shackles of the past, he doesn't need to worry about some people shamelessly going back to the past to find their past troubles, such as a certain Zamas who traveled through time and space to become a Black Wukong. Although it may be a little too early to think about this, but if it was his own past, Heavenly Dao would not care. But what about his future? His future will only be stronger than himself. Will his future be willing to disappear? At the moment when this idea of Heavenly Dao appeared, ding, the host was detected to participate in the Dragon Ball wish, and the biological armor was successfully issued. Host, the system is going to be upgraded. Upgrade time, unknown, biological armor, specific information, the host can view it by itself. At the same time, friendly reminder, the dimension is unique, the host has no past and future, this world is the main space-time, no matter what space-time, the host is only one person. This time and space will be different from other space-time, and will change with the space-time outside the main space-time. As the indifferent mechanical sound of the system sounded again, after a brief explanation, the indifferent mechanical sound of the system disappeared. And after getting the answer he wanted, Tiandao's whole person was also relaxed, and now he had no worries, as for the disappearance of the system. Tiandao didn't take it to heart at all. Even if the system was out of place now, he wouldn't blink an eye. The chaotic thoughts were slightly retracted. And after solving the hidden dangers he was worried about, Tiandao began to check his biological armor. Biological armor. Type: Symbiote. Basic ability: Heart moves with me. Change your own clothing according to the host's thoughts, and at the same time you can freely change your own weight, and at the same time can increase all the host's abilities. Core ability: Continuously provide the host with yellow energy of the sun, increase the host's absorption of the yellow sun's ability, continue to evolve with the strength of the host, absorb chi energy to enhance the host, split. The host can transplant a certain amount of biological armor to the person you want to give others the ability to absorb chi energy to enhance themselves, and at the same time, the givee has a different heart for the host, and the biological armor will backfire on it. After quickly looking at his biological armor, Tiandao just wanted to say, perfect. In particular, the change of the basic ability to carry his own weight and amplify all his abilities and the split of his core ability, the former has a biological stance, he can become stronger all the time, and it will not affect his daily life. As for the latter, it is completely customized by the conscience of the two of them, Lashri and Lapis. Because of his appearance, the two do not have the same strong strength as in the original plot. But now it's different. With the biological armor, Lashri and Lapis can become stronger, and at the same time, he doesn't mind giving Dr. Grow some stimulation. After all, after seeing that his most perfect masterpiece betrayed him, Tiandao doesn't believe that Dr. Gro will not fail to carry out his super android project. As for Boomer, if they need it, Heavenly Dao will not be stingy. In this way, it seems like it has been happening for a long time, but in reality it has only been a few seconds. His thoughts returned to reality, and the moment he grabbed the 4 planets, Tiandao had already come to the front of Boma and the others, and he had not yet waited for him to speak. Boomer had already spoken. Heavenly Dao, have the colors of your eyes changed again? As soon as these words came out, not only Heavenly Dao, but even Lazuli and Rubith were also curious. Originally, the two sisters and brothers didn't care. After all, although Tiandao's pupils and temperament were very different from before, they could still feel it. However, now that they had seen the changes in the pupils of the Heavenly Dao with their own eyes, this had to make them curious. After all, from the original pitch-black pupils to the different pupils just now, and then to the current purple pupils like jewels. Don't worry. Tiandao didn't explain. After all, this can't be explained. Could it be that because he was emotional, he entered the state of pseudo-transmission? Then he calmed down, and now is the original appearance of his blood fusion? Without too many words, while speaking, Tiandao had already walked to the small villa full of immortal beans, and as soon as he pulled the door, countless immortal beans poured out. Heavenly Dao, what are these? Picking up an immortal bean casually, Boomer's eyes were full of curiosity. She didn't know what the purpose of the so-called immortal bean was when Bai Dao made a wish to the divine dragon. Fairy bean, a magical bean that can restore all injuries and chi. Tiandao explained. Looking at the immortal beans that kept rolling out of the small villa, he was thinking about how to take these immortal beans away. As for the original plot, Wukong and them used a small bag. He wasn't that stupid. After all, there was a risk of being destroyed in advance. As for using the all-purpose capsule, he hadn't thought about it, but it was very inconvenient to take it like that. Just when Tiandao was still thinking about how to store these immortal beans, the biological armor on his body quietly appeared at this moment, after appearing as a liquid like a venom symbiote. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the entire small villa and all the fairy beans were devoured in an instant. How so? Boomer's eyes widened, and under their incredulous gaze, Tiandao's costume instantly changed into a gorgeous blue-purple cloak knight's costume, and on his right wrist, there was an extra blue-purple wrist blade decoration that matched his costume. Is that so? Tiandao looked at the blue-purple wrist blade decoration on his right wrist, his pupils lit up slightly, and he could see that the mountains of immortal beans were placed in it. Just when Tiandao was surprised, his eyes quietly looked not far away. Are you coming? Then, it's time for my revenge to kick off. Chapter 20. I just listened, with the sound of the speed of the aircraft slowing down and slowly landing, under the reminder of Tiandeo, everyone's eyes also looked at the flying machine not far away. As the aircraft landed, the hatch opened, and Violet's hearty voice came from the aircraft, Lashley, Lapis, long time no see, and of course, our little handsome guy. Stepping out of the aircraft, Violet greeted herself. Who is she? Boomer looked at Violet as she stepped out of the flying machine, her eyes puzzled at Lashley beside her. Violet, she's a lifesaver for me and Labies. Lashley responded. Savior. Boomer's eyes were full of curiosity. That's right, when the Red Ribbon Legion found our sibling, Violet tried to sneak us away. Labies replied, nodding to Violet as he spoke, as he apologized. It's just that his apologetic gaze made Violet a little flattered, and then he couldn't help but sigh lightly. Okay, I really wanted to save you at that time, but unfortunately, my ability was limited, and in the end I let you be taken to Dr. Gro's research institute, so we are not your sister and brother's life-saving benefactor at all. Hehe, it may not be a big deal to you, but it's good enough for us siblings, and if you hadn't told Vomi, we would have been in a worse situation. Lapis shook her head, obviously not agreeing with Violet's words, and Lapis's words were also agreed by Lashley, although Lashley said very little, but her eyes were full of gratitude. In this regard, Violet was a little helpless, knowing that the two sisters and brothers had the same temperament. She didn't say much, looked at the heavenly Deo on the side. Violet showed a look of surprise. Little handsome guy, I haven't seen you for a year, and the temperament of the whole person is different. Temperament. Different. Is Tiandeo very different from his former temperament? Boomer's eyes were full of curiosity, and at the same time, her heart was also unhappy. Why did everyone who knew the way of heaven seem familiar with him? Violet pinched her chin and said the head. Is that so? Boomer looked at Lashley, who didn't speak, just shook her head equally blankly. Heavenly Deo. Seeing that Lashley was also unaware, Boomer looked at Heavenly Deo with curiosity. Looking at Boomer's curious gaze, Tiandeo smiled and said, Sheep, hungry wolf, shouldn't it be? The dragon swims in shallow water and is played by shrimp, and the tiger falls in Pingyang and is bullied by dogs. It seems that our little handsome guy has learned a lot. Violet's tone was full of surprise, even if Vomi had told her something in advance, but, remember, not long ago, Tiandeo was still in existence that never left the petri dish. But when you say that, I think about what happened just now. What is that green dragon? Divine dragon, could it be that the legendary divine dragon that the Red Ribbon Legion has been hoping to find just now? Violet's eyes were full of surprise. She didn't expect that what the Red Ribbon Legion had been longing for, but couldn't get, was now actually seen by her. Hehe, it's just a dragon. Heavenly Deo shrugged, and his tone didn't matter. Let's not talk about that, Boomer, you and Violet should go back to the western capital first. As for Wukong, you and Oolong, take your grandfather's relics to the Turtle Immortal to learn the arts. Tiandeo looked at Boomer and Wukong and spoke. Oh, Turtle Immortal Grandpa? I know, but, Tiandeo, you must come to me. After hearing Tiandeo's words, Xiao Wukong nodded obediently, but his tone was a little reluctant. Tiandeo was the best person for him after his grandfather passed away, although he sometimes couldn't see through him at all. Don't worry, I'll go back. Heavenly Deo gave Wukong a positive look, and with the assurance of Heavenly Deo, little Wukong took the oolong and rode his somersault cloud towards the island where the Turtle Immortal was located. As little Wukong left, Tiandeo also looked at Boomer and Violet in front of him. You guys go back first. What's the matter? Violet didn't continue, and Boomer, who knew about the past of Tiandeo and the Lazuli siblings, was also silent for a while. Be careful, and if you can, please get me back the Red Ribbon Legion's treasury." Violet pinched her right fist, nodded to Heavenly Deo, and pulled Boomer towards her flying machine. In this way, under the posture of Boomer turning back in 3 steps, Boomer, who was pulled by Violet, walked towards the flying machine. "Heavenly Deo, you must be careful. Rest assured." Tiandeo waved goodbye to Bulma and Violet, and as the distance of the aircraft became farther and farther away, he turned to look at the Lazuli siblings behind him. "Are you ready? Let's go." Labes said coldly. His words were full of coldness. On the contrary, Lazuli did not speak, but nodded silently towards Tiandeo. "Then let's go. By the way, I'm going to tell you about my next plans." With that, after confirming the location of the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters, Tiandeo flew into the sky using the sky dance technique. The 2 Lazuli siblings followed closely behind, and while marching towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, Tiandeo spoke. "Lazuli, Labes, later, I hope you two don't care about the strength being exposed, but show your strength to the fullest." "Oh, I don't think you need to, after all, we hate the Red Ribbon Legion no less than you." Lapis spoke bluntly. "That's right, the kindness of me and Labes have never belonged to the Red Ribbon Legion." Lazuli's cold words replied, and her eyes were full of hatred at the moment. In this regard, Tiandeo didn't care, but explained with a smile, "Your feelings, of course I know, it's just that my purpose is not just to destroy the Red Ribbon Legion. I don't know, do you remember Dr. Gro? Dr. Gro, isn't he dead?" Lapis's tone carried a hint of hatred and a hint of murderous intent. If it wasn't for Vomi telling him and his sister that Dr. Gro had been killed by Tiandeo, he would have wanted to break him to pieces now. "No, he's not dead yet." Heavenly Deo gave the answer. "What? Dr. Gro isn't dead yet?" Lashri's tone carried a hint of murderous intent and a hint of anticipation, not only him, but also a hint of surprise in Lapis's eyes. "Hee, yes, I did kill him at the time, but unfortunately, when the Underground Research Institute was destroyed, I noticed that other androids rescued him. And after I'm fully recovered, I can feel that he's now a purely mechanical android, and is currently in the Underground Research Institute of the Red Ribbon Legion." Really, the eyes of the 2 sisters were full of excitement. And this excitement made Tiandeo not know whether he should continue to talk for a while. "That's true, but I hope you don't kill him for now, because he's still useful in my plans. And it's about whether you can gain more power in the future. As for my plan, that's what I want you to do as much as I want, as he is a super android project. Once he sees the strength you show, he will definitely carry out that plan in advance. When the time comes, you will have the strength to face most of the crises in the future. So, do you mean to believe what I said about the Super Android Project or revenge now, whatever you choose?" Chapter 21. Tendo spoke his mind, and as his words fell, Lashri and Lapis fell silent, to Dr. Gro, who had turned them into all this. The 2 sisters and brothers can be said to hate him to the core, even if they kill him thousands of times. At this moment, after hearing Tiandeo's words, the 2 sisters and brothers' hearts refused, but Tiandeo's words were not unreasonable. After all, his original intention was almost for the sake of their sisters and brothers. After a brief silence, Lapis and her own Lashri silently glanced at each other, after the siblings saw the answer in each other's eyes. Labes looked at Tiandeo with a serious face. "Brother-in-law, we agree with your plan." As soon as these words came out, Lazuli's cheeks became visibly shy. Even if he had heard it once, after Labes called out his brother-in-law with a serious face, Tiandeo's whole person began to feel uncomfortable. "No, you still call your brother-in-law addicted, you're not afraid of your sister." Labes directly stopped Tiandeo's words. "Sooner or later, anyway, a few of us are almost dependent on each other now, and it is better to hand over my sister to others, so isn't it a matter of time? I'm only 12, don't you think it's awkward to call my brother-in-law?" It's okay, like I said before, it's a big deal that the two of us have our own opinions, anyway, I'm free. Labes didn't care. And his words also made Tiandeo silent, and for a while, he didn't know how to refute it, not only him, but Lazuli, who heard his brother Labes's words, had already turned his cheeks that were gradually blushing. Only his short blonde hair and earrings under his earlobes glistened in the sun. That's it, in the extreme range of beauty. The three of them came to the area where the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion was located, and the moment they looked at the huge building in front of them, the eyes of Lapis and Lashri were instantly full of hatred. Let's get started. Destroy and kill as much as you want. As Tiandeo's cold words fell, Lazuri and Lapis also stopped holding back, and in an instant, countless air waves struck towards the huge building of the Red Ribbon Legion. As the building was attacked, the sirens of the Red Ribbon Legion sounded at this moment, and the defense mechanism was deployed, and in an instant, countless artillery fire, guns, and ammunition came towards Lazuli and Labes. It's just that these attacks are a drop in the bucket for Lazuri and Rubbies, who currently have 2000 combat power, and they are stubbornly resistant. That's right, the current battle between the two sisters and brothers has 2000, and I have to say that the talent of the two sisters and brothers is terrifying, and the two sisters and brothers with unlimited energy and physical strength are completely like fish in water. At present, when the highest battle on the earth is only a few hundred, the two of them already have 2000 combat power, and I have to say that the qualifications of the two sisters and brothers are completely beyond his expectations. Even if the two siblings are the only two androids who can be cultivated except for Shailu, however, this qualification is also terrifying, a bit too much. However, Tiandeo thought that in the original plot, there was almost no Rubbies who did not cultivate much. Despite this, after being comparable to the Monkey King Super Saiyan 3 in just a few years, he was relieved. Although the current two siblings of Lapis and Rajri are not as powerful as they appeared in the original plot. However, with the help of Heavenly Deo, the two siblings had already begun training, and the two siblings, who had the ultimate potential of human beings, were blessed with infinite energy and infinite physical strength. They have begun to show their powerful talents, and now the Heavenly Deo seems to have seen the future, and the incomparable shock brought by the appearance of Super 17 and Super 18. Especially if the two of them have acquired the split armor of his biological armor, which absorbs energy to become stronger during battle, as well as strong defense to compensate for the weakness of the body. Tiandeo doubted that when Beerus arrived, what kind of surprise would Super 17 and Super 18 bring? After confirming the location of the commander of the Red Ribbon Legion, the figure of Tiandeo had disappeared into the sky. At the same time, the Red Ribbon Legion command room that was in the middle of the meeting, the leader of the Red Ribbon Legion, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, was making a big fuss. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dr. Gro incident is the shame of our Red Ribbon Legion, and in order to wash away this shame, these few people will become the primary hunting target of our Red Ribbon Legion, and there is no one. As the photos of several people from Tiandeo appeared, the high-level leaders of the Red Ribbon Legion discussed. Toot 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 beep blaring the siren of the Red Ribbon Legion. What's the situation, Colonel Siraba, General White, Lieutenant Arnold, Purple Army CAO, General Blue? You guys go and see what's going on. As soon as the commander of the Red Ribbon Legion, Pat, gave the order, a humanoid grizzly bear had already rushed into the command room, and said with a panicked expression, "Commander, our headquarters has been attacked, and the enemy's offensive is very terrifying." "What? How many of them are there?" said Pat, the commander of the Red Ribbon Legion, with an angry face. "There were only 2 people, a man and a woman." "Bastard, 2 people, a man and a woman, will let us collapse, get out of here," said Pat, who looked at the angry Pat, and the humanoid grizzly walked out of the command room with interest. Watching the humanoid grizzly bear leave, Pat angrily stretched out his right index and middle fingers. Bang! With an extremely difficult snap of the fingers, the entire command room fell silent, and all the high-ranking members of the Red Ribbon Legion looked at their commander in surprise, their eyes full of doubt. What's wrong with their commander? Just like that, under the shocked gaze of all the high-ranking members of the Red Ribbon Legion, Pat instantly became angry. You bastards! Not going to help, Adjutant Brock, cigars, cigars! Pat angrily slapped the table, his eyes angrily glaring at the black coal beside him. It's B. Adjutant Brock nodded tremblingly, took out a cigar, and carefully placed it in the center of Pat's right index and middle fingers. Just as he was about to take out the lighter, he realized that he didn't take it, and just when Adjutant Black was in a dilemma, he was about to cautiously walk out of the command room so as not to provoke the high-ranking members of the Red Ribbon Legion. Suddenly, I heard a playful voice. Do you need me to lend you a fire? Okay, thank you. Adjutant Brock subconsciously thanked, but when he spoke, his whole body was obviously shocked, and he didn't know when. Tiendeo had already arrived at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, and at this moment, he was sitting in a seat, and at the same time, he was wearing a blue-purple cloak knight's outfit and a helmet, and he was propping up the table with his hands. Quietly watching everything present, and the appearance of the Heavenly Deo also made the high level of the Red Ribbon Legion feel like a great enemy. You? Who are you? Looking at the Heavenly Deo who was so close to him, Pat was so frightened that he fell from his seat. My name, Zero, the Destroyer of the Red Ribbon Legion. Chapter 22. Zero, the Destroyer of the Red Ribbon Legion. Tiendeo's words made everyone in the Red Ribbon Legion stunned for a while, but Pat, the commander of the Red Ribbon Legion, who reacted, quickly sneered loudly, It's just you? You want to destroy our Red Ribbon Legion because you don't know where you came from. Pat's words were full of disdain, and he was not afraid when he came back to his senses. And its opening also made the high level of the Red Ribbon Legion relaxed, and at the same time, they also felt a burst of shame for the appearance of the Heavenly Deo. The high-ranking members of the Red Ribbon Legion who had returned to their senses began to look around the Heavenly Deo, and there was a tendency for them to do it as long as Pat gave an order. Hee. Don't you wonder who I am? Tiendeo's tone did not show any panic, but instead played a dumb riddle unhurriedly. Will the Red Ribbon Legion care about your identity? Kill him, and then go outside to deal with the two people who dare to attack our Red Ribbon Legion headquarters without knowing whether they are alive or dead. Pat waved his hand casually, and the high-ranking members of the Red Ribbon Legion instantly attacked. It's just that as they attacked, a scene that terrified all the high-level leaders of the Red Ribbon Legion present appeared, that is, their attack seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Looking at the attack that was close at hand, they couldn't get close, and the stronger the attack of each of them, the stronger the resistance became. At this moment, the high-level leaders of the Red Ribbon Legion panicked, but they couldn't see that the commander of the Red Ribbon Legion, Pat, looked at the high-level players who were playing match-fixing, and couldn't help but scold, You bastards, attack me! Pat's rebuke made the high level of the Red Ribbon Legion feel terrified, but no matter how ugly Pat's words were, the attack of the high-level leaders could not be stopped. Hee. Tiendeo chuckled sarcastically, his left hand opened slightly, and the high-ranking members of the Red Ribbon Legion surrounding him were instantly bounced away, inlaid on the wall at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Pat, the commander of the Red Ribbon Legion, also panicked. Especially when he saw Tiendeo calmly take off his helmet, Pat's whole person had already begun to tremble. Zero, are you the Zero that Dr. Gro is talking about? Pat's pupils constricted, he couldn't imagine that the Zero that Dr. Gro was talking about would actually be here. He was a little incredulous, unlike the other Red Ribbon Legion higher UPS, he knew that Dr. Gro was not dead, but had transformed himself into an android, and he was the only one who knew how terrifying Dr. Gro was about Zero. Although the order he gave was to kill a few people in the Heavenly Deo, he didn't have much hope when he knew everything. He was more concerned about finding the legendary Dragon Balls, only the Dragon Balls were what he wanted the most, because that could make him grow taller, but he didn't know anything about his careful thinking. The killing of Zero by his words is more for the living Dr. Gro, and in his eyes, nothing is more important to him than Dragon Ball. However, he didn't expect that the Zero mentioned by Dr. Gro would actually appear. And still go straight to the headquarters of their Red Ribbon Legion. Run! Be sure to run! This is the only thought in Pat's heart at this moment, but his thoughts are a luxury at this moment. Are you trying to run away? If you do, it won't be interesting. After all, how could Gro, who is not dead, like a lost dog, start his crazy plan? Rest assured, I will gently grant you the pleasure of death. At this moment, under the gentle words of Heavenly Deo, I saw him slowly stretch out his right hand, and at the moment when his right hand made an explosive movement, a force capable of destroying everything burst out of his body. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the two Lazuli sisters and brothers, who noticed this scene, had already looked over. Tiandeo, what is he doing? Labiza's gaze was a little surprised, not only him, but also Lazuli, just when the two siblings were curious about what Tiandeo had done. Tiandeo had already come to the two of them in an instant. Hee, let's go and clean up the high level of the Red Ribbon Legion. I didn't expect that they are actually giving an order to hunt us down, but it's good, save me from looking for them slowly. The top of the Red Ribbon Legion. That's right, it's just a catch. Anyway, how are you two doing? If it's almost over, we should go back too. While speaking, Tiandeo also used spiritual communication to the two sisters and brothers. Ge Luo is watching. Don't speak, leave it to me next. Hearing this, Rubith and Lazuli did not speak, nodded silently, and the destruction in their hands also stopped at this moment. And seeing that the movements in the hands of Lazuri and Lapis stopped, he had already sensed the location of Dr. Gro through super perception, and the maintenance robot he released around him, and the corners of his mouth hidden under the helmet raised slightly. The fish has already taken the bait. Just as Tiandeo thought, Dr. Gro, who was rescued by Android 9 and transformed into an android, was staring at the screen in front of him. His eyes were full of obsession. Sure enough, it is worthy of the 0, 17, and 18 that I value, but I didn't expect that under the premise of no successful transformation, they all have this kind of power. However, this obsession quickly turned into anger. I saw that the figures of the three Tiandeo who were still on the screen just now disappeared instantly, and in the next second, the three Tiandeo had already arrived at the vault of the Red Ribbon Legion. Originally, looking at the three Heavenly Deo people who suddenly disappeared, Dr. Gro was still a little surprised, until he saw the appearance of the three people in the monitoring of the Red Ribbon Vault, and after each took out a universal capsule and began to continuously collect the belongings in the Red Ribbon Legion Vault. Dr. Gro's cheeks twisted instantly. Bastards, these three bastards! His hands clenched, Dr. Gro's cheeks began to contort. He didn't expect that the three of them had actually started the Red Ribbon Legion's big treasury. This is his capital for revenge, though angry, but when he thought that the Red Ribbon Legion's treasury still had a lot in other branches, Dr. Gro's distorted face slowly recovered. In this way, I watched as the three of Tiandeo swept away the treasury of the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters. Just when Dr. Gro thought it was over, Tiandeo had already come to the sky above the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, and said in a provocative tone, "Gro, have you ever thought that the Red Ribbon Legion will have today? Unfortunately, you will never see this scene." As the cold sound of the Heavenly Deo fell, a huge energy ball gathered in his hand, and as the energy ball fell, the headquarters of the entire Red Ribbon Legion instantly fell into ruins. Since then, the three of them have left, and Dr. Gro, who was watching all this in the basement of the Red Ribbon Corps headquarters, not only did not get angry, but couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Anyway, it doesn't make sense to me at all. 0, 17, 18, I hope that when we meet next, you will still be like this. Under the laughter, Dr. Gro's rickety body looked unusually hideous. Sure enough, my artificial talent is the strongest. Number 9, take all the materials and the unfinished number 13, number 14, and number 15 with you, and we will go to the branch of the Red Ribbon Legion. Ha ha ha, 17, 18, humph. Do you think you can escape my control in this way? As my two strongest creatures, you will always belong to me and belong to me. It's time for my Shuru plan to start, at least, when the time comes, he can buy me time until I take perfect control of 17 and 18 in the future. Chapter 23. As the three of them left, Dr. Grohl looked at the video of Lasery and Lapis on the screen, and the frenzy in his eyes was completely hidden. As the most qualified of his own androids, and the only two androids transformed by humans, Lasery and Lapis can be said to be responsible for all the efforts of his android plans. Even if it was the heavenly Deo that he had studied since he was a child, in the eyes of Dr. Gro, he was not as important to him as the two Lasery siblings, and it was precisely because of the two siblings that Dr. Gro would let the Red Ribbon Legion hunt down the heavenly Deo and them. As for Tiandeo and Vomi, Dr. Gro only has a pity, but now, it seems that Tiandeo has exceeded his expectations, but so what? Dr. Gro has been eyeing the two of them since the two siblings Lasery and Lapis were still in the orphanage. Originally, when the heavenly Deo was immune to human technology, Dr. Gro regarded the heavenly Deo as his most proud experiment. Unfortunately, after he couldn't break through his defenses anyway, his focus could only be on other people, and as for Vomi, Dr. Gro had a lot of thoughts, originally wanting to create a son from her genes and his own, but now it seems impossible. However, that doesn't make any sense. He can create a son of his own, a robot son of his own, a son who will never betray him. As for whether it can be realized, he is the father of androids, an existence destined to open up a whole new world in the future. When the time comes, the entire world will be ruled by his androids, and when the time comes, he can completely recast the glory of the Red Ribbon Legion. Of course, under the premise that he can perfectly realize his super android plan, which he has been hiding for a long time. As for why it is dusty, it is because after Vomi transformed the two siblings Lasery and Lapis into androids, after he tried countless attempts to remove his feelings as a human. This is also the reason why he did not teach Vomi the transformation of combat power. And this plan was temporarily shelved by him, and began to focus on the transformation plan after the 13th android, as well as the future Shuru plan, and for the android in front of him 13, except for the defection of the 8th, the 9th still has some use for it, and the rest of the androids have been destroyed by it. However, when he saw the performance of Lasery and Lapis's siblings, his heart began to stir, and perhaps, his super android plan could continue to be realized. As for the risks, after seeing the potential of the two siblings, Lasery and Lapis, those risks were completely discardable, and Shuru was born as a second plan that he couldn't make up his mind. In his original plan, the two siblings, Lasery and Lapis, were the eternal core of his plan. It seems that he still needs a lot more things, but when Lasery and Lapis grow up, his plan will be officially implemented. And I'll go first. The last thing I need is time. Beneath the gloomy laboratory, Dr. Gro's complexion grew grim and even a little terrifying. And this scene was also seen by the Tiandeo who was leaving, and after making sure that there was no Dr. Gro's detection micro-robot around, Tiandeo smiled and said, "The fish has already taken the bait, now, just give him some stimulation." "Oh, have you taken the bait? But, stimulation, isn't our stimulation enough now?" Lapis said coldly, with some confusion in his eyes. He already didn't understand and couldn't even keep up with the brain circuits of the heavenly Deo. Not only him, but also Lasery, who had ruined the entire Red Ribbon Legion in front of Dr. Gro. This is the beginning. Now that the treasury of the Red Ribbon Legion has been taken by us, Gro is now ready to transfer everything to the branch of the Red Ribbon Legion for research. You say, what will happen if we make another surprise attack while he is studying? Tiandao chuckled lightly, and his words also made the two sisters and brothers of Lazuli and Labes instantly realize, and they couldn't help but be surprised when they looked at Tiandao's gaze. Heavenly Dao, where did you learn this? Lazuli's cold voice came. Looking at the Heavenly Dao in front of her, she found that she seemed to know him less and less. Where did I learn? I said I learned from books, do you believe me? Now I can feel everything on earth, whatever it is, after I have recovered perfectly, and as for when I learned, I say, I can learn everything I perceive and even see in an instant, do you believe it? Gently pinching his chin, Tiandao explained thoughtfully, after all, what he said is really a bit of a fantasy, what he said, only superhuman people can realize, right? And the truth is just like Tiandao thought. After hearing Tiandao's words, Lapis frowned and said, brother-in-law, you find a reason, so you can find a reliable one. Although the two of us believe in you, after all, my sister and I can only believe you now, but this kind of reason can be said in front of us, if you tell others, it is good that people don't think you are stupid. As soon as these words came out, Lazuli nodded approvingly, and after hearing her brother Rubith say what she wanted to say, Lazuri did not deny it, but gave Tiandao a look of self-experience. You forget it, as long as you believe that I won't lie to you. Tiandao's tone was a little speechless, and the original words he was about to explain were instantly useless, and the trust of Lazuli and Lapis also warmed his heart. This should be believing and trusting, right? In this way, 2 hours later, the three of Tiandao returned to the Universal Capsule Company, in the huge manor in Boomer's house, and as soon as the three of them fell, the three of Tiandao, who had long been familiar with the huge manor, began to walk familiarly. After walking to the living room, as soon as she walked in, Lashri was pulled into the room by Boomer and Vomi, followed by Violet, who had come here as a guest. Looking at this scene, Mrs. Brive didn't care, but she didn't know whether it was unintentional or intentional to cover her mouth and chuckle. Yo, I didn't expect that you just said Tiandao, you are back, have you eaten? Tiandao didn't speak, because his stomach was already growling. After his two bloodlines fused, he could feel that he was not as terrifying as the Saiyans' requirements for food. After all, he could rely on the solar energy to supplement his consumption. Despite this, now that he had passed the meal, his stomach couldn't help but get hungry. Hehe, it seems that our Heavenly Dao is already hungry. Then I will go and tell the kitchen to prepare food. You and Labes will go to Brive first, and he will find you when you come back. As for why Mrs. Brive didn't ask Rubbies, Mrs. Brive, who knew the identities of him and Lashley, naturally knew the condition of the two. She didn't ask. Who was understanding, because, sometimes, pretending to be stupid is the best care for her. Seeing Mrs. Brive leaving, after helplessly touching his uncontentious belly, Tiandao looked at Labes helplessly and said, let's go over and have a look. Rapes nodded, and followed the two to Dr. Brive's lab. As soon as he approached, he saw that a huge machine had appeared in front of Tiandao and Labes. Is this the gravity chamber? Tiandao's gaze was a little surprised, and before he could speak, Dr. Brive walked over unhurriedly, smiling. Yo, you're back. Let's take a look at the gravity chamber I made. Combined with the current technology of human beings, I built this gravity chamber, although the current limit of gravity is only 50 times, but this is also the limit I can make at present, and, in order to consider that you can absorb sunlight, I designed the top layer of the gravity chamber as a glass cover. As he spoke, Dr. Brive thumped himself on the back. Seeing this scene, Tiandao took out a fairy bean without hesitation. Dr. Brive, you eat this first. With that, Tiandao handed over the immortal bean. As for the fairy beans handed to him by Tiandao, Dr. Brive didn't ask much, and while taking it, he also ate it in one bite. Doctor will see everything. You and Labes will call me uncle in the future, anyway. Waved his hand casually, Dr. Brive didn't finish his words. He felt a burst of relief all over his body, and the fatigue of conducting research overnight also dissipated in an instant at this moment. What is this? Fairy beans, a bean that can heal injuries and relieve fatigue. Chapter 24. Tiandao explained unhurriedly and said the effect of the immortal bean. Fairy beans? There are still such miraculous beans in the world. Dr. Brive was a little surprised, but he was only a little surprised, and he didn't take the fairy beans to heart in the slightest. He didn't forget his purpose, and he pulled Tiandao and Labis to the front of the gravity room, and said in a serious tone, "You two, you must remember what I said, do you know? If the two of you have an accident in the gravity room because of your own permission, I will directly refuse everything you ask me to help in the future." Dr. Brive's words carried a hint of swear, and even a hint of threat, but his threat not only did not make Tiandao and Labis angry, but warmed his heart. "Don't worry, we'll take care of the safety of my uncle." Tiandao and Lapis looked at each other and smiled, knowing that Dr. Brive was worried, and they directly made a guarantee. And when he heard the assurances made by Tiandao and Labis, Dr. Brive also laughed, "Ha ha ha, just remember, although I believe in your purpose in doing this, I don't want you to have an accident." With that, Dr. Brive began to explain the functions of the gravity chamber in detail, and while introducing the functions, he also gave an order that was not considered a command. "You two, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, if anyone is late, hum." Dr. Brive didn't continue, but the meaning was already self-evident, and he was afraid that the two of them would not come out of the gravity room, so he gave an ultimatum directly. Until Heavenly Dao and Labis repeatedly assured. Dr. Brive breathed a sigh of relief and said, okay, I hope you two don't think I'm an old man, you haven't eaten yet." With that, Dr. Brive began to chase people away. It's just that Tiandao and Lapis who were kicked out didn't care, but couldn't help but chuckle, especially Lapis, because of what happened to him since he was a child, and his personality became cold. He also sighed lightly at this moment. Is this how family feels? Probably. Tiandao smiled, and while giving an ambiguous answer, he also set off for the restaurant. "Brother-in-law, do you have any plans for the future?" asked Labis, who believed in the heavenly way almost unconditionally. And Labis's words also reminded Tiandao of the splitting ability of his biological armor, and then nodded thoughtfully, "Is there a plan?" "I do have a plan for you and Lashri at the moment." "Oh, what plan?" Labis was a little surprised. He didn't expect it. He just asked casually. He didn't expect that Tiandao really had a plan, and this plan was still on him and his sister. "Hehe, it's all a plan. What's the point if you say it in advance?" "I'll say it when we're eating." Tiandao smiled, didn't say it in advance, and as the two walked to the restaurant, looking at the meals that had already filled the table, Tiandao didn't see the slightest surprise and directly feasted on it. Seeing that the heavenly Dao had begun to destroy food, Labis didn't say more, although he was an artificial person and didn't need food, but that didn't mean he didn't need food. Just when the two of them were frantically destroying the food in front of them, Mrs. Brive, who had just walked out of the back kitchen, looked at the two of them gobbling up, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, "You two eat slowly, no one will rob you, if it's not enough. I'll let the people in the back kitchen cook." As she spoke, Mrs. Brive also thoughtfully poured a few glasses of juice for Tiandao and Labis, for fear that the two of them would choke on it if they accidentally ate it too quickly. Just like that, a few minutes later, a blushing Boomer and Lashri walked out of the room, followed by Vomi and Violet, who looked like they had triumphed. As the four of them walked out, Mrs. Brive, who seemed to know everything, didn't care, but just smiled and said, "Lazuli, come and eat." "I know my aunt." Lazuli, who had long been taught by Mrs. Brive to change her words, nodded obediently, sat on the side of Tiandao and began to take small bites. Compared to Tiandao and her younger brother Rubbies, Lazuli was obviously much more elegant. And watching the three of Tiandao eating, Boma and the others also sat down quietly. Didn't speak, just watched quietly. Just when the three of Tiandao were about to finish eating, Dr. Brive also walked out of the laboratory. With the arrival of Dr. Brive, Tiandao also stopped the movement in his hand, and said with a smile, "Uncle, can you help me with two small favors?" "Little favor." As soon as he walked into the restaurant, he suddenly heard Tiandao's words. Brive was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much about it, just curious, "What is the busy?" "I would like you to help me exchange the gold and silver treasures of the Red Ribbon Legion for cash, and in the meantime, I would like you to help me get me some canned fish, the more the better." Tiandao explained, and while explaining, he also silently used telepathy. "Uncle, in addition to dealing with the gold and silver treasures of these Red Ribbon Legions, as well as canned fish, I hope you can help me get adult magazines and other things, the more the better." This. Brive was a little confused. He didn't care about the telepathy of the Heavenly Dao, which he had long been accustomed to, but the words of the Heavenly Dao were a little incomprehensible, although he had also experienced it, and even he would occasionally take a look. After all, this is a necessary process for teenagers to grow up, so he didn't ask much, but knowing the age of Tiandao, he still couldn't help but remind, "Tiandao, you are still young, it is normal to have this impulse, but you also have to pay attention to your body, you know." Dr. Brive began to educate hard, and when he heard the Heavenly Dao of Dr. Brive's education, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Where is this?" After knowing that Dr. Brive had misunderstood, Tiandao also hurriedly explained, "Uncle, I need canned fish because of a cat fairy. I need to use canned fish to make a deal with him. More specifically, it should be cooperation. As for those adult magazines, I am trading with a perverted old man." After telling Dr. Brive about the turtle immortals, Dr. Brive, who knew that he wanted to be crooked, was also embarrassed, and it turned out that he had always wanted to be crooked. In this way, at the same time as Tiandao and Dr. Brive's hearts communicated, in the eyes of Boomer and the others, only a few seconds had passed. Ahem! Dr. Brive, who quickly came back to his senses, coughed lightly and said seriously, "Is that so? Leave it to me. Although I didn't expect the Red Ribbon Legion to be really wiped out by you, but rest assured that Uncle will help you solve these gold and silver treasures. As for the matter of canned fish, you wait for me, and I will help you contact the canned fish manufacturer." "Thank you, Uncle." Heavenly Dao nodded to Dr. Brive in thanks, and Dr. Brive, after nodding slightly to Heavenly Dao, took the universal capsule containing the gold and silver treasures of the Red Ribbon Legion. Walked out of the restaurant as if he had nothing to do. And at the moment when he walked out of the restaurant, Dr. Brive, who was embarrassed by his thoughts, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. "Whew, I was scared to death, I was almost exposed. No, I have to go and observe the pressure first, this shouldn't be too much, right? Well, it's decided, I'm sorry for myself if I don't stop worrying." Chapter 25. With Dr. Brive leaving, Mrs. Brive also handed over the juice in her hand to Boomer, and walked out of the restaurant with interest. "Hee, this place is still left to you young people." After saying that, Mrs. Brive walked out of the dining room, and watching Mrs. Brive leave, Tiandao also put down the food in his hand, and the whole person was also relaxed, not for anything else, just for Mrs. Brive to look at his eyes. "Did you look at your son-in-law seriously? He was only 12 years old. If he had been in his previous life, he would have been a little kid who was still in elementary school." Sighing lightly, Tiandao looked at the Boomer people who seemed to be smiling around him. His eyes were a little uncertain, so he didn't know what was going on, and he was too lazy to think about it, and after organizing his language a little, he smiled and said, "Didn't you want to learn the void dance technique before?" Boomer shook his head with a smile and directly expressed his refusal, and similarly, Vomi, who heard the words of the heavens, was the same as Violet, and refused directly without thinking about it. And the refusal of the three Boomer is understandable to Violet Tiandeo, but, Boomer and Vomi, he remembers, these two people were extremely greedy at first, why did they suddenly refuse now? Are you sure? This is not you. Tiandeo, who thought he had heard it wrong, subconsciously asked again, but he didn't wait for him to finish. Boomer and the three of them had already walked behind Lazuli, and after the three of them looked at each other silently, Vomi said, "We have already thought about it, as you said before, since we are scientific researchers, it is not good to always think about things on the front line, so Lazuli will be our most solid backing in the future." "That's right, Lashri is our back," Boomer responded, and as for Violet, she didn't speak, just looked at Vomi and Boomer with an almost identical expression. Tiandeo couldn't understand how they communicated, but, forget it, since they didn't like it, he didn't force it too much, after all, he also rejected them like this at the beginning. "In that case, Lapis, do you remember what I said about your plan with Lashley?" After seeing the three of Boomer's eyes firm, Tiandeo also looked at Lapis and Lashri beside him. As for Lapis, he didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, obviously he enjoyed this atmosphere very much. "Of course." Lapis nodded, obviously remembering what Heavenly Deo had just told him. "What plan? What kind of plan? Are you two hiding something from me?" Lazuli frowned, looking at her that even her younger brother knew it, and even looked at outsiders, and as an older sister, she didn't know until now, although Tiandeo was not considered an outsider, but she still said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone. "What's the matter? I just learned that Tiandeo has a plan, as for what the plan is, I'm sorry, I don't know at the moment." Saying that, Lapis directly spread out his hands to prove his innocence. And looking at Lapis's expression, after seeing that Lapis was not lying, Lapis also looked at heaven with burning eyes, and there was a posture that "you don't explain to me, I will make you look good." Not only her, but the three of Boomer and Vomi behind him also looked at him with fiery eyes, and there was a big look that "you would like to look good if you give an explanation." "This, Tien." Deo covered his forehead, "What kind of thing is this?" He decided, during this time he was going to the Turtle Immortal to avoid the limelight, although the strength of the Turtle Immortal was very weak, but some of his tricks, for example, the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm that converts his own power into tens of thousands of watts of electricity, as well as the golden binding technique similar to the point, and the automatic dodge technology similar to the God's Imperial technique Freedom Extreme, are somewhat useful. Therefore, he didn't plan to apprentice, so he felt that he was bribing. After making up his mind, Tiandeo also spoke, "As we all know, I am from another planet, an alien from an alien planet, I don't need to explain this matter, right?" The four of them said in unison. And the four of them spoke in unison, directly frightened Tiandeo and almost ran away on the spot. "No, the four of you have only a tacit understanding after a while? Is this the tacit understanding? Between girls?" Taking a deep breath, Tiandeo explained unhurriedly after calming down his state of mind, "You should still remember what I said, because of special reasons, my body has lost to a very serious extent, and after my body's loss I recovered part of my memory. This includes the symbiote biological armor on my body, which has been hidden in my body all along." As he spoke, the costume on Tiandao's body had automatically returned to the previous blue-purple cloak knight's outfit. "This is a creature armor that can change its costume at any time according to my mind, and at the same time." Before Tendo could finish speaking, Boomer and Vomi had already arrived in front of Tendo at a speed that he couldn't comprehend. "This is your plan?" Boomer's eyes were full of heat, looking at the symbiote biological armor on Tiandao's body. It was like looking at a fragrant fragrance, casually changing clothes. This is what many women dream of. It can be said that this alone is not a woman who can refuse. "Tiandeo, I regret it now, is it too late?" Vmoi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, touching the symbiote biological armor on Tiandao's body, as if he had touched a treasure. As for the oath they just made, did she say it? Not only them, but also Violet and Lazuli with hot eyes. Violet is because she is not familiar with Tiandao, so, even if she is also envious. As for Lazuli, although she has become an artificial person, she is also a girl. What girl doesn't like to be beautiful every day? You swallowed lightly, this. Are you idiots? Looking at you seriously? Tiandao is a little incomprehensible, and the boomer people who refused just now are so big after hearing that they can change their clothes at will? Can you wait for me to finish talking first? Tiandao's eyes couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, is this the girl's persistence in changing clothes at will? As Tiandao spoke, Boomer and Vomi reluctantly walked away, and as Boomer and Vomi left, Tiandao also quickly explained, as I just said, while you can change your costume at will, the symbiote biological armor can be split, and you can use it as well, and. Tiandao's words didn't continue, because he found that the second he said that he could split, the eyes of the four boomer were obviously much brighter. If it wasn't for Tiandao not finished speaking, he was sure that he would definitely be able to be picked up by the four female hooligans now. And what? Heavenly Dao, you say it quickly. Seeing that Heavenly Dao still didn't say it, Boomer couldn't help but urge. Tiandao also continued, recording that when he was about to speak, the symbiote biological armor seemed to have consciousness, constantly conveying something to it. It wasn't until Heavenly Dao heard it clearly that he understood the meaning of the symbiote biological armor, which could assist the cultivation of split users, and at the same time, as Heavenly Dao continued to become stronger, it had other functions. After hearing this, Tiandao was obviously stunned, but when he came back to his senses, he was also surprised by the strength of the symbiote biological armor. Isn't this just a pure cultivation aid? Although the new features have barely improved him, it is very useful for Lashri and them. In an instant, after knowing the new function of the symbiote biological armor, Tiandao also replied, and the symbiote biological armor can absorb all the energy to improve the user's strength, and at the same time, it can help the user to cultivate. However, if you threaten me, the symbiote biological armor will turn on the counterattack. So what is your decision? Accept it or reject it? I hope you can think about it, after all. Chapter 26. In this way, before Tiandao's words were finished, the four of Lazuli agreed, and they agreed without the slightest hesitation, not to mention their greedy casual thoughts to change their clothes. Simply saying that what Heavenly Dao just said would harm him, would this kind of situation appear in their thoughts? Let's not talk about Boomer. Vomi and Lashri and Lapis, they are almost the same heart as the Heavenly Dao, several people who are connected to the same fate, and their relationship is similar to that of family. Violet, on the other hand, had wanted to help Lashri and Lapis leave, and if it weren't for Dr. Gro's early notice, she would have succeeded. Moreover, coupled with Vomi's relationship, they have been best friends since childhood, so it can be said that Violet has been trying to stay in the Red Ribbon Legion because she was worried that Vomi would be lonely alone in the Red Ribbon Legion, so she became the only female colonel in the Red Ribbon Legion with her own talent. Especially in the Red Ribbon Legion, which does not allow women to participate at all, Violet is the only one, although partly because of Vomi's relationship. Despite this, she can become a Red Ribbon Legion, even if she has little actual rights. As for the last boomer, Tiandao was even less worried, not to mention him at the beginning, just based on a few words from him, Boomer believed him, plus the trust of Dr. Brive and Mrs. Brive in a few of them. Just simply almost regarded a few of their homeless existences as family members, and heaven would not refuse. Therefore, after seeing that several of them agreed without the slightest hesitation, Tiandao began to use the splitting function of the symbiote biological armor, and in an instant, Tiandao's whole body began to appear like a liquid-like symbiote biological armor. After splitting a few parts and flying directly into the bodies of several people, the symbiote biological armor once again covered the entire body of the heavenly Dao, and then disappeared. Is this okay? I feel Boomer, who looked at her whole body and didn't notice any change, looked curious, and didn't wait for her to finish her words. The clothes on her body have changed. Really? Is it really possible? And after seeing the clothes on Boomer's body change in an instant, VOMI and several people couldn't wait to start experimenting. Seeing this, Tiandao didn't say much, and after eating the last bite of food in front of him, he turned to Leibis on his side and said, I have some things. When your sister is tired of playing, you remember to adapt to it. Let Lazuli continue to use energy to attack you, and see how far you can absorb energy and transform your own strength, as well as your current limit. Don't worry. Lapis nodded after glancing at her sister Lashley, who was constantly changing her clothes. After speaking, Tiandao had already gotten up and walked out of the dining room, and found Dr. Brive, who was leisurely sipping coffee in the living room. Uncle, are the things I need ready? Dr. Brive, who was leisurely drinking coffee, heard Tiandao's voice. He also put down the coffee and newspaper in his hand, took out a universal capsule box, and said with a chuckle, Things? It's ready, but aren't you going to stay at home for 2 more days? No, I still have a lot to prepare, at least, I don't have much time to rest right now. Tiandao shook his head, turned around to look at the sunset outside the window, and took the universal capsule box that Dr. Brive had prepared for him. After all, the future has just begun. The future. Heavenly Dao's words made Dr. Brive nod thoughtfully, and after knowing that Heavenly Dao had his own plans, Dr. Brive didn't ask, but said with a serious face, Heavenly Dao, although I don't know what you want to do, but don't worry, go boldly. If you are tired, you are always welcome here. I know. Tiandao nodded, and said that he was about to leave directly, but just as he was about to leave, Dr. Brive stopped him again. What are you panicking about? I still need something to tell you. What? Tiandao, who was about to leave, was stunned for a moment. What do you say? You kid too, you don't know what's in the capsule before you leave. You remember, the blue capsule, it's a canned fish capsule, there are about 2 tons of it in it, and the yellow canned capsule, as for what? Cough cough, I don't need to say it, right? As for the last blue capsule, I don't know how long you've been going, all I mentioned to you put in the small cottage and a week's worth of food. Dr. Brive said with a serious face, and his concerned tone also warmed Tiandao's heart. Of course, there is one most important thing, I hope you don't get angry, that is, I have a tracker inside each capsule, if you are missing something, remember to contact me. I can ship it to you according to the tracker. After saying everything that needed to be ordered, Dr. Brive didn't say more, and after nodding slightly to the Heavenly Dao, the Heavenly Dao had already flown into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Watching Tiandao leave, Dr. Brive also lay down on his chaise longue, picked up the latest evening newspaper and began to read. The Red Ribbon Legion has been wiped out. Who is the mysterious man? After a general glance at the contents of the newspaper in his hand, Dr. Brive couldn't help but sigh lightly. I didn't expect that the Red Ribbon Legion would be wiped out so easily. Just as he sighed, Mrs. Brive, who had just made coffee, had already walked over with a smile, looked at Dr. Brive with a sad face, covered her mouth and chuckled, What, are you still reluctant? What you said, I just sighed, but I didn't expect that the Red Ribbon Army, which had been strong for decades, was wiped out in less than a day, just like ours, a flash in the pan. Dr. Brive's tone sighed slightly, as if he was reminiscing about the past. However, Dr. Brive's tone, in the eyes of Mrs. Brive, was nothing to do, pretending to be sad, and after refilling Dr. Brive's cup with a cup of coffee, Mrs. Brive complained. Sigh? I see you are thinking too much. Now is the world of young people, who are half-grounded, why are I still worried about this? If you want me to say, let's think about it, when can we hold Our grandson. Hold our grandson. Think about it, we have cultivated Boomer well in the past few years, and when Boomer and a few of them take over the company, and then Tiandeo is an adult, we will directly prepare for their wedding, and when they have children, we two old men and old ladies will directly take our children to travel around the world. Well, that sounds good, but what about Vomi and Lashley? We can't just take care of our own feelings, right? Dr. Brive nodded in agreement, but he was a little confused when he thought of the Vomi who had come with Tendo. I'm really curious if you're really stupid or fake. Is monogamy mandatory in our country? Besides, what do you think about young people? And most importantly, I'm talking about them, they. Mrs. Brive complained, and while complaining, she couldn't help but think of her eldest daughter. Also, when did you say that this girl Taze will come back? I don't know how she is doing alone in the universe. Do you think there is a possibility that when she comes back next time, she will bring us an alien son-in-law? Dr. Brive was silent, and Mrs. Brive's words made him not know how to answer for a moment, but when he thought of his daughter going on a trip to outer space just for the sake of his novel, he suddenly felt that nothing seemed impossible, and maybe he had really brought back an alien son-in-law. It's hard to say, but with the character of our family, it's very likely. It's just that when he just finished speaking, he was a little confused. Why did he think of it? In this way, while the two families were discussing their plans for the next few years, Tiandeo used super perception to confirm the location of Kalen Tat, and flew directly towards the destination at a very fast speed. Karen Tat, in order to prevent the fairy beans there from being harmed by that foodie archelope, he was ready to cut off the beard in advance, even if his fairy beans were enough for him to squander them wantonly in the future. Besides, if a dead fat pig is a scourge, it is better to use it on the right path, isn't it good? Chapter 27. After all, instead of letting a fat pig be a jelly bean for the scourge, he should go and get it all now, and by the way, he could make a deal with the cat and Karen Tat. In this way, half an hour later, a white pillar that reached the sky appeared in the eyes of Heavenly Deo. Although the night has gradually covered the earth, in front of the Heavenly Deo with supervision, the night is actually no different from the day. Tisk, is this Kalen Tat? I have to say, it's really tall enough. Heavenly Dao's eyes were full of amazement, although he could fly higher, even if it was outside of outer space, but this Heavenly Kalen Tat still surprised him. This is not a human can be built, right? Just as Tiandeo sighed, after confirming the location of the Carlin Immortal, Heavenly Deo had turned into a silver-white light and disappeared in place. In an instant, Heavenly Deo came to the residence of the Carlin Immortals. As soon as it fell, a white cat swayed over, but it is more appropriate to say that it is swaying and trembling. I don't know, why did you come to me at night? Stepping out of the dark corner, the Carlin Immortal looked nervous and flustered. The powerful aura that suddenly appeared today, although it was only for a short time, he still perceived it clearly, although he didn't know what was happening, but the Heavenly Deo did not deliberately hide, even if it was only a trace of breath, it made the Carlin Immortals tremble for a while. This little guy, why, is there an aura that is even more terrifying than that of the gods? Constantly feeling the aura of the Heavenly Deo that far surpassed the old Heavenly God, the Carlin Immortal was a little overwhelmed. At this moment his heart was like fish on the chopping board, let others slaughter it. He didn't understand why the Heavenly Deo came to him, especially when the Heavenly Deo didn't say a word. Hehe, I just want to make a deal with you, you don't have to be so afraid. It seemed that he could see the nervousness and fear of the Carlin Immortal, and after retracting his breath, Tiandeo said with a smile. It's just that his smile is almost the same as that of a demon in the appearance of the Carlin Immortals. This little guy, at a young age, has such strength, but his personality is really unpleasant. He can obviously restrain his breath, but he has to scare his old cat. The Carlin Immortal complained in his heart, but despite this, he was also relieved after knowing that Heavenly Deo had no malicious intentions. Is that really the case, little fellow? what is the purpose of your coming to me at night? What kind of deal are you talking about? I suppose there is nothing worth your trade here for my old cat?" asked the Carlin Immortal without ink blots, what he was most eager to know. "Hee, how can it be? My purpose for coming here is very simple, Xiandu. I need all the Xiandu you have here, and as a condition of the transaction." Tiandao did not continue, but silently took out the universal capsule box given to him by Dr. Brive, and after taking out the blue capsule, he pressed the opening and threw it away. Bang! A burst of smoke rose, and as the smoke dissipated, a full 2 tons of canned fish that had been neatly placed came into view. "I'll exchange these canned fish for all your fairy beans, and I'll exchange more canned fish for the fairy beans you produce later, how about it?" After taking out his chips, Tiandao began to make this fair deal. This Karin Immortal was stunned. Although he was an immortal, even if he didn't eat or drink, there was no problem, but his nature was still a cat. He liked to eat fish. It could be said that it was something that had been carved into his instinct. At this moment, after seeing the 2-ton canned fish, the Karin Immortals were moved. If they were not impressed, it was all fake. It's just that when he glanced at the mountain of canned fish in front of him, and then at the fairy beans in the jar he had placed in the corner, the Carlin Immortal hesitated. As a grower of fairy beans, he naturally knows what the effects of fairy beans are, and this is also the reason why he hesitates. He is afraid that the fairy beans will fall into the hands of bad people. After a moment of silence, after a struggle of thoughts, the Karin Immortal looked at the heavenly Dao with a smile on his face in front of him, and said in a serious tone, "Can you tell me, do you need the purpose of these immortal beans?" "Purpose?" I said, "I want to change the future, do you believe it?" Heavenly Dao's expression was full of seriousness, and he was not dissatisfied with the problem of the Carlin Immortal, even if his current strength could easily destroy the entire earth. Therefore, after hearing the words of the Carlin Immortal, Tiandao also put away the smile on his face and replied in a serious tone. In this way, the scene was quiet again, and after being silent for a few seconds, after seeing the firmness in Tiandao's eyes, the Carlin Immortal nodded slightly, and said in a relieved tone, "I believe you, the immortal beans you need are all in those corner jars, you can take them all." As he spoke, the Carlin Immortal pointed to the corner on the side, and after nodding to Tiandao, Tiandao thanked with a smile, "Thank you." Walked to the corner, looked at the few jars of fairy beans in front of him, although there was no comparison with the number of fairy beans he currently had, but, no matter how small the ant was, it was still meat, not to mention the fairy beans. And this scene also surprised the Carlin Immortals who were watching all this. What a strange power! He didn't expect that when he thought that Tiandao had such a strong power at a young age, there would be such a means. After smashing the Karin Immortal who was shocked by the symbiote biological armor, he completed the purpose of his trip, and after a big stone fell in his heart, Tiandao was already ready to leave. "Karin Immortal, if you are growing immortal beans, you can contact me at any time, and I will exchange more canned fish." I understand, it's just that the cultivation of fairy beans is very difficult, and the yield is very low, and the yield may not be a few in a year. It doesn't matter, no matter how many there are, as long as you have fairy beans, I will exchange them with you with canned fish. After waving goodbye to the Carlin Immortal, and confirming the location of the Turtle Immortal's island with super perception, the heavenly Dao directly turned into a silver-white light and disappeared. With the departure of the heavenly Dao, the Carlin Immortal looked at the heavenly Dao that had disappeared into the sky, and sighed lightly, "This world, it seems that the sky is really going to change. Sure enough. Canned fish is more fragrant. The world is still left to the young people, I'd better enjoy my canned fish." And so, while the Carlin Immortals were immersed in the aroma of canned fish, at the same time, the heavenly Dao, which was heading towards the island of the Turtle Immortal, sensed a familiar aura. Wukong. Tiandao was a little surprised. With the speed of the somersault cloud, wouldn't Wukong have already arrived at the small island of the Turtle Immortal by now? How could he be here? Just as Tiandao was thinking, he had already come to the side of the somersault cloud, looking at the little Wukong who was sleeping on the somersault cloud, and the bald monk lying on his stomach. Klin, whispered, and little Gaku, who felt movement, slowly opened his eyes, just as he wondered what was going on. Heavenly Dao. Looking at the Heavenly Dao beside the somersault cloud, Xiao Wukong jumped up directly with excitement, but his excitement directly caused Klin, who was lying on top of him, to fall from the somersault cloud in an instant. Ah! Klin! Seeing that Klin was about to fall, little Wukong was also worried. Seeing this scene, Tiandao didn't speak, but with a slight wave of his right hand, he saved Klin who fell from the somersault cloud with his mind. Wukong, why are you and Kling here? Aren't you supposed to be at the Turtle Immortal right now? Chapter 28. Tiandao asked knowingly, although there was no accident, the two of them should have been called out by Wukong to find a beautiful girl. With the opening of the Heavenly Dao, Klin, who escaped from death, also came back to his senses, and when he heard the words of the Heavenly Dao and wanted to explain, little Wukong had already opened his mouth with a simple face. Heavenly Dao, the old man of the Turtle Immortal, let's go find a beautiful girl and bring it back. As soon as these words came out, Kling couldn't help but cover his face. He was very curious, how did little Wukong say such shameful words, and be so righteous and stern? Is that so? Tiandao nodded with such an expression, casually threw Klin on the side to little Wukong's body, and said softly, then did you two find it? Not yet, Clint and I were too sleepy, and then the two of us accidentally fell asleep. As he spoke, little Wukong yawned. Tiandao, are you also going to the old grandfather of the Turtle Immortal? Do you also want to worship the old grandfather of the Turtle Immortal as a teacher? Xiao Wukong said with some expectation after rubbing his eyes that were still a little sleepy. As soon as these words came out, Klin's whole body became energetic. Do you also want to worship the Turtle Immortal as a teacher? If you want to worship the teacher, I will be your senior brother in the future. Hee, senior brother. Tiandao pinched his chin, his eyes full of banter. Did I say that I want to worship the Turtle Immortal as a teacher? Besides, even if I really plan to apprentice, do you think you are worthy? Tiandao's tone revealed a touch of gentleness, but this mildness made Clint shudder a little. I'm a junior brother. Clint was stunned. I don't know why, he had a feeling that if he dared to say another, Tiandao would kill him directly, and there would be no spare. It's good if you're happy, I'm not interested in apprenticeship. He waved his hand casually. Tiandao didn't mean to entangle with Klin, and as for the relationship with Klin, he really didn't think about it. After all, when will the dragon care about the feelings of the ants? Especially in the early stage, Klin's personality is indeed not very likable, but as long as he doesn't have a little heart, he won't mind sending him to the underworld in the slightest. That's it, when the scene is a bit deadlocked. Grunt grunt. Little Wukong's dinner bell rang, and his simple personality did not feel Klin's fear at all, but said with a simple face, Tiandao, I'm hungry. Poof you kid. Little Wukong's simple words made Tiandao couldn't help but laugh. If I don't come, what are you two going to do? Smiled and shook his head, looking at the somewhat listless little Wukong. Tiandao smiled and said, let's go. I'll take you two to a nearby city for a meal first, and rest for the night by the way. Okay. Little Wukong nodded. As for Klin, at this moment, he still has some imagination because of the words of the Heavenly Dao just now, but his imagination is obviously superfluous. In this way, under the guidance of Tiandao, the three of them came to a small restaurant, and under the incredulous gaze of everyone in the restaurant, Tiandao said loudly, Boss, how much food you have here, take it all out. After. Tiandao directly handed the gold card with the Universal Capsule logo given to him by Dr. Brive to the boss, under the respectful eyes of the boss. The waiters in the entire restaurant began to get busy. In half an hour, the waiters in the entire restaurant were almost exhausted and paralyzed, and at this moment, they looked at little Wukong with the same eyes as monsters. Is this really the amount that humans can eat? Finally, under the crying and happy eyes of the boss and the waiters, the three of them left the small restaurant. Wow, so full, so full. God, thank you. Little Wukong patted his obviously bulging belly, and expressed his gratitude to Tiandao with a simple face. In this regard, Tiandao didn't care, but Clin on the side was also confused. Wukong, you eat so much, won't you hold on? Clin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, thinking back to the amount of food Wukong had just eaten. He felt that Wukong could eat hundreds of himself alone. No. Little Wukong, who was well fed at the moment, kept wagging his tail behind him, and the whole person returned to his former liveliness. Haha, let's go, I'll take you to find a place to sleep. Seeing this scene, Tiandao didn't care, and walked straight to the hotel on the side, and after opening 2 rooms, he originally planned to have 1 room for himself, 1 room for little Wukong and Clin. What he didn't expect was that little Wukong didn't seem to have the intention of sharing a room with Clin, so he followed Tiandao into the room. In this way, little Wukong, who was already tired, fell asleep after jumping into bed. And when he saw the sleeping little Wukong, Tiandao didn't wake him up, but just silently looked at the tail behind the little Wukong, looking at the tail that kept shaking behind him. He was thinking about whether to find an opportunity to cut off little Wukong's tail. After all, if he didn't pay attention and accidentally turned into a giant ape, although it would have no effect on him, it didn't mean that there would be no hidden dangers. As for what the hidden danger is, that is, after the transformation of the little Goku giant ape, he has no reason, and this is also something he considers, the Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT, that is only a tail, and then after the golden giant ape, and after regaining his senses, he can become a new Super Saiyan. However, if the Saiyans of the 7th universe are strong enough to a certain extent, the tail will not grow out automatically. Even in Dragon Ball GT, Goku can grow it again with the help of the King God of the Old World. However, he is also thinking about one thing, that is, if he can't do it with the help of the King God of the Old World, then he needs to find the Dragon Ball, but the Dragon Ball also has restrictions, and he can't guarantee whether the future Son Goku and Vegeta, as well as the future Son Gohan, can grow tails with the help of the Divine Dragon. After all, if it doesn't work, the Super Saiyan God after the Super Saiyan 4 form that he guessed might only be a guess. As for why it is conjecture, it is because he can't turn into Super Saiyan 4, to be exact, he won't have a tail, and when the bloodline merges, the tail has been removed as a weakness. Hey! Forget it, the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge, and when they reach the point where they can transform into Super Saiyan 4, I don't know how long it will take. After throwing out the chaotic thoughts, he stretched his waist slightly, and Tiandao lay on the bed and began to close his eyes and recuperate. Speechless all night. The next morning, Tiandao, who got up early, came to the outside of the hotel, and after taking a breath of fresh air with the first ray of sunshine, he found a stall and ate some breakfast. And when he packed all the boss's breakfast and returned to the hotel, a scene that made Tiandao unbelievable appeared, and he originally planned to take little Wukong and Clin directly back to the Turtle Immortal's residence. It's just that when he looked at the figure who was talking amicably with little Wukong and Clin, he couldn't help but sigh at the inertia of his powerful plot. Is this something that can be touched by mistake? I originally thought that his appearance, Lan Chi, might not appear. However, Tiandao didn't care, after handing over his breakfast to Wukong and Clin, and getting to know Lan Chi briefly. And the little Wukong and Clin, who had completed the task, also rushed to the residence of the Turtle Immortal excitedly. Along the way, the unchanging Clint accosted the blue-haired Clint from time to time, but unfortunately, Lan Chi didn't have the slightest desire to talk to him. After all, Lan Chi agreed to go to the Turtle Immortal, all because of little Wukong. In the final analysis, not long after Tiandao left, Lan Chi was harassed by other people when he left the settlement room, and then was rescued by little Wukong, who agreed to help him only after knowing little Wukong's troubles. As for Clin, if it weren't for little Wukong's movement at that time, Clin would still be playing poker with Zhuang Gong. Therefore, Lan Chi didn't have the slightest idea of accosting Clin, but chatted with Tiandao about it or not, and this also caused Clin's resentment. Why? Chapter 29. In this way, it didn't take long for the four of Tiandao to come to the island where the turtle immortals were located. And the turtle fairy was not in the house at the moment, but was lying leisurely on the recliner under a huge coconut tree, holding a magazine book in his hand. His face was red, and he was full of obscene smiles looking at extremely immodest books. Old man of the turtle immortal, we are back. When little Wukong saw the turtle immortal, he threw down the cling wrapped around him, and after shouting, he jumped off the somersault cloud and landed steadily in front of the turtle immortal. And this is also to make the turtle immortal, who was at a critical moment startled, hurriedly pressed the magazine in his hand behind him, and after secretly breathing a sigh of relief, he also looked at the little Wukong in front of him. Ahem, Wukong, have you and Kling completed the task I gave you? Said the turtle fairy solemnly, giving people an unfathomable look. And looking at this scene, Tiandao couldn't help but sigh. In the Dragon Ball world, if you grow old and live for a long time, isn't there a serious person? Turtle immortal grandpa, we have brought it back. Little Wukong pointed to the somersault cloud behind him, and after hearing Xiao Wukong's words, the turtle immortal was a little unconvinced at first. This is what he just said casually. These two little guys actually brought it back? Surprised, he looked at the somersault cloud behind Xiao Wukong, and Lan Chi also jumped down from the somersault cloud with the support of Heavenly Dao. The turtle immortal was a little incredulous, but he soon became excited, just when he was excited to go over and take the initiative to help him. Clin, who had fallen heavily and stood up from the sand, and after rubbing his nose, which he didn't have at all, said in a tone that I understand you, Turtle Immortal, Wukong, and I have completed your mission. Now, you can take us as apprentices, right? Ahem, since you two have completed my mission, then, I agree to take you two as apprentices. Hearing this, the Turtle Immortal coughed lightly, and after hearing Clin's words, the Turtle Immortal's attitude was also correct, although he seemed to be old and disrespectful most of the time, but, when it should be serious, he would still be serious occasionally. Really? Said little Goku's tone was a little excited. Really? The Turtle Immortal smiled and nodded. He was actually very satisfied with the little Wukong. After all, the qualifications of the little Wukong were there. As for Clin, the Turtle Immortal did not dislike it. After all, the two can be said to have the same smell, and it is not an exaggeration to say that Clin is almost a copy of the Turtle Immortal. After receiving the Turtle Immortal's reply, little Goku and Kling became excited. And looking at the excited little Wukong and Clin, after the Turtle Fairy smiled with relief, he did not forget his purpose, and changed into a suit at a very fast speed, biting roses in his mouth. After putting on a posture that she thought was handsome, she ran in front of Lan Chi. Hello, may I ask? Before the Turtle Immortal's words were finished, Lan Chi, who was still blue-haired, ran behind Tiandao with a timid face. Obviously she was frightened by the Turtle Immortal's sudden operation. For a strange bad old man, at this moment, she obviously believes in the sunny and handsome way of heaven. Looking at Lan Chi, who was afraid of him, the Turtle Immortal was a little confused. These two boys were looking for, aren't they? Just when the Turtle Immortals were puzzled. Watching this scene silently, Tiandao, who probably had a guess in his heart, said jokingly, Yo, meet again, Turtle Immortal, it's okay. I don't dare to look for it, so I let my apprentice look for it. Your master is really a good example. How could it be? Turtle Immortal coughed lightly, trying to hide his embarrassment, and at the same time, he also changed the subject. Do you have any purpose for coming to me? Do you also want to worship me as a teacher? With your strength, I don't think you need to worship me as a teacher, right? The turtle immortal frowned slightly, and his tone was full of doubt. And his words also made little Wukong and Kling on the side look over. Master, is his strength even more powerful than you, Master? Kling's tone was a little suspicious, looking at the heavenly Dao in front of him who was taller and more handsome than him, and said unbalanced in his heart. Heavenly Dao, but it's very powerful. Before the turtle immortal could speak, little Wukong couldn't wait to reply for the turtle immortal. And little Wukong's innocent words also made Klin's eyes widen. He didn't believe little Wukong's words. After all, people with simple personalities generally don't speak, but they were surprised that the turtle immortal didn't refute. Why, if it was really powerful, I wouldn't be here. Tiandao shook his head with a smile, and then under Lan Qi puzzled gaze, he directly pulled the turtle immortal to the hidden corner of the house. Heavenly Dao directly talked to the turtle immortal with his mental perception. How about we make a deal? Hearing this, the turtle immortal's brows furrowed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In addition to being shocked by Heavenly Dao's methods, more importantly, he was very curious about the transaction that Heavenly Dao was talking about. He didn't understand, with Heavenly Dao's strength, did he have anything worth his trade? What do you want to trade? It's very simple, you just need to demonstrate all your Kung Fu in front of me once. As long as you show all your own Kung Fu in front of me, I will give you all these things. As for what is inside, you can take a look first. As for your reply, I am not in a hurry. With that, Tiandao took out the yellow universal capsule containing adult items, threw it to the turtle immortal casually, and turned to leave. And looking at the departure of Tiandao, the turtle immortal was also half convinced. Watching Tiandao leave, after carefully looking around, the turtle immortal pretended to be a gentleman and tidied up his clothes and walked out of the corner. Wukong, Klin, you two need to take a rest. From tomorrow, the teacher will start training you. Aren't you here without 300 taels of silver? Tiandao looked at the series of operations of the turtle immortal and was a little helpless. And this scene also made Lan Qi, who was blocking the scorching sun with his hand on the side, ask with some curiosity, Tiandao, what are you talking to that old man? What is that strange old man doing all of a sudden? Isn't he too hot? It's nothing, I just need him to help and do what he likes. As for the heat? He should have no time to care about whether it is hot or not. Tiandao smiled, and didn't explain too much, just silently walked to the side near the beach, and took out the universal capsule with an automatic lifting platform that Dr. Brive had prepared for him in advance. After the automatic lifting platform is raised, the small villa capsule that Dr. Brive has prepared for him is thrown. Tiandao looked at Dr. Brive who had prepared everything for himself. He didn't think that he had already thought about the things he hadn't considered at all, and he had already thought about them for him. Originally, he was perceiving the remaining universal capsules, curious about what they were doing, but they didn't expect it to come in handy now. Come in and have some cold drinks. I guess the turtle fairy won't be able to come out today. Thanks, then bother. Lan Qi bowed to Tiandao and followed Tiandao through the stairs on the lifting platform and walked in, and seeing Tiandao and Lan Qi walking towards the house, little Wukong also ran over with Klin. In this way, the day passed quietly. Just like the heavenly Dao said, the turtle immortal had not gone out to his house all day, if it were not for the occasional strange wail. Little Wukong should have broken in. Even so, under a strange wail, Xiao Wukong was curious. Tiandao, what is the turtle immortal teacher doing? Is he really okay? This kind of thing, you are still young, you will know when you grow up. Tiandao shook his head, and didn't explain to Wukong, because this kind of thing and Wukong's explanation, can it really be explained? On the contrary, Klin didn't have this kind of concern at all. Not only did he understand everything, but even, Tiandeo suspected that if the turtle immortal didn't lock the house, Klin should not hesitate to join. As for Lan Chi, as early as after the strange wail sounded, she had already understood what Tiandeo meant by what she liked before. She hid in the room on the second floor alone with headphones and didn't come out, except for when she was about to cook. Lan Chi would come out with shy eyes and take the initiative to cook. Tiandeo almost didn't see her. When night fell, the whole night was as bright as day, and Tiandeo, who was standing alone on the beach, admired the night that he had never seen before. Today's moon, is it really round? But, is it a full moon night? Tiandeo murmured softly, and he subconsciously looked at the small villa on the side, only to hear an unconscious beast roar, roar. Could it be? Tiandeo, who seemed to know what was going on, immediately came to little Wukong's room, and saw that little Wukong's tail was extremely active, and the black hair began to spread rapidly from little Wukong's whole body. Chapter 30. In an instant, little Wukong's complexion began to become more and more hideous. His eyes became scarlet at a speed visible to the naked eye, and among his clenched teeth, sharp canine teeth grew out from the roof of the teeth, and little Wukong had begun to change towards the giant ape at a terrifying speed. I didn't expect it. Can you come whatever you want? Tiandeo murmured softly, and subconsciously looked at Klin, who was sleeping like a dead pig next to little Wukong. Without too much hesitation, grabbed little Wukong's arm that was already covered with black long hair, and with a wave of force, he directly threw little Wukong out of the window. And at the moment when Heavenly Dao threw little Wukong out of the window, little Wukong's body expanded rapidly at an extremely fast speed, and at the moment when he completely turned into a giant ape, his body had not yet reacted, and he instinctively reacted to resist the power of Heavenly Dao. It's just that even if he becomes a giant ape, little Wukong's power is like a drop in the bucket in front of the power of Heavenly Dao, although Heavenly Dao doesn't use much power at all. Bang! With a loud bang, the black giant ape that little Wukong turned into smashed heavily on the sea, splashing waves several meters high. The sound of the heavy object falling on the surface of the sea, although it was in the sea, the huge vibration still made the sleeping Lanky and Kling wake up from their slumber in a panic. Bastard! What bastard doesn't sleep at night and throws things into the sea? Shouted the turtle fairy as he pulled back the curtains and pushed the window open with a face full of anger. At this moment, the turtle immortal has been carried away by anger, the hard work of the day. He almost didn't squeeze himself dry, originally wanted to take a good rest. As a result, he didn't expect that he had just finished exercising, and he hadn't closed his eyes for long, and the sound of a heavy object falling into the sea directly startled him. If so, forget it, but if he exercises more later, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although he uses few things, but when every man is happiest, he will be disturbed, and anyone will be unhappy. Tiandeo, what just happened? Lan Chi shouted as she walked out of the room and looked at Tiandeo floating in the sky under the moonlight. She had just woken up from her sleep, and she was only wearing a yukata at the moment. If it weren't for the fact that she was on the second floor, Klin and the turtle immortal couldn't see it. Otherwise, these two should have been excited and couldn't sleep all night. It's nothing, it's just that Gaku turned into a gorilla on the day of the full moon because of his body, so I threw him into the sea to see if he could come to his senses. Wukong, giant ape. Tiandeo's words made Lan Chi and Kling a little confused, although their world is not short of werewolves and vampires, but the thought of little Wukong becoming a giant ape is obviously beyond the scope of their knowledge. Not only the two of them, but even the turtle immortal frowned, although he has escaped from the world, but his past cognition is still there. Even if the little Wukong is different from ordinary people with a tail, the turtle immortal just thinks that the little Wukong may be the reason for the atavism. However, the words of the Heavenly Dao made the turtle immortal fall into deep thought. On the night of the full moon, the giant ape? Isn't it only werewolves and vampires who will be excited on the night of the full moon? Just when he was puzzled, the originally calm sea surface 100 meters away instantly rolled up, and an angry beast roar instantly forced the surrounding sea water back, with a huge figure standing in the moonlight. Roar! Bang bang! The huge figure roared angrily at the full moon, and then two huge fists began to beat their chests frantically, and the huge sound waves directly caused the sea surface to roll up layers of high waves. How come? They. Turtle Immortal looked at the huge figure on the sea in the distance, and he was pulled back to reality, and hurriedly ran to the edge of the beach. His expression was full of seriousness. Is he really Wukong? Sensing that familiar aura, the Turtle Immortal's eyes were full of incredulity. As soon as these words came out, Lan Chi and Klin, who were on the second and first floors of the small villa respectively, also heard the Turtle Immortal's shocked tone, and their eyes were also frightened. Or else. Tiandao shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain too much. After all, no amount of explanation is useless now. It's better to wait for Sun Wukong's brother Raditz to arrive, and let him explain. Lan Chi, Klin, don't come out of the room with you two in the room, and don't run around. As Tiandao shouted to the two people who were in fear, he also began to stretch his muscles. He was now thinking about how much power he should use, because he was afraid that he would accidentally hammer Goku to death, although the system gave him perfect superpower control, but this control only allowed him not to have problems with his overinflated superpower, causing his superpower to get out of control. Originally, he was still wondering why Superman was beaten first, and if he didn't get beaten, so as to know how much strength the people fighting with him had, and use his own power at will, the Earth would have been destroyed many times. Of course, this is his own idea. As for whether it is true or not, this is impossible to investigate. After all, everything in Superman is broken. As for him, he has no plans to destroy the Earth and kill it at present. If because he accidentally did not use the power a little too much, the Earth and little Wukong have an accident because of their own actions. That's a bit more than worth the loss, although his current strength has not yet reached the level of destroying the planet with just one punch in outer space, relying on the momentum of his fist, but, even so, his strength, with his full strength to hit the ground with one punch, is enough to make the entire center of the Earth collapse. And this is the strength he currently has not long after recovering his losses. After all, as we all know, Superman's most powerful thing is his strong physical resistance, although the magic resistance is not comparable to his own physical resistance, but it is just an ordinary Superman. But he is different, the Supreme Superman, especially after he has no kryptonite weakness. He is already full of physical resistance and magic resistance. Not only has the idealistic power that does not belong to the Silver Superman, but also the most powerful is to break 10,000 laws with one force. No matter how strong you are, I can break it with one punch. And even every punch he throws behind can break the barrier between each universe, which is easy after he is strong. As for the Saiyans, the well-known high attack and low defense, unlike Superman, which focuses on physical strength, the Dragon Ball world focuses more on the strength of Chi, but the physical fitness is a group of hip pullers, and in the case of destroying the world, it can be seriously injured by human weapons. And what about the Way of Heaven? He almost perfectly combines the advantages of the two, the perpetual motion machine of battle, getting stronger all the time, the unparalleled defense and attack power, the talent that surpasses everything. What he lacks now is only time. At the moment when he perfectly blended the best of the two, he had a hunch that he would usher in an unparalleled transformation, and when the time came, he would not have any worries when he fought. The chaotic thoughts were slightly closed, and just as Tiandao was considering how much power he should use, the Turtle Immortal had already shook off the heavy turtle shell on his body, and after rubbing his wrist, he strode towards the sea in front of him. Are you sure you want to make a move like this? Seeing the Turtle Immortal walking towards the sea, recalling that the Turtle Immortal didn't know how to fly, Tiandao was a little puzzled. This old boy wouldn't fly back. Otherwise, if you let it come, the treasures you gave me won't be able to keep it. The words of the Turtle Immortal carried a hint of firmness, but his firmness made the corners of Tiandao's mouth twitch slightly. This old and unserious, he still thought he could give himself any surprises, and the result was to protect the so-called treasures he gave him? Chapter 31. Roar. The giant ape that little Wukong had turned into also discovered the two of them at this moment, and after letting out an angry beast roar, his scarlet eyes glared at the two of them. In this regard, Tiandao didn't care, but the turtle immortal snorted coldly. Humph! I saw his right foot slam on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the giant ape 100 meters away. His right fist was clenched, and a heavy punch hit the giant ape's chest. Bang! Roar! The giant ape roared in pain, and the huge body flew out upside down in an instant, splashing huge waves in the seawater, and the huge figure fell into the sea again. And this scene also made Tiandao silent. He found that he seemed to have underestimated his own strength, and he had a hunch that if the two of them fought at this level, he would burp with a little force, and they would both have to burp, and they were the kind that couldn't die anymore. No, he looks like he has to be familiar with everything he has to control, and sure enough, time is a hard injury, and he has only recovered for a few days, and everything needs to be learned. Now he is the beginning of nothingness. Just as the heavenly Dao reached its plan, the turtle immortal and the giant ape fought again, but the hard injury of not being able to fly was also reflected at this moment. The turtle immortal took advantage of his unsuccessful strength, and was directly repelled by the power of the giant ape. With a snap, the turtle immortal fell directly into the sea water not far from the beach. Seeing this scene, Tiandao, who knew that the turtle immortal was at a disadvantage, also came to him. Leave it to me. You can't fly, this is not your home turf. Heavenly Dao pulled the somewhat embarrassed turtle immortal up, wanting him to retreat directly. Who knows, the turtle immortal suddenly broke free from the hand of the heavenly Dao, and said with a serious expression, I agreed to your deal, but since Wukong is my apprentice, how can I, as a teacher, let him go? With that, the turtle immortal suddenly shook the sunglasses in front of him, spread his legs apart, and clenched his fists. Tiandao, who seemed to know something, leaned aside, although the chi of the turtle immortal was nothing in his eyes, but he didn't mind learning from the turtle sect Qigong. Ah! I saw that the turtle immortal shouted, and there was a tearing sound from the clothes on his upper body, and his originally thin body instantly swelled up at this moment. In just a few seconds, the turtle immortal, who was originally still skinny, had already appeared with thick muscles like steel, which looked quite terrifying. His eyes widened angrily, and as soon as he stepped on the ground, the turtle immortal disappeared in an instant, leaving only a cracked pit, and began to fight with the giant ape again. As for the result, although the turtle immortal was in an advantageous position, the giant ape's skin was rough and thick, and his attacks could not cause any effective damage to it at all. Seeing that his attack could not exert a decisive suppressive force, the turtle immortal stepped on the huge body of the giant ape, and his entire body jumped suddenly, at the moment when he fell behind the giant ape. The right fist clenched and fell suddenly on the back of the giant ape, and this pain also made the giant ape roar in pain. And the huge body fell into the sea again. Seeing this scene, the turtle immortal no longer hesitated, and his feet suddenly borrowed the huge body of the giant ape to float in the air, and after a backflip, his body landed steadily near the beach. It's just that as the battle between the two continues to get closer, the turbulent sea water begins to hit the island. This scene directly made Lan Chi and Klin panic. After all, the huge waves were enough to flood the entire island. Little friend, please. The turtle immortal shouted loudly towards the heavenly Dao. Hearing the sound, Tiandao didn't speak, but with a slight wave of his right hand, the super idea was activated, and the turbulent waves were calmed down in an instant. And this scene also made the turtle immortal suddenly startled. This little guy really exceeded his expectations. With a slight wave, he could actually calm the huge waves that were enough to flood his island, and the most important thing was that the turtle immortal did not feel the heavenly Dao Chi. However, the turtle immortal was not too surprised, and after quickly calming down his excitement, he looked at the sea that had calmed down under the moonlight with a solemn expression. The turtle immortal, who was always perceiving the breath of enlightenment, stared, his legs paused slightly, and after his hands crossed the air in a circle, he slowly closed towards his waist. Turtle Faction Qi Gong. The aura of the turtle immortal suddenly soared at this moment, and at the same time that a blue ball of light continued to gather in his hand, the sea surface that emitted a silver-white light under the moonlight also revealed a large amount of blood-red light at this moment. Seeing this scene, Tiandao didn't care too much, but kept an eye on the flow of the turtle immortal's breath all the time. As the blood-red beam of light passed through the sea, the turtle immortal's index finger pressed slightly, and unlike the blood-red vertical beam, the aura condensed in his hand instantly turned into a spherical shape and flew out, blooming with a dazzling pale blue light. "Drink!" the turtle immortal shouted, and with a sharp push of both hands, a huge blue ball of light was suddenly pushed out, and it slammed straight towards the nearby golden ball of light. Tsitsizi! The two air waves collided, the red and blue lights illuminated the night sky, and the wind was fierce, making a piercing friction sound. Roar! An angry beast roar suddenly came from the sea, and in an instant, the entire sea surface suddenly exploded, and the blood-red air wave instantly became more and more huge. Drink! On the other hand, the turtle immortal's eyes widened angrily, and the breath of his whole body surged, and the surging waves of qi directly shook the two houses on the side. And this also made Lan Qi and Klin, who were at the top of the hierarchy, a little panicked. As for the old turtle in the turtle immortal's room, the place where he was much safer was compared to Lan Qi and Klin. Just as the stand of the villa where Lanky and Kling were crumbling. Heavenly Dao's figure suddenly came to the middle of the collision of the two air waves, and his hands shook suddenly, and the two air waves dissipated instantly. The body of the turtle immortal who was interrupted suddenly retreated a few steps, however, due to the strength of the Heavenly Dao, the turtle immortal did not suffer any internal injuries. Just when the turtle immortal was surprised by the power of the Heavenly Dao, the Heavenly Dao had quickly come to the bottom of the sea, and a hand knife stunned the giant ape, but even if the Heavenly Dao retracted its strength, the powerful force still caused the giant ape to suffer a heavy blow. His whole body was weak, his huge body began to slowly become smaller, and seeing that he was about to return to his original state, Tiandao directly held Xiao Wukong back to the sea. In the bright moonlight, looking at the tail that was obviously not active just now, after confirming that little Gaku did not have the power to turn into a giant ape again, Tiandao nodded slightly to the turtle immortal and sent the unconscious little Wukong back to the room. After informing Lan Qi and Kling that they were fine, Tiandao walked back to his room and began to silently familiarize himself with everything he currently had. As for why Heavenly Dao didn't give little Wukong immortal beans, it wasn't now, at least until the next day. Time passed quietly, and everything seemed to be peaceful. In a blink of an eye, the next day, Tiandao, who got up early, came to little Wukong and Klin's room. Klin had gone to find the turtle immortal early, and Xiao Wukong, who had been hit by a critical attack from the Heavenly Dao, was still a little groggy at the moment. God, what happened last night? Why is my whole body hurting, especially my neck? Little Wukong covered his neck with both hands, and he felt like his neck was about to break. Haha, last night you saw the full moon, and then the Saiyan bloodline caused you to become a giant ape, and I gave you a heavy blow when your battle with the turtle immortals almost ruined this place. Tiandao took out a fairy bean and handed it to Wukong's mouth while explaining. I saw the full moon turn into a giant ape. After eating the immortal beans handed over by Tiandao, after feeling that the injuries in his whole body were not painful, little Wukong jumped up directly from the bed. It's just that at this moment, he was not happy because of his recovery from his injury, but as if he had thought of something, his expression was obviously a little low. Tiandao, it turns out that my grandfather didn't let me see the full moon because I became a monster when the full moon was full? Haha, okay, your grandfather, if he knows that you are unhappy because of him, he will also be unhappy. Besides, if you really feel guilty, I can take you to meet your grandfather. If he wants to be resurrected, it's a big deal that we are using the Dragon Ball to resurrect him." Tiandao smiled and threw the 4-star Dragon Ball that Xiao Wukong turned into stone on the side. "Okay, get up quickly, after breakfast, your and Klin's training is about to begin, and my training is about to begin." Training? Chapter 32. And this scene also stopped little Wukong and Klin, who were training. "Turtle Immortal Teacher, what's wrong with the Heavenly Dao? Why are there 3 Heavenly Dao?" Little Wukong's eyes were full of curiosity, not only him, but also Kling on the side. "It's just that the doubts and incomprehension of the 2 of them are not only them, but also the Turtle Immortals, because after the Heavenly Dao emptied their 5 senses and brains, the Turtle Immortals didn't feel the breath of the Heavenly Dao at that moment. This is almost unheard of in his martial arts career, and it is well known that as long as it is alive, it will have its own aura to a greater or lesser extent. However, just now, the Turtle Immortal didn't feel the breath of the Heavenly Dao, and as for the other 3 Heavenly Dao that suddenly appeared, the Turtle Immortal classified it as a special martial art. So he didn't care too much, but the scene in front of him made him a little familiar, only to see that the body of the Heavenly Dao not only had no breath, but didn't even dodge. Under the attack of the 3 doppelgangers, Tiandao completely relied on instinctive reactions to attack, and this also made the Turtle Immortal react, which was similar to his automatic dodge technique, but it was obviously more advanced than his. "You 2 train well and take care of yourselves first." After hastily replying to little Wukong and Klin's curiosity, little Wukong and Klin also began to train seriously. And looking at the serious training of the 2, the Turtle Immortal also quietly left. After all, his deal with Tiandao has been completed, and it has nothing to do with him what Tiandao is doing. In this way, the changes in the Heavenly Dao, in addition to the Turtle Immortals, the one who feels the most at present should be the old Heavenly God above the Heavenly God Temple, who is always paying attention to the changes in the Heavenly Dao. His pupils shrank, his eyes were full of shock. "God! This is the breath of God! And this breath of God is more powerful than he imagined." Even if he felt the hidden divine aura on the body of the Heavenly Dao very early, but, compared to the current time, the Heavenly Dao did not have the slightest hidden divine breath. The eyes of the old god were full of solemnity. At this moment, he only hoped that the Heavenly Dao would not cause harm to the earth, otherwise, he would not know who else on this earth was his opponent. Even he had a hunch that even if it was a truly powerful and knowledgeable existence in the dungeon, he would also be terrified and even desperate when he saw the way of heaven like this. It's a pity that in the current underworld, there are insightful beings, except for the one that is sealed. Will there really be? Just when everything is calming down, the distant destruction of the god realm seems to be fine, and is about to take Beerus's pet prophecy fish to try other delicacies. He looked at the position at the edge of the galaxy with some feeling, but, unlike the previous place, Weiss's face was full of shock at this moment. Is this the breath of God? It takes a certain amount of time to travel from the 5 senses to the brain and then through the nerves to the body. If every part of the body is able to judge and act on its own, it will be able to avoid any danger. If they want to perfectly control the Freedom Extreme, only their angel clan has so far, even Beerus, the strongest among the destruction gods, has not been able to succeed. The difficulty of the cultivation of the Freedom Extreme intention can be seen, so this is also the shock that Weiss expressed after perceiving that this universe actually has the divine imperial technique Freedom Extreme intention. Just when he wanted to investigate, the prophetic fish on his side seemed to feel something, and he found that Weiss's mood had changed drastically, and after subconsciously glancing at Beerus, who was still asleep, he also spoke, "Weiss, I suddenly had a bad premonition." Bad premonition. Prophet Fish's words made Weiss stunned for a moment, but he didn't care. After all, the current Prophet Fish was very sober, and even a little excited. On the contrary, if the prophecy fish is drowsy and sleep-deprived, Weiss may be a little dignified. Of course, it is only dignified. After all, the drowsiness of the prophecy fish is a precursor to what bad things will happen in the future, but does this have anything to do with his angel? The first relationship must be the destruction god of every universe. It really doesn't work. He can also top one, anyway. In the end, it must be his top king and their angel's father great priest to solve it. Yes, I have a hunch that in our seventh universe, there will be a warrior who transcends everything in the future, in the form of a human being, beyond the gods, but I can't understand whether he is one person or only appeared after the fusion of the two. And, behind him, there are several others, although not as powerful as the one I just mentioned, but their strength is comparable to Beerus, or even surpasses his existence. With his hands on his chest and his upper body exposed to the water, the peculiarly shaped prophetic fish was full of solemnity and puzzlement on his face at the moment. Oh, is that so? Transcending everything, surpassing the gods in human form, and even surpassing Beerus's existence. An existence with the title of God of the World will lead a group of Super Saiyan gods to crush the prophecy of Beerus with absolute strength. It is because of this prophecy that Beerus will use Frisia, who has excellent combat effectiveness, as the agent of the God of Destruction, and he will complete the mission of the God of Destruction to destroy the planet for him. On the one hand, it is to prevent the things that the prophecy fish predict, and on the other hand, it is to be lazy. At this moment, after hearing the prophecy of the prophetic fish again, Weiss couldn't help but connect these two things in series. As for Beerus, which the prophetic fish said, was crushed. Vis was not at all worried, because the prophetic fish was not panicked from beginning to end, whether it was last time or this time, only surprised. As for the prophecy fish's second prediction that it was obviously more accurate than the last time, that it would transcend the gods in a human body, the first person that came to Weiss's mind was Jillian of the 11th universe, and he was the only one in all the universes who surpassed the god of destruction with the power of a human body. Didn't I expect their universe to appear too, and there is more than one. I see, then, why do you look excited? Weiss didn't think much about it, and looked at the obviously excited prophetic fish with a little curiosity, because in his cognition, when the prophetic fish was excited, it was usually after he found a planet with delicious food that he would show such an expression. And, just as Weiss thought, under Weiss's expression of "I understand you," the prophetic fish said excitedly, "Weiss, I predicted that those warriors, they will all be on the same earth with countless delicacies in the future." As soon as these words came out, Weiss, who is a senior foodie, was instantly moved. After hearing the food, Vis stretched out a long staff in his right hand that was yellow at the top and dark blue in the middle, with a black magic ball on top. The black orb at the top of the staff began to reveal the location of the Earth in Universe 7, as Vista wished. With the appearance of a blue planet, Weiss directly took the prophecy fish on the side and came to the Earth at an unspeakable speed. It's just that at this moment, their figures have been hidden in the void, and the two of them appeared in the place above the island of the Turtle Immortals. And in front of the two of them, it was the already scarred Heavenly Deo. At this moment, even if he had the protection of the symbiote biological armor, his body was full of hideous scars, although there was no blood, but those wounds were not only the reason for the crazy attacks of the three doppelgangers. There is also the burden of freedom and extreme intention, which caused the body to be torn, and this is also the reason why the symbiote biological armor cannot protect him. However, this is not what shocked Wei-Si the most. What shocked him the most was the silver-white light that covered his whole body around the Heavenly Deo. He would definitely not be mistaken, the divine imperial technique, free and extremely willing. Chapter 33. Ves was a little surprised, even a little incredulous. This surprise, Weiss has not appeared for I don't know how many years. Don't forget, he is an angel, although his strength is not the top in all universes, but he has lived for hundreds of millions of years. Even Beerus, his apprentice and also his master, was not as surprised as he was now when he mastered the divine imperial technique, the freedom level. After all, when Beerus was learning the god's imperial technique, freedom level, he was already a god of destruction. But what about the heavenly Dao? Don't forget, he is still just an ordinary human being, and compared to Beerus's learning of the divine imperial technique freedom level, the heavenly Dao can be said to be countless levels behind. Even so, he couldn't imagine that even the god of destruction's imperial technique, the freedom level intent, which was difficult for even the god of destruction to fully learn, actually appeared on a person whose strength was too weak to be presentable. Although there is only a hint of the charm of the god's imperial technique freedom level intention at the moment, to be precise, it should only be an entry. However, after Weiss took a closer look, he was relieved. 12 years old, although the strength is weaker, but it can make the god's imperial technique freedom level intention entry. This child's talent should be regarded as unparalleled in the world, right? Weiss smiled, his eyes were full of anticipation, and at the same time, he seemed to have a hint of understanding in his heart, glanced at the prophetic fish beside him, and said in a curious tone, Is he the person in the future you said? I don't know, and besides, what I can predict is only approximate, especially when it comes to prophesies of major events. After pondering for a moment, the prophetic fish's hands lay on the outside of the cane-shaped bathtub, and when he found that the more he wanted to remember clearly, the more he could not see clearly, and he was about to forget, the prophetic fish spoke a little helplessly. Don't force yourself, anyway, it's a blessing or a curse, and it's a curse that can't be stopped. Weiss said with a smile, and at the same time, his eyes were also looking at the heavenly Dao not far in front of him. I saw that at this moment, the 3 doppelgangers of the heavenly Dao had disappeared, and the body of the heavenly Dao was already covered with wounds. Looking at this scene, Weiss did not speak, but nodded slightly. Genius, it's not just as simple as words, talent is just a stepping stone, only if you are more ruthless to yourself, that is the real genius. You can be so ruthless to yourself at a young age, Weiss has not seen it. But Xiang Tiandao is not afraid of death. With his current strength, he will learn the imperial technique of God, freedom level meaning, even if Wei Si has lived for an unknown number of years, this can be said to be the first time he has seen it. As we all know, if you want to learn the imperial skill of God, the most basic requirement is that you have to have the hardware to learn the freedom level, that is, the strength. Even if you are not a god, as long as the strength reaches a certain level, you can also learn the imperial skill of the god, freedom level. However, if there is no strength, there is almost no possibility of learning the divine imperial technique freedom level will. But this hardware is broken by the heavenly Dao. Secondly, that is the physical fitness, the divine imperial technique freedom level, which requires the learner's physical fitness to reach an extremely high level, otherwise, the learner will not be able to withstand the power of the divine imperial technique freedom level. And this can be seen from Dragon Ball Super. Goku's first unconsciously entered the god's royal technique freedom level intention, because the burden on his body is too great. Goku simply can't enter the god's royal technique free level consciousness state for a long time. However, Wei Si was now looking at the learning situation of the heavenly Dao, and he had already subconsciously attributed the heavenly Dao's ability to initially learn the divine imperial technique freedom level intention to its strong physical fitness. After all, under such a weak strength, not only can he forcibly learn the imperial technique of the gods, but not only did he not die, but his body was torn madly. This not only made Vis even more curious, but also under his curious gaze. I saw that he waved his staff lightly, and the black ball of light above his head instantly appeared some messages of the heavenly Dao. It's just that when Vis saw his ball of light that could know everything in the 7th universe, except for showing the age of Tiandao and the identity of the Scion, all other information cannot be queried. Weiss was stunned for a moment. This situation can be said to be the first time he has encountered it. If it weren't for the fact that his light ball had already given the name of the heavenly Dao and the identity of his Scion, he would subconsciously identify it as an intruder with bad intentions in other universes. After being stunned, he was surprised, and as for why he was surprised, it was because When his light ball inquired about the specific information of the heavenly Dao, he obviously found that the eyes of the heavenly Dao seemed to be fixed on him and the direction of the prophecy fish at that moment. At first, he thought it was an accident. Until, Tiandao, who felt something in his heart, subconsciously looked in a certain direction around him, and for some reason, he just felt that someone was peeking at him. After he used super sense, he sensed a distinctly abnormal and extremely dangerous sensation not far ahead. Who is it? Who is there? Heavenly Dao didn't give it time to react, and his right hand condensed the airwave at an extremely fast speed and launched it. Hee, that's really an interesting little guy. After Tiandao's direct gaze and his attack without the slightest hesitation, after knowing that he and the prophecy fish had revealed their identities, Weiss no longer hid his and the prophecy fish's figures. And the moment he and the prophetic fish's figures were revealed, the airwaves that were less than a centimeter away from them dissipated in an instant. Ves. Prophecy fish. Tiandao looked at Vis and the prophecy fish who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Extremely tall, with blue-green skin and long white curly hair, purple pupils and lips, and a large light blue halo around the neck. Heavenly Dao can clearly affirm that the existence in front of his eyes, there is no doubt that he is definitely the true strongest person in the seventh universe, and at the same time, he is the master of Beerus, the god of destruction in the seventh universe, and the angel who is also his servant. As for the strangely shaped fish bowl that resembles a cane next to him, probably a fish, it is not surprising that it is Beerus's pet, the prophecy fish, an incredible fish that can make prophecies. He couldn't believe it. He remembered that the first time Vis and Beerus came to Earth was after Beerus woke up, and he had almost the same dream that a prophetic fish had predicted. And in order to verify the prophecy dream of the prophetic fish, Beerus came to Earth to find the so-called Super Saiyan god who could defeat him. It's just that Weiss, who was looking at him with a smile in front of Tiandao looking at him, no matter how he didn't believe it, but even if Weiss didn't release any breath at all, the incomparable sense of oppression clearly told him that this was the truth. In front of him, it is true that the Earth's Vis should not appear at this time period. Chapter 34. However, even if he knew that it was Weiss in front of him, Tiandao was not afraid. At this moment, he only felt a little surprised. If he insisted on his current mood, he even felt a little excited. Yes, excited, extremely excited. This may be due to the influence of the Saiyans' desire to fight the strong, or perhaps because he is indeed a madman who does not know the height of the sky, a madman who has forgotten his current few pounds and tails because of his long-term depression. Especially when the system in his mind that did not belong to him was obviously more immature, but equally crazy. Come, fight, we are immortal. No one can kill us, every death, every killing, will only make us stronger, we are not afraid of death, every death, we will be reborn. And come again with a stronger posture, come on, my master. I will be with you for eternity, help you defeat everything. This voice is very immature, but the degree of madness has even surpassed that of himself at this moment, but this voice is not urging, but respectful, even if the immature voice is full of madness, but in his words, Tiandao can feel that he and his heart are connected. And Tiandao, who already knew the source of this voice, did not speak, and at the same time, his heart eager to fight also quietly fell silent. It wasn't because he was afraid of death, but after he had just learned the true origin of his symbiote biological armor, he suddenly realized that death seemed to be just that. Of course, even if he didn't know and was afraid, this word would never appear in him, even if he was weak in front of a truly powerful existence now. As for why his desire to fight fell silent, the most fundamental reason was because he didn't feel the killing intent on him in the bodies of Vis and the prophecy fish, and even, he could feel that in the eyes of Vis and the prophecy fish, there was nothing but curiosity. Just as Heavenly Dao's mood changed, Weiss, who noticed Heavenly Dao's mood, couldn't help but smile, ha ha ha, although I don't know how you know the identity of me and the prophecy fish, but, Little guy, you can rest assured that I have no ill will towards you. Weiss showed kindness. He didn't pay attention to Tiandao's attack. After all, being peeped at by others, most people's first reaction was probably similar to Tiandao's behavior just now. No malice, then, may I ask you two for the purpose of being here? Ha ha ha, what do you say? Weiss's face was still full of smiles. At this moment, he seemed to want to see through the heavenly Dao, but, no matter how he explored, there seemed to be a thick layer of fog behind the heavenly Dao, blocking Weiss's exploration of it one by one. And Weiss's words also made Tiandao realize, with his current strength, it is impossible to attract Weiss's attention. If he can attract his attention, the only possibility is that the god's imperial skill, freedom level will. After knowing the reason, Tiandao frowned slightly and said, "Is it at the level of freedom?" "That's right, it seems that you little guy knows a lot. It's a pity, didn't anyone tell you the most basic condition for cultivating the level of freedom?" Hearing this, Tiandao didn't speak. He was a traverser, and he naturally knew how harsh the conditions for cultivating the god's imperial technique freedom level intention were. This time, it's just an attempt, and it doesn't hurt to fail, but with the appearance of Weiss. It seems that he has succeeded, and there is a surprise. His symbiote biological armor seemed to awaken under the powerful oppressive force of Weiss, and the identity of the symbiote biological armor on his body, Heavenly Dao also knew at this moment, that is, the day of destruction, which is known as the end of all things. Although as weak as he is at the moment, its symbiote bio-armor has all the things that Doomday does not have, mind and reason. And this is also when he needs the ability to split. The symbiote biological armor corresponds to him, and the symbiote biological armor that perfectly integrates with himself resonates with his idealistic power. The ability to divide was born, and the ability to absorb and enhance themselves is a weakened version of the power of Doomday, which infinitely devours all things in the world and transforms into its own power. At the same time, seeing that Heavenly Dao did not speak, and when Wei Si thought that Heavenly Dao did not understand the harsh cultivation conditions of the Divine Imperial Technique freedom level, he spoke again. "Little guy, although I don't know how you stumbled into the door by mistake, but, I hope, you still don't try again for the time being, otherwise, your body may be unable to." Moreover, his combat power skyrocketed rapidly at a terrifying speed, and he originally only had 130,000 combat power, but it directly skyrocketed to 200,000 combat power. And this scene was also a little indescribable to Weiss's words. Not only him, but also the prophetic fish who had also seen the world was shocked. The recovery power of the Heavenly Dao has surpassed their cognition, and the physical injury caused by the forcible use of the freedom level intent just now has recovered in just a few seconds. The most important thing is the combat power of the Heavenly Dao, although it is still very weak, but this does not prevent the two of Wei and the prophecy fish from being surprised. Is this little guy really a human being? Is that an injury caused by the intention of the freedom level? It recovered in just a few seconds? At this moment, Weiss's gaze became rare and serious, not for anything else, but for everything that Heavenly Dao showed at this moment. From the very beginning, when he didn't want to be discovered, he found him. He was an angel, the strongest angel in the seventh universe. If he didn't want to, except Beerus, no one could find out at all. But what about it? The little guy in front of him not only found out, but also successfully entered the free level, and even, knowing his identity, not only did he not fear him, but even Weiss sensed the excitement of longing to fight a strong enemy. If these were just of interest to Weiss, Heavenly Dao's resilience that could quickly recover from even the physical trauma caused by the freedom level. This is an injury that even the god of destruction needs to recuperate for a long time at the beginning. I have to say, little one, everything you have shown has completely exceeded my expectations. Vis smiled and said humbly and respectfully, there should be no opponents on this planet that can satisfy you at present, right? I don't know, are you interested in visiting other worlds or other universes? Although, I am amazed at everything you have shown. However, I still suggest that you give up your cultivation of the freedom level intention for the time being. Too early contact will not be beneficial to your future. Weiss looked gentle, and Tiandao's performance made him have a hint of expectation, although he didn't know if Tiandao was the one predicted by the prophetic fish. But Heavenly Dao's talent and deeds were recognized by him, even if he was an angel who was indifferent to everything. Chapter 35. Weiss's words were seductive. Indeed, that's what Weiss said. Now on Earth, at least in this period, he is invincible. However, if it were someone else, such as Goku, without enough threat, no motivation, or should I say no goal, his combat power would probably only increase in the Dragon Ball Z period. With the arrival of his eldest brother Raditz, the combat power will increase exponentially. However, these problems are not a problem at all for Heavenly Dao. After all, Saiyans need to keep fighting for their strength to keep rising. However, he is a Saiyan, but he is not, even if he does not fight, as long as there is the sun, he can become infinitely stronger. Even so, Weiss's words still made him very excited. After all, several of his plans required strength to complete. After thinking for a moment, Tiandao spoke. I accept your experience and suggestions, but I hope you can give me a year. A year? Yes, I have a lot of time. Vis smiled and didn't pay much attention to it, although he was Beerus's master and part-time servant, and he needed to keep an eye on Beerus's every move. However, Beerus, who is considered the most alternative among the gods of destruction, is lazy, and like his brother, he is not only a foodie, but also lazier than the other. However, Beerus is better than his brother in that his figure is not out of shape. Even so, Beerus still chose to mess up, otherwise, he would not have found a god of destruction to deal with, that is, Frisia, to help him clean up the planets of the 7th universe. And after getting Weiss's reply and consent, Tiandao nodded slightly to him, and while expressing his gratitude, he also asked his biggest doubt at present. Weiss, I want to ask, Super Shenlong can fulfill all wishes, and there are no restrictions, is it true? Oh, Super Shenlong, little guy, it seems that you know a lot of things. Weiss was a little surprised, he didn't expect Tiandao to know about Super Dragon Balls. That's right, as you said, Super Dragon, he can grant all wishes. Weiss affirmed. Is it possible to remove the restriction that only the King of the Realm God can permanently fuse with the Bandora earrings of the King of the Realm God? Yes. Weiss's affirmative tone made Tiandao happy in his heart. If he really could, then it seemed that in this year's time, he would have to speed up the speed of his strength improvement. Thank you for your answer. As a thank you, I invite you to eat delicious food. I don't know, before Tiandao's words were finished, the expressions of Weiss and Prophecy Fish were obviously excited. For the two of them foodies, there was nothing more tempting than food. Seeing that the two agreed, Tiandao directly took the two to his small villa, and as soon as he walked in, he happened to meet Lan Qi, who was preparing food and bringing it out of the kitchen. Tiandao, are you coming back so early today, and who are they? Lan Qi put the food in his hand on the table, and while greeting Tiandao, his eyes were also looking at the strangely dressed Weiss behind Tiandao and the prophetic fish beside him. This is VES, this is the Prophecy Fish, they are my friends. Tiandao pointed to Vis and the Prophecy Fish, and introduced them to Lan Qi. However, Tiandao did not say the identities of Weiss and the Prophecy Fish. After all, there is no meaning. In the current Dragon Ball period, even if he is currently the strongest celestial god, the highest level he knows includes the Yama King of the Underworld and the King God of the Northern Realm. Even if Heavenly Dao said that Weiss was an angel, he probably didn't know. So, the best thing to do is to say nothing. Everything is going to be as it is, and he doesn't need to explain. Hello, I'm Lan Qi, please take a seat. Lan Qi smiled and bowed to Vis and the Prophecy Fish, and while introducing herself, she also beckoned Vis to sit down at the table. originally she also wanted to greet the prophecy fish. But looking at the prophetic fish floating in the air, which resembled a canefish tank, Lan Chi was a little troubled, after she looked at the heavenly way for help. Tiandao chuckled and said, "It's okay, the prophecy fish won't mind." As he spoke, Tiandao's gaze looked at Vis and the prophecy fish on the side. Where would they care if they were already attracted by the aroma? Lan Chi tilted her head curiously, and just as she was about to say something, Weiss explained softly, "Don't worry, the prophecy fish won't mind." Yes, yes, you can be my non-existent." Wiping the saliva from the corners of his mouth, the prophetic fish never took his eyes off the steaming food on the table. Hearing the sound, after hearing that the prophecy fish himself didn't care, Lan Chi nodded slightly to Tiandao, then turned around and walked to the kitchen behind him. With Lan Chi leaving, Weiss didn't speak, just glanced at Lan Chi who was leaving, and as for the prophetic fish, he couldn't wait at the moment. "This. Are these for us?" "Of course, as long as you can finish it." The eyes of the prophetic fish were full of excitement. For a foodie, there is nothing more important to eat, and after getting the consent of the heavenly way, the prophetic fish began to act. With the action of the prophetic fish, although Weiss was looking forward to it, he still maintained the elegance of an angel at all times, and while tasting it in small bites, he also did not hesitate to praise himself. "I didn't expect that there would be such a delicacy here, but, little guy, there seem to be other people in the body of the girl just now, if I'm not mistaken." Tiandao nodded, and didn't say too much. He wasn't too surprised that Weiss could see the difference in Lan Chi. On the contrary, he felt very normal. In this way, it didn't take long for the prophetic fish to lean on the edge of his tank with a satisfied face, his face full of comfort and satisfaction. "Weiss, you say, we enjoy the food like this, Beerus knows if it will be fried." "Hee, who knows? Anyway, it will be a long time before he wakes up, and we will talk about it then. Besides, the two of us are not once or twice." Weiss's tone was extremely casual, and as he spoke, his eyes were also looking at the heavenly Dao who was destroying food on the side, and said with a smile, "Little guy, what are you going to do in a year?" "Basking in the sun." Tiandao's words made Weiss a little confused. Could it be that he was wrong? This little guy swore to himself. For a year, just to bask in the sun? As soon as this remark came out, not only Weiss, but even the prophecy fish were a little confused. Basking in the sun for a year? Doesn't this kid know to cherish the opportunity? In the face of Weiss's questioning, Tiandao did not explain, but said silently, "I'm not an ordinary Saiyan, so my training style is different from ordinary people. As for what I said about basking in the sun, I don't know, training on the surface of the sun, is this considered training?" Chapter 36. What, training on the surface of the sun? Weiss frowned. The sun, in front of the vast universe, although it is nothing, but its particularity, and its scorching degree. The positioning of the sun is extremely important, at least in the entire universe, no matter which planet human beings or even aliens are concerned. As long as there is life on the planet, there is more or less the light of the sun. As for being close to the sun, let's talk about being close to the sun first. Except for some special existences that can be immune to the powerful temperature on its surface, even these angels and destruction gods have the power to destroy the entire universe. However, training close to the sun, even as an angel, was unheard of for him after hearing about it. That's right, because, in the solar system, the sun is the source of my strength. As long as the sun is not extinguished, I will never die, and I can become stronger at a terrifying speed. But even if it is extinguished, it doesn't matter. After all, for me, the sun is only the closest source of energy to me. Tiandao's tone was extremely flat, but his words were still a little unbelievable. Absorbing the energy of the sun, he could become infinitely stronger. This way of becoming stronger, he has never heard of, and he even can't believe it. However, Weiss was only surprised, After all, what Tiandao said still needs to be studied. Haha, then, I hope that you little guy can surprise me, and when the time comes, I can help you get the Portora earrings. After all, if you want to find the Portora earrings in our 7th universe, Beerus will definitely notice it. I think. You don't want to face him now, right? Who knows? Tiandao shrugged his shoulders, his face was full of indifference. After all, he was not afraid of death, and even said, it was difficult for him to die if he wanted to, but Van Beerus used destructive energy to kill him. He can also be resurrected, it's just that the time will be long, and this is not what he wants to experience. After all, it is not known whether he will be conscious or not at that time. But the result is the same, that is, the moment he is resurrected, the destructive energy is ineffective against him, and when the time comes, Beerus will be nothing more than an ant to be slaughtered. Whatever you will, if I haven't seen it, then I'll have to learn it slowly, but if you use it in front of me, I'll only be stronger than you, even better than you. Death? In his eyes, it was the least valuable, and this was still his current confidence in himself and part of his Destruction Sun symbiote biological armor. After all, the combination of the two of them with no limits, death, and even the energy of their evolution. Hehe, interesting little fellow, I'm curious, how did you know about my existence? Foresight, I can predict some important people in the future. Foresight of some important people in the future. Ves was stunned, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the prophetic fish lying comfortably in the water tank. It's also a prophecy. Why is there such a big gap? Weiss, what do you think I'm doing? He said that he was a prophet. I was a prophet of things and people, obviously I was better than him, okay. Weiss's gaze made the prophetic fish a little unhappy, and he immediately responded if he had the heart to refute. It's just that the prophecy of the fish, Weiss obviously didn't take it to heart. Obviously, how much the prophecy ability of the prophecy fish, he knows very well. Okay, I see, but, little one, you're really going to surprise me more and more. I'm looking forward to seeing each other in a year's time. With that, Vis took out his staff and was about to leave with the prophetic fish. Looking at Weiss's movements, Tiandao didn't care, but just said to himself, are you just leaving? I'm going to take you to a place where you can eat different foods every day. However, since you insist on leaving, then, we'll see you in a year. As soon as these words came out, the movements in Weiss's hands were obvious, eating different delicacies every day. His hesitation made the corners of Tiandao's mouth slightly wiped when he was watching this scene. Sample, forget if you don't come, but, since you have already come, can you still run now? A year's food expenses have kidnapped an angel, a profitable deal. Just when Tiandao saw that his plan succeeded, Weiss, who knew that he was calculated, didn't care, just looked at Tiandao in front of him, smiled and said, okay, little guy, tell me your purpose. Hehe, it's nothing, it's just, Weiss, do you want to take in a few apprentices? Apprentices? Weiss was stunned for a moment, not only him, but also the prophecy fish on the side. Why, do you want to worship me as a teacher? Ves was a little surprised, although he was Beerus's master and Beerus's servant at the same time, and most of his time was spent paying attention to everything about Beerus, but this did not mean that the angel could not take others as apprentices. I worship you as a teacher, is there any benefit? Tiandao was a little confused, he just mentioned that if Weiss was interested, he would recommend the Lazuli sisters and Wukong to Weiss. Even if it's only for 1 year, the teaching of Ves can definitely improve their combat effectiveness by countless levels. As for himself, sorry, he really didn't have that plan yet. However, even so, if Weiss could help him with some slight problems, he wouldn't mind. After all, with an angel master, it would be much easier for him to go anywhere. Okay, little one, I don't know, is it dauntless that you don't know anything, or are you really not afraid of anything? It's tempting, but I worship you as a teacher, won't Beerus be angry? Angry? Weiss smiled, don't worry. As long as you bring the food to him, he will forget it for a while. Besides, when he wakes up, how strong will you be? If you can, I would like you to put some pressure on him, and if by the time he wakes up, you have perfectly mastered the mind of the comfort level, I even look forward to his expression at that time. Hearing this, Tiandao agreed directly without hesitation. Thank you, teacher. After all, what Weiss gave was obviously the few things he was looking forward to the most at the moment. Tiandao did not refuse, the Badara earrings, and the super divine dragon. The Padala earrings, he had a hunch, would play a key role in his near future, and the Padala earrings, in addition to himself, lacer rai and lapis could also be used. After all, the fusion of the Bordora earrings is not comparable to the ordinary fusion. In addition to these two things, it takes him a lot of time to plan, and Weiss can be said to have directly solved his problem. As for the other things he planned, Zhuang Fist, this is a perfect fit for him. His physique will only get stronger and stronger. Zhuang Fist is tailor-made for him. As for its side effects, the burden on the body is too great. Teacher, since you want to attack my senior brother, I have a suggestion. Do you need me to introduce you to a few apprentices with excellent qualifications and talents? Chapter 37. Think about it, when he wakes up, several young people who don't talk like him are standing in front of him, and all of them are stronger than him. You say, when the time comes, will he be annoyed and angry, and then become angry and try to be strong? Especially looking at his junior brothers, each using his own free skills is the same as playing that scene. Don't you look forward to it, teacher? Tiandao's eyes were full of sincerity, of course, if there was no subtle smile on the corner of his mouth. As for his words, Weiss did not speak for the first time, but from his demeanor, it was obvious that Tiandao had begun to waver. Weiss, I feel like I can. Before Weiss could speak, the opening of the prophecy fish could be said to have broken the last entanglement of Weiss. Little one, you seem to know me well. Vis smiled. Obviously, the heavenly Dao moved him, for him, an angel who didn't know how long he had lived. As long as Beerus slept, he and the prophecy fish went to find and steal all kinds of delicacies almost every day. And the heavenly Dao, obviously grasping the weakness of Vis and the prophecy fish, is based on the temptation of food, and with the foreshadowing of the shock Beerus, it can be said that the heavenly Dao has already calculated everything. Besides, even if Weiss doesn't agree, he doesn't believe that Weiss eats and drinks well every day. Even if he preaches occasionally, this should always be okay, right? Why, aren't you afraid that you will be too bored in the next year? Tiandao smiled, got up and walked out of the door, looking at the little Wukong who had just run back and was paralyzed on the ground motionless, and shouted loudly, Wukong, come over for dinner. After eating, let's go to Boomer. Before the words fell, Xiao Wukong, who was originally paralyzed on the ground and motionless, instantly revived with full blood, ran up to the second floor with a 100-meter sprint, and sat on the chair without the slightest politeness and ate it, and kept muttering, I'm not going to fight the turtle immortals. Does Grandpa train? It's okay, we're just training in a different place. Besides, I have a teacher who is more suitable for you. As he spoke, Tiandao pointed to the side of Weiss, who was smiling and watching all this. Old teacher. Little Wukong was a little curious, but even so, the movements on his mouth did not mean to stop, and he muttered vaguely while muttering. Little Wukong's eyes also looked at Ves on the side and the prophetic fish with a comfortable face. That's right, from today onwards, you will be trained by Laziri and them together. You should cherish this opportunity. Tiandao's tone was intriguing, but this touch of intriguing had a creepy meaning. Even as an angel, Weiss felt a little frightened in his heart. The simple little Wukong didn't hear the danger in the words of the heavenly Dao, but instead he ate faster. Looking at this scene, Tiandao didn't care, just silently looked at Weiss, who always had a gentle smile on his face. "I don't know the teacher, what do you think of him?" Hearing this, Weiss didn't answer, but smiled and said, "Is he a Scion? A Scion like him with a simple nature should be impossible in our universe, right?" "That's right. But he is an exception. He came to Earth since he was a child, but he suffered a heavy head injury, lost his memory, and finally changed his personality greatly." Tiandao recovered according to Weiss's words, and after hearing Tiandao's explanation, Weiss nodded, and after knowing the cause and effect, he gave his own reply, "Yes, I just hope that this little guy can withstand my training, after all, his strength." At this point, the teacher can rest assured, I have a way to make his combat effectiveness improve quickly, and the teacher, you just need to teach with confidence, I believe that he will definitely give you an unparalleled surprise. When the time comes, to fight Beerus, Goku can be said to be the best candidate, there is no one, because, his purpose is very simple, then fight with powerful people, and his mind is simple, sometimes what he says, others can't see his strength at all. Tiandao said with a smile, he was full of bad taste, and obviously did not let go of all the possibilities that could be persecuted in the future, and he could pit one by one, since Weiss was here. He doesn't mind making a mess, although he doesn't know if Son Gohan will be under his influence, but, at least, at the beginning of the Dragon Ball Z plot, Vegeta is definitely unlucky. As for Frieza and the androids behind him, that is the most important part of his plan, super androids. He is looking forward to the strength of the new super androids created by his hands. Super 17 in the original Dragon Ball GT drama can be compared to Super Saiyan 4's Goku as soon as he appears, especially without the help of the Portola earrings. If it weren't for the fact that the defense was too weak, coupled with the fact that the absorbed energy could not move, these shortcomings would have been perfectly solved by the Heavenly Dao. In addition, it is completely different now, with Weiss's teaching. Although it is a year, I will go to other places with him, but is a year very short? Moreover, this year is because he has other plans in a year, but this does not mean that Weiss also has it. There is a temptation of food, and Beerus is sleeping again. He now enjoys the food, and by the way, accepts a few apprentices. Does this have any effect? Especially since a few of them are now under the teaching of the angels Weiss, it can be said that they have been leading from the starting line, plus he will let Rapis and Wukong show their faces from time to time. By the way, disgusting Dr. Gro, when the time comes, it is possible that the androids he created will only be stronger. If this happens, Tiandao will not only not be worried, but even a little want to laugh. After all, this is the wedding dress made for him in the end. In this way, under Tiandao's careful thinking, as little Wukong and Lan Chi finished their respective lunches, after Tiandao asked Lan Chi about her next stay, Tiandao took the two of them to say goodbye to the Turtle Immortals. As for Klin, little Wukong doesn't have such a good relationship with him now, after saying hello. The three of them were brought back to the villa of the Universal Capsule Company by Weiss and the Prophecy Fish at the fastest speed in the 7th universe, and opened the door with the Heavenly Dao. The old housekeeper of the villa walked over. "Young Master Tiandao, are you back?" Before the old housekeeper's words fell, Xiao Wukong said with a curious face, "Tiandao, is this Boomer's home?" Tiandao smiled, nodded slightly to his teacher, turned to the old housekeeper and smiled, "It's okay, you are busy first, I'll bring a few friends over for a walk." After that, Tiandao got up and walked to the living room with little Wukong and Weiss. As soon as he walked in, the living room was empty. Looking at this scene, Tiandao was a little surprised. Somewhat surprised, he instantly turned on his super perception. Unlike the breath of perception, his super perception can perceive everything, and this is why he can discover the reason why Weiss and the prophetic fish. As for why he turned it off, he just thought that he could perceive everything too clearly, and it wouldn't be interesting, such as his super sight, although it seemed to be very good to peek. Ahem, off topic. However, At the moment when he turned on the super perception, a shocking scene appeared. Boomer and the others were actually all in the gravity room. Could it be that scientific researchers know that scientific research cannot save the world, so they abandon literature and follow military force? Chapter 38. Tiandeo feels a little incredible. If it is Violet and Lazuli, Tiandeo can be understood, but what about Boomer and Vomi? These two are super scientific researchers. The two of them can completely use scientific research to make peace with everything, especially in the later stage. Tiandeo can completely provide all kinds of alien technology and materials to the two of them. With the scientific research level and high IQ of the two of them, even if the two of them defeated the gods with technology, he believed it. At the beginning, he said that scientific researchers learn what to fly, and that's it, because he hoped that the two of them could rest assured that they could develop various black technologies in the rear. After all, even the Super Saiyan God Blue can be seriously injured by a laser cannon, and he gave them two symbiote biological armor because he was in the Dragon Ball world. The most powerful ones are basically all kinds of air waves, magic, although there are obviously not many people who use them. With symbiote biological armor, air waves are at least half ineffective for a few of them, and they can also enhance themselves. As for the upper limit, even if the split symbiote biological armor on their body is not conscious, it is bound to the symbiote biological armor on his body, and even if it is weakened, it will not be weak. It's just that what he didn't expect was that the two of them were about to go astray. Tiandeo, who was feeling bad, also began to perceive it seriously, and Weiss, who noticed the change in Tiandeo's demeanor, couldn't help but be a little curious. "Little guy, you seem to be surprised, is there something going on?" "I'm fine." Tiandeo exhaled lightly, and after carefully perceiving it, he found that Boomer and Vomi were shaking their heads at this after observing the data of Rapies and Lashley, indicating that they were fine. "Let's go. Your other two apprentices, you have to be mentally prepared." Tiandeo's tone had a hint of banter. In this regard, Weiss didn't speak, just shook his head with a smile. This apprentice of his own, it seems that his mind is very active. "I don't know why, Weiss always has a feeling that he is on the thief ship." Thinking of this, Weiss can't help but look at the prophetic fish who has no consciousness at all. Of course, even if the prophecy fish knows, he is not worried at all. After all, I am just a foodie fish who can predict, and the essence of the person is still a pet. That's it, under the guidance of the heavenly Deo. Several people came to the location of the laboratory where the gravity chamber was located, and as soon as they walked in, they happened to meet Boomer and Vomi who were walking out of the gravity chamber. "Vomi, what's the use of us collecting this data?" Boomer looked at the information in his hand. His face was full of doubts. She was a genius and beautiful girl, but when she looked at all the body data in her hand with Lashri and Lapis, she couldn't understand why Vomi was suddenly so excited. "Humph, isn't this the data I'm testing the symbiote biological armor of the heavenly Deo? And the energy in the two of them attack each other, although it is consumed, but the capacity has become larger, and the violets on the side, you take a good look, I haven't tested their tolerance limit so far, so I have a bold decision, that is, it's good to develop high technology. But isn't it more fragrant for scientific researchers who can be literate and martial?" Vomi subconsciously retorted, but when she finished speaking, her tone was obviously a little unconfident, especially when she saw Tiandeo's gentle smile. "Ahem, Tiandeo, why are you back?" "Guess." How do I guess?" Vomi was a little speechless, and looked at Boomer on the side at a loss, but unfortunately, Boomer did not relieve her, but looked at her with a smile. Before Boomer could speak, little Wukong had already run in front of Boomer on his short legs, and said with a smile, "Boomer, I'm looking for you." "Wukong." Little Wukong's opening indirectly shifted the topic, and after noticing little Wukong's arrival, Boomer's eyes also looked at Weisai and Lan Chi behind Tiandeo. With a bad premonition, She hurriedly ran over and greeted with an apologetic face, "I'm really sorry to let you see this scene, please take a seat." With that, Boomer beckoned to Cheves and Prophecy Fish to walk to the couch not far away, beckoned Ves to sit down, and poured him 2 cups of black tea. Ves didn't speak, just nodded his head in thanks. After greeting Ves and the Prophecy Fish, Boomer calmed down and walked in front of Tiendeo with a smile, and seeing Boomer's approach, Tiendeo, who seemed to know what she wanted to say, briefly explained Lankai's situation. Although the sound was not loud, because of the movement here, the Lazuli and the others who had just walked out and Vomi on the side could hear it clearly. Is that old guy like this in the Turtle Immortal? Actually let Wukong. With her hands on her hips, Boomer's face was full of anger. She didn't continue, but her perception of the Turtle Immortal could be said to have dropped rapidly. Of course, she was not the only one in this situation. However, Tiendeo didn't care, but after silently glancing at Weiss, who was drinking black tea with his eyes shining, he said in a rare and serious manner, "Lazuli, Labes, and Wukong, you must remember what I said next." "Hey!" Tiendeo's serious tone surprised the Boma, who were still a little angry, because they had never seen Tiendeo's expression so serious. "What's going on?" Boomer asked curiously. "It's okay, did you see the people drinking black tea over there?" Tiendeo pointed to Weiss, who was tasting black tea. "What's wrong with him? Isn't he your friend?" Everyone looked in the direction of Tiendeo's pointing, and saw that Weiss was enjoying steaming black tea like an ordinary person, and his behavior was almost no different from that of ordinary people. "He's Weiss, I'm my teacher. As for his identity, as long as he's powerful, you can't imagine. Next, he'll stay here for a year, this year's time. Boomer, I want you to find a lot of chefs, although he's very strong, but he's also a foodie, so, change a food every day to entertain him. As for getting along, his personality is very easygoing, you can get along with him as a friend. As for what I'm going to say next, Lapis, Lazuli, and Wukong, the 3 of you can worship him as a teacher, and you can fully trust him. You can ask him for anything during this year, and he will train you, and when I leave, I will leave you a jar of fairy beans. This year's time, in addition to training, you also have to put pressure on little Wukong. Don't be afraid of him getting hurt, little Wukong is different from you, and constant fighting can make him stronger. However, you two should pay attention. If a tournament called the No. 1 Martial Arts Association in the world opens, you and Gaku must participate, and they must be high profile, and as for the end, you two go to put pressure on Dr. Gro. And Boomer, if you're interested, you can talk to my teacher Ves, and if he's happy, let him take you to some technologically advanced planets. 2. Put it simply, when Boomer and the others were confused, Tiendeo transmitted everything to a few people with psychological perception. "Come on, we're going beyond Earth, see you in 11 months.